nicest people everywhere around Christmas time.
You meet the nicest people, just like everyone here. But I can't understand how the very same people who laugh so freely and sing so gaily can be so gloomy the other days of the year. Feel the nicest feeling in the air around Christmas time. You get the warmest greetings full of holiday cheer. And wouldn't the world be a great place to live in if everybody would be the nicest, warmest, friendliest, Christmassy sort of people every day of the year?
Good evening, and welcome to our Christmas show. Tonight, our guests are Mother and Father.
Our brothers Verl and Tom and their families. You meet the nicest people everywhere around Christmas time.
Alan, Wade, and Marilyn, their families.
And our brothers Jay and Jimmy. You meet the nicest people just like everyone here.
Like Pauline.
And the Roll Nice Angels. And wouldn't the world be a great place to live in if everybody would be the nicest, warmest, friendliest, Christmassy sort of people every day of the year? Go Ice Angels! The nicest feeling in the air around Christmas, Christmas time. We get the warmest greetings, full of holiday cheer. Ah, wouldn't the world be a great place to live in if everybody would be the nicest, warmest, friendliest, Christmassy sort of people every day of the year? Feliz Navidad. Merry Christmas. Friendliest Christmassy sort of people every day of the year. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. That's not very nice for the Jew folk out there. What the hell are you talking about, Al? Watch what you're saying. Well, it's not fair. Look, Hanukkah just happened, okay? Just relax. We're going to have fun, and we're going to have a really big show. Well, why you on so late, and what the hell kind of time is it anyway? Need you ask? It's finally Pod Blast time. Right, happy holidays. It's Chance Bartels and the Nostalgic Pod Blast with you live. And I have a very special show for you tonight. It's not just holiday themed. there's a lot of stuff to talk about. A lot. It's a big, big pod blast. A lot of clips, a lot of interviews, a lot of exclusives. And today I saw the new Spider Man movie. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on that, and I'm not going to give anything away, but I will tell you what I thought of it. And I liked it. I liked it, and there are some big surprises in this movie, and a main character does die. I'm not going to reveal which character that is, but we'll talk about it. And later we'll have some cigarette taglines for you in our tagline game portion of the Pod Blast. And that's where I mention a tagline and you try to guess the product. And I've got some cigarette history. And I don't condone cigarettes. There's a lot of people that are having serious health problems pertaining to smoking in the past. So I am not trying to have a commercial session for cigarettes. That's not the purpose. I want to play some jingles and some cigarette commercials from television, just about 8 or 9 of them. And cigarette ads have not been seen since January 1971. And I'll just go ahead and tell you, the last program to air a televised cigarette commercial was The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson on January 1st, 1971. So happy holidays to all. Please forgive Al's insensitive comment. I think he meant well. Wink, wink. Of course, it's not really Al. You know that. Anyone looking on camera in the Nostalgic Pod Blast Facebook group or YouTube channel can see that. And no, I'm not a schizophrenic. It's just a little stupid thing I do to open the show. But let's have some holiday cheer. I'm going to play a little bit of a classic record from 1969. Now, if you're not watching live, and you're probably not, it's really late as I do this live, the music may go silent. So I would direct you to our YouTube channel, The Nostalgic with a C Pod Blast, or on Apple Podcasts. You can hear the entire program, full audio. But live, I think you'll be able to hear this, but I don't think you're going to be able to hear it after the fact. But let me play this song. This is a great, great classic song, and it sounds to me like a Beatles song. Let me find that. Here we go for you right now. And I've had some technical issues I had to work out, which I finally did. Here we go. It's Snoopy's Christmas.
The Baron then offered a holiday toast, and Snoopy, our hero, saluted his host. And then with a roar, they were both on their way, each knowing they'd meet on some other day. Christmas bells, those Christmas bells, ringing through the land, bringing peace to all the world and goodwill to man. Christmas bells, those Christmas bells, ringing through the land, bringing peace to all the world and goodwill to man.
I better stop it there. Facebook doesn't like me to play this, so I love that. Snoopy's Christmas, the Red Baron. And you can find that on YouTube if you want to hear it in its entirety. I want to talk a little bit about movies that are in theaters now, and this does pertain to nostalgia. Steven Spielberg's remake of West Side Story hit theaters, and unfortunately, it's a bomb at the box office. Bomb, bum, bum, bum. Bomb, bum, 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 bum. It's a bomb. It's not doing well at all. I want to play something before I talk about that. And and we're going to talk about some movie musicals as well. I did a lot of research, and they actually are still making money. We're talking about musicals over the last 20 years. But listen to this first. Bum, ba bum, bum. I want to get in the holiday spirit. Bum, ba bum. It's a bomb. So, I want to read an article for you by Hannah Shaw Williams. And Steven Spielberg's West Side Story in the opening weekend only earned $10.5 million at the box office. That's not good. And that's not to say the movie isn't worth seeing. I just don't think the public wanted to see a remake of a classic. I don't know. But you know what? It may get discovered after the fact on streaming services and home video. So, we'll see. But I want to read this article, and there's already a typo from this author Hannah-Shaw Williams. It says 2022 continues to be a rough year. No, it's 2021, hon. It's not quite 2022. We're in the end of December 2021, but I'm going to read the article verbatim. It says 2022 continues to be a rough year for lavish Manhattan set musicals as Steven Spielberg's West Side Story has grossed just $10.5 million in its opening weekend, a disastrous result when measured against the movie's $100 million production budget. The first warning sign was the Thursday preview ticket sales for West Side Story only amounted to $800,000. And last Friday brought the total to a still meager $4.1 million. Now, per the Hollywood Reporter, West Side Story will round out the weekend with a $10.5 million weekend. It did at least manage to claim the top spot, but here comes Spider-Man knocking off its perch. Though its biggest competition was Disney's Encanto, currently in its third weekend of release in movie theaters. Genre-wise, West Side Story is comparable to this year's earlier movie musical In the Heights, also set on Manhattan's Upper West Side and featuring a predominantly Hispanic cast. In the Heights performed slightly better than West Side Story in its opening weekend, but was nonetheless a box office bomb. It's worth noting that In the Heights was released considerably earlier in the pandemic when people were still only hesitantly starting to return to movie theaters, which likely had a suppressing effect on its box office. Excuses. I think they should have released West Side Story prior to Thanksgiving, but what do I know? Clearly, Steven Spielberg knows a hell of a lot about making successful movies. I think this was just a passion of his, and he probably doesn't really care about the business side of it at any rate. Let's see, a more appropriate comparison, however, is Ridley Scott's movie The Last Duel, also distributed by 20th Century Studios, now Disney. And like West Side Story, this was a prestige drama from a revered veteran director, Ridley Scott, that was not part of an action or superhero franchise that he's normally associated with. Two genres that have managed to thrive in spite of the ongoing pandemic. Both of these movies suffered from two core problems. The first was that their target audience skewed older. And while people are now returning to theaters in almost pre-pandemic numbers, that rush back to the big screen had been led by younger people who are less likely to experience severe cases of COVID-19. The second problem was the marketing. As LaDonna Pietra wrote for Slash Film critiquing the marketing of Ridley Scott's movie, rather than presenting the film as a thoughtful, innovative, and fine-grained analysis of the delusions men tell about themselves and the effects they have on the women they supposedly love, the trailers for the movie instead made it look like an overstuffed Gladiator redo, focused on whether or not a man had committed rape. Jesus Christ. Excuse me, Lord in heaven. West Side Story, meanwhile, was seemingly marketed on the assumption that everyone in today's landscape of moviegoers already knows and loves West Side Story, a musical that was last adapted to the screen in 1961 by director Robert Wise. Robert Wise also directed Star Trek, the motion picture, and The Sound of Music back in 1964 with the 1965 release. And he also directed, Robert Wise, a movie called Two People that I have on 16mm film that starred Peter Fonda and one of Lindsay Wagner's pre-Bionic Woman roles, and she's fully nude in that movie. And it's never been released on home video because Universal shelved it when the Bionic Woman hit TV screens when we were kids. If you're Generation Xer, you know, we were like maybe 5 years old or something when that show aired on ABC, a spinoff of The $6 Million Man. And so Universal, this film was shot in 71 that I'm talking about, Two People, directed by Robert Wise. And they just shelved it. So it was never released on Laserdisc or VHS, DVD, Blu-ray. And I have an uncut R-rated print on film, and they shot it in France and all over the world. It's a really strange movie called Two People, directed by Robert Wise. But anyway, I digress. So Robert Wise and Robbins' West Side Story is one of the most beloved and critically acclaimed movie musicals of all time. So it's not as though fans have been waiting for a good or even great adaptation.
They already had it in the original. Meanwhile, non-fans weren't given much reason to get excited for West Side Story besides Spielberg's name on the posters. And musicals are already a bit of a tough sell to general audiences. I've got some box office data I want to go over with you briefly in a moment to speak to that. It says poor box office showings often lead to a short life in movie theaters. You think? So if you feel safe doing so, get out and see West Side Story on the big screen while you still have the chance. I'm going to play a little bit of scenes from West Side Story. And let's see, I had that clip pulled. And there's been like a gosh darn change technically, which nobody cares. It's affected my ability to play clips, but I think I worked through it. But let's listen to a little bit of Spielberg's West Side Story. And this should work. Knock on wood.
The world is full of light.
This is my first time in New York City. I want to be happy here. I want to make a life, a home.
Are you ready? Tonight is about family. The first gringo boy who smiles at you.
I never seen you before. You're not Puerto Rican.
Is that okay?
Do you want to start World War III?
You know, I wake up to everything I know either getting sold or wrecked or being taken over by people that I don't like.
You keep away from him. As long as you're in my house.
I'm a grown-up now, Bernardo. I'm gonna think for myself.
Tony, we need you if we're going to war.
Who are you? Friend or foe?
If you go with him, no one will ever forgive you. Life matters even more than love.
West Side Story. Nice music. And I made a very bad assumption when I posted in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, the Facebook group associated with this program. I made the assertion in the headline that I posted that movie musicals are a thing of the past. And I did some research and I could not be more wrong. Over the last 20 years, there have been many musicals we're going to talk about in just a second. And I will get to the Spider-Man review momentarily. And then also later in the show, we're going to talk about McDonald's. Is McDonald's your friend or foe? And I really found some interesting international articles about McDonald's that I think you'll find interesting. If ever you have a Big Mac attack, before you succumb to it, and before you get those stocking stuffer, McDonald Land gift certificates, you might want to hear what I have to say. These articles are quite interesting. So getting back to musicals, you know, to be fair, I really liked a musical from 2019, The Greatest Showman. And that was a musical starring Hugh Jackman, Zac Efron, and Zendaya, who is the girlfriend of Peter Parker in the new Spider-Man movies, the current movies. But remakes are not faring well. So what I figured in my research, what I learned is that it's remakes of classics that the public doesn't seem to care about in terms of going to a movie theater and seeing one of their classic movies redone. By the way, happy 90th birthday to Rita Moreno, one of the original stars of West Side Story, and she's in the new version directed by Steven Spielberg. She was born on Friday, December 11th, 1931 in Puerto Rico. Now, I'm going to read a list of some recent movie musicals, and this is from an article by Leah Maria Thomas, Marilla, Maria Thomas. I think the L's silent. And the headline, The 14 Greatest Movie Musicals of the 21st Century. Musicals have been popping up with great frequency lately. So, what better time to take stock of the best movie musicals of the 21st century? Let's do it. We've been out of the golden age of movies for a while now, and some of the new classics should be recognized. There are two kinds of movie musicals based on the two ways that musical numbers can appear in a film: diegetic and non-diegetic. The former, diegetic, means that the song is being performed as part of the plot, like Marty McFly taking the stage in Back to the Future. And all of the characters know that a song is being sung. When he was on there with Chuck Berry. Remember in Back to the Future? Anyway, non-diegetic musicals have numbers that are more traditional, in which a character just bursts into song and isn't necessarily aware that they are singing in the real world. Now, that's what's hokey. That's what I think the public doesn't really gravitate towards anymore. Where someone just bursts into song and is delivering the mail, like a post office worker or a postal carrier will just start singing a song. Some films, like Enchanted, for example, combine the two or take a more meta approach. Musical numbers in a musical can be non-diegetic or diegetic. But in order to be considered a musical, the musical numbers, plural, that is, should advance the plot or character development in some way. So films with music like That Thing You Do about the Beatles, Tom Hanks was involved in that one, and Almost Famous, which I liked a lot, for example, are not really musicals, nor is Paddington 2, unfortunately. Headline. Let's see. Now, I read that one already. That's about... Okay. Here are the 14 greatest movie musicals of the 21st century, according to Leah Maria Thomas. This is from October 27th, 2021. Now, I want you to think about this. When I mention these movies, do you think these movies were successes or bombs at the box office? Try and guess. Article. Movie musicals have been popping up with great frequency lately, so what better time to take stock of the best movie musicals? This list is also limited to theatrically released movie musicals, though there have been some excellent made-for-television musicals and specials recently, from Teen Beach Movie to Grease Live. So without further ado, here are the best musicals from the last 20 years. Number 14, Sweeney Todd, The Demon Barber of Fleet Street, released Friday, December 21st, 2007 by Paramount Pictures. And it was distributed internationally by Warner Brothers. So Sweeney Todd, The Demon Barber of Fleet Street, is towards the bottom of the list because it commits one of the stage-to-film adaptation's cardinal sins. Excuse me, casting movie stars who can't carry a tune. But what do you expect? What do you expect Tim Burton, the director, to do? Not cast Johnny Depp? He clearly made a deal with the devil and has to cast Johnny Depp in almost everything he did at that time. And the film succeeds as a movie musical despite the lack of commitment to the whole singing thing. This musical, like really any of composer Stephen Sondheim's musicals, is important to keep in your back pocket anytime someone tries to tell you that certain subjects are inappropriate for musicals. Don't let anyone tell you that Dear Evan Hansen couldn't be a black comedy. That means a dark comedy, because it's a musical, and musicals have to be sincere. Sweeney Todd is about a man who murders his clients and has his downstairs neighbor bake them into meat pies she sells to the neighborhood. It's disgusting. That's way worse than fabricating emails to manipulate a grieving family. It's not even a little bit sincere, but it's darkly entertaining and a great musical. I'm going to play a little clip of this Sweeney Todd. I never saw it. I must confess, I never saw this movie. Let me just play a little bit of it right fast quick. Hope your holidays are going well. God, what a packed day I had, man. Went to Houston's, which is a semi-fancy restaurant in the Atlanta, Georgia area. And what's cool about Houston's is they have a no phone policy. If your phone is out, they'll kick you out of the restaurant. I think that's kind of cool. You can't take pictures of your food like a lot of people do when they post photos. And by the way, when people post photos of their food, I want to see the next day. Why don't you take a picture of the aftermath in the toilet? I'm just kidding. That'd be disgusting. And it'd get you thrown off Facebook besides. But I do like that policy where you cannot have a phone. You can't be scrolling Facebook or Instagram while you're at the table at Houston's. I think it's pretty cool. All right, so here is a clip from Sweeney Todd. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm trying to learn this new system of playing clips due to a quote unquote upgrade, technical upgrade, which is always a downgrade. It's from 2007.
This is the tale of an ordinary man who had everything
Barker, his name was. Benjamin Barker.
until a man of power stole his freedom, destroyed his family, and banished him.
May the Lord have mercy on your soul.
For life. And in his sorrow, a new man was born.
15 years dreaming I might come home to a wife and child.
Benjamin Barker.
Not Barker. Sweeney Todd now. And he will have his revenge. Where's my wife?
She's gone. And he's got your daughter.
Judge Turpin.
You've got to leave this all behind you now.
No. These are desperate times. Desperate measures are called for.
All right. You, sir? No one's in the chair. Come on. Sweeney's waiting. I want you, please. You, sir? Two, sir. Welcome to the grave. I will have vengeance. I will have salvation.
I can guarantee the closest shave you will ever know. May the good Lord smile on you.
You're pocket mad.
The years no doubt have changed me.
You get the point. By the way, we acknowledge some people out there. Wesley Millsap is watching, and I want to explain something. I got a notice from Facebook just now. Detected music. So it says your video is blocked from new people finding it. So if you've already seen this live, I think you'll still be able to watch, but anybody new won't be able to. But of course, as we're live, it's pretty much middle of the night. But Wesley, this will be just, I guess, one-on-one, which I'm happy to do because you're a very loyal watcher and listener of the Nostalgic Pod Blast, and I greatly appreciate it. But that's what's going on. The detected music was probably that Snoopy song that I played at the top of the show, even though I didn't play the entire show. In radio, you can sample about 30 seconds, and that's perfectly fine, but there's different rules for streaming on popular social media websites. But getting back to Sweeney Todd, like I said, do you think it was a success or a bomb at the box office? For each of these musicals I'm going to highlight. There's just 13 more. Actually, and then there's a couple bonus ones that were not on this list that I enjoy. So Tim Burton directed Sweeney Todd. Was it a success or a dud? It was a success. It had a budget of $50 million, and it earned $153.4 million in movie ticket sales. That's pretty good. Well over $100 million in profit. Not bad. Number 13 on the list is Phantom of the Opera. Released Tuesday, December 21st, 2004 in the United States by Warner Brothers. Like Sweeney Todd, this would be a perfect film if it weren't for Gerard Butler's awful singing voice. In real life, it's fine when composers can't really match the pitches they're writing down, but the Phantom songs are kind of important and should probably sound good. They're classics. Still, director Joel Schumacher made some strong adaptation choices to clarify Andrew Lloyd Webber's wild musical adaptation of Gaston Leroux's novel. Plus, Minnie Driver is in the cast. I didn't ever really care for Minnie Driver. She has kind of a big head. Well, like me, I have a big fat face, and so does Minnie Driver, and that's rude. I shouldn't criticize a woman. Sorry. That's pretty weak. And in particular, Patrick Wilson gave wonderful singing performances in Phantom of the Opera, according to this author. The story of Phantom of the Opera is far darker than you remember. The toxic and ultimately doomed relationship between the heroine and the villain has been billed as music theater's greatest love story. Your friend, who's obsessed with Rey and Kylo Ren, has nothing on Phantom. The film works because it understands, and of course, Kylo Ren is the villain in the last few Star Wars movies. Anyway, Like The Force Awakens is where he was introduced back in 2015, for those who don't know. Anyway, Phantom of the Opera, it works, this version, because it understands the tone it needs to have. Joel Schumacher hones in on the gothic horror of it all and creates something all-encompassing and beautiful. Let's listen to a little bit of it. Phantom of the Opera. This is, again, released December 21st in 2004. And I'm just going to go over musicals over the last 20 years. Let's see. Where are you, my little friend? There you are. Let's see if I can get this to go. Phantom of the Opera.
Lot
Music box.
666, a chandelier in pieces. Some of you may recall the strange affair of the Phantom of the Opera. Gentlemen.
It's good music. All right. Phantom of the Opera. So, do you think it was a success or a failure at the box office? It was a success. The budget was $75 million, give or take a few dollars, and it took in $154.6 million. Next up, number 12, a movie I did see in the theater, Across the Universe, because I'm a big Beatles fan. And this was a musical based on classic Beatles songs. It was released back on Friday, October 12, 2007 in the United States of America by Sony Pictures. Getting back to the article, many a film, documentary, or Cirque du Soleil performance has tried to capture the magic of the Beatles' music, and Across the Universe kind of nails it with a totally original story. The characters, all named for different Beatles songs, represent different types from the 1960s in this epic and romantic musical from director Julie Taymor. Its Hair is in the musical Hair meets Moulin Rouge in the best way possible. Taymor's reputation was unfortunately tarnished when her Broadway musical Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark infamously went through rewrites and saw cast members sustaining injuries. However, that should not wash out her contributions to film and theater. The director is known for, no pun intended, taking big creative swings, and there's no better example of that than in Across the Universe. Few 21st century movie musicals are this inventive with their musical numbers. There are puppets. More movie musicals should have puppets. Okay. Now let's listen to a little bit of Across the Universe and be thinking, do you think this movie did well at the box office or do you think it tanked? I'll give you the answer in just a second as I struggle live to find this clip. My new system is working okay so far, I suppose. Come on. Oh, Lord. Please play. Come on. Across the Universe. Rachel, what was her name who starred in that movie? Rachel, you don't see much of her anymore. Here we go.
Going to listen to my story, all about the girl who came to stay. As a stranger to our shores, the least I can do is offer you
Evan Rachel
some
Wood, I
Ivy
think is her name.
hospitality.
Something like that. Let me look it up. Rachel.
This is Jude. This is my sister. My God, you have perfect teeth.
What are you gonna do if you don't go back to college? What any irresponsible, unmotivated dropout would do? Go to New York, like tonight.
Evan Rachel Wood. Yeah.
Is she a part of your ride?
God, I hope so. Just want to get your eyes right. As blissful as you two are in the throes of young love, I got a date with Uncle Sam.
Then war happened. Vietnam.
And music changed. Innocence was lost.
We're in the middle of a revolution, Jude. And what are you doing? Doodles and cartoons?
Oh, I'm sorry I'm not the man with the megaphone, but this is what I do. Hey, Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let her into your heart.
Music's the only thing that makes sense anymore, man.
We can start.
Play it loud enough. Keeps the demons at bay.
Better, 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 better.
It boasts in the trailer this is the motion picture of the year. Said so right across the screen. I remember that trailer. They played it during Spider-Man 3 with Tobey Maguire. Anyway, that was Across the Universe. Now, what do you think? Do you think it was a success? I mean, it's the Beatles, right? Well, you would think it was a success, but it was a bomb. The budget was $70.8 million, and the box office take was only $29.6 million. That's a multi-million-dollar loss, obviously. I thought it would have been a hit. Oh, well, it was kind of a bad cast, in my opinion. Moving on to number 11 of our list of musicals in the movie theater, Pitch Perfect, released by Universal on Friday, October 5th, 2012. Well, the sequels didn't live up to the original, but that shouldn't count against how well executed Pitch Perfect is as a comedy and as a musical. It's a seamless coming-of-age story about a niche community, college, a cappella, that's begging to be mocked with love. A woman wrote this, of course, this article I'm reading. Since many of the songs are performed in competition, it's the scene itself that moves the plot along, not necessarily the lyrics or the song choices, but sometimes the songs themselves matter. And it matters enough so to make this as a musical and not a movie about musicians. The Barden Bellas at least go through a distinct change, which is reflected in their performances. Becca Mitchell is one of the best textbook protagonists in 21st century film. What's her character flaw? She doesn't know how to work with other people. Boy, do I know that. That's the way I am too. And thinks she's too good for college. What's her talent? She looks at music in innovative and creative ways by making mashups, which was still considered pretty cool in 2012. Having her join in a cappella choir where she can help them find a new sound while learning to be part of a group and therefore also being helped by them is, in a word, perfect. Let's listen to a little bit of Pitch Perfect, which is number 11 on my list of movie musicals, according to this article. And then I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to have 3 at the end that are my favorites that did not make this person's list. Let's listen to a little bit of Pitch Perfect. The trailer, the movie preview. Any day now.
Hi there, welcome to Barton University. Here's your official BU rape whistle. Don't blow it unless it's actually happening. Hi, any interest in joining our music group?
Whenever you're ready, dude. Oh, not a dude.
We sing songs without any instruments. It's all from our mouths. Yikes. Sorry, I don't even sing. What's your name?
Fat Amy.
You call yourself Fat Amy?
Yeah, so twig bitches like you don't do it behind my back.
Oh my god! You can sing! You have to join the Bellas. I can't concentrate until you cover your junk. I'm not leaving here until you sing. Bulletproof, far away, far away.
You have a lovely voice.
Thanks.
Oh boy, the bad boys of acapella have just gotten better.
You girls are awesome. Lee Horrible, I Hate You, Kill Yourselves. Girl Powers!
This is a list of all of the songs that we have ever performed. There's nothing from this century on here. It's not enough to be good. We need to be different. Our goal is to get to the finals. How are we paying for regionals? A bikini car wash is definitely out of the question.
No, Aubrey, I'm like super good at bikini car washes.
There will be no more wasting time with school or boyfriends. Can I trust you will add your own cardio?
Yeah, no, don't put me down for cardio.
What are you doing? Horizontal running.
Are you guys getting ready for the riff off?
What's a riff off?
You're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Mickey.
Shorty, get down, good lord. Strictly bitch, you don't play around. Cover much ground, got game by the pound. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I got a bag in a baby. Let's remix this business.
What boring estrogen-filled set have you prepared for us?
Hey, Amy! I just been shot! You guys are gonna get pitch slapped so hard, your man boobs are gonna concave.
I like the way you work. I have a feeling we should kiss.
I sometimes have a feeling I can do crystal meth, but then I think, better not.
Pitch Perfect. So, do you think it was a success or a failure at the box office? It was a success, a big success. The budget for Pitch Perfect was $17 million. The box office take was $115.4 million. Now, we're in the top 10 of movie musicals. I can't talk, according to this article anyway. Number 10, High School Musical 3, Senior Year, released by Disney on Friday, October 24th, 2008. The High School Musical phenomenon was so big that after 2 Disney Channel original movies, The House of Mouse took the 3rd installment to the big screen. Lucky for them, it did not disappoint. The 3rd film is a perfect ending to the trilogy and a large-scale movie musical with production values befitting its theatrical release. It takes certain archetypes and that became staples of the High School Musical franchise. Sports ball choreography, Ryan and Sharpay's self-indulgent duet, Troy's angry song, and Gabriella's breakup ballad, and make them bigger than ever. For 3 consecutive films, the students at East High struggle with who they want to be versus what society and the pressures of society want them to be. In Senior Year, they finally resolve that long-running conflict. The stakes are relatively low, but the emotions are higher than ever. It deserves to be listed among the best movie musicals of the 21st century, which is only around since the year 2000, of course, so that's not that long. It's all relative, folks. Time is relative. So in my opinion, it's not that long. So anyway, repeating, it deserves to be listed among the best movie musicals of the 21st century because it modernizes a trope popularized by the movie musicals of the 20th century. Let's put on a show. And I think that's why we got Glee on Fox on TV. It was based on the popularity of these TV movies on Disney Channel and then the theatrical release. Let me play a little bit of High School Musical. And it put Zac Efron on the map, too. Let's see. High School Musical 3. Let's listen to a little bit of it. Try not to laugh. I know a lot of people out there don't give a crap about musicals. But this is, I'm trying to teach you something here. Trying to be educational. If you're listening on fistfulofradio.com, thanks for bearing with me. It might be Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock, Sunday afternoon at 2, Monday night at 7, or overnight when you hear this. You have many choices on fistfulofradio.com to hear your nostalgic pod blast.
So I guess once they hand us that diploma, we're actually done here.
What makes you think we're getting diplomas?
Game on. This is the last time to get it right. This is the last chance to make it all night. We gotta show what we're all about. Work together. This is the last chance to make our mark. History will know who we are. This is the last game, so make it count. It's now or never. Right now I can hardly breathe.
Oh, you can do it, just know that I believe.
And that's all I really need.
Then come on,
make me strong. It's time to turn it up. Game
The show must go on.
Show 'em how we do it. Game on. This is the last time to get it right. This is the last chance to make it on.
I'm a lot better at saying goodbye than you.
Why are you saying goodbye?
Together.
Hey, Troy. When's the big game?
Yesterday.
well, good luck. Toodles!
Featured 10 original songs. There you have it. Well, this was a no-brainer. Obviously, this was a massive success at the box office for Disney. It was a huge success. As I said, this was the third installment and the first in movie theaters, and it made a whopping $252.9 million with a budget of just $11 million. Whew, that's big-time profit. But how cheap? $11 million budget's all they gave it after all the ratings it delivered? Disney Channel subscriptions that were added based on High School Musical. Anyway, the original High School Musical, as I said, was a TV movie airing Friday, January 20th, 2006 on the Disney Channel, which cost $4 million. And it definitely put Zac Efron on the map. The sequel also aired on the Disney Channel, but on Friday, August 17th, 2007. And that cost $7 million. And both, as I said, were big ratings hits. So they went from $4 million to $7 million to $11 million. So they did increase the budget. Anyway, continuing on in our list, here's number 9. Here's a lesser known musical titled London Road from BBC Films in England, released Friday, June 12, 2015. Article. Would it surprise you to hear that there's a movie musical based on a true crime that stars Tom Hardy and Olivia Colman? This is a real movie. It's called London Road, and it's an adaptation of a stage musical that premiered at London's National Theatre. It's a small, intimate, underrated movie musical that you absolutely should add to your watch list if you haven't already seen it. London Road is about serial murders and the residents of the neighborhood who are terrorized by the killer known as the Suffolk Strangler. It's a verbatim musical, quote unquote, which means that the song lyrics are taken verbatim from interviews with the residents. Local sex workers who feared they were being targeted, and members, that means hookers, and members of the press who came to cover the murder trial. The melody of the songs also seek to capture the natural speaking rhythm of the interviews. Verbatim or documentary theater is a style that has been growing in popularity. Another example is the Tony Award-winning musical Come From Away, which does have a professional recording on Apple TV. And it's cool to see it pulled off so successfully in a film. Let's listen to a little bit of London Road. Again, you're listening to the Nostalgic Podblast. I'm Chance Bartels. You can catch the show on demand on YouTube or in our Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. But I recommend YouTube because Facebook, after the fact, tends to mute some of the songs that I play. And then down the road, what's funny thing is they release the claims, like Warner Brothers releases the claims all the time. This is just an automatic thing by Facebook bots that wreaks havoc on my show while it's live. Very frustrating. And they've throttled this show down. Here, let's listen to a little bit of London Road and I'll explain.
Everyone is very, very nervous. We all wanted to move. We didn't want to be here.
Every house in London Road.
This is London Road, where the suspect was arrested.
And all I can see were police cars going up the road.
And of course, I
believe.
Obviously, we're in charge of, something to do with these
Poor girls. But, and that's when it all started, it all kicked off.
I'm outside number 79. And I thought, oh no.
As soon as that verdict's in, it's going to be absolute mayhem.
3, 2, 1.
We got a lot of bad press.
You be, as far as I'm aware, but the only person that has actually come down here and asked residents how they feel.
So we got together as a community. We just want to see an end. London Road getting back to being London Road.
I love Tom Hardy. That's so interesting to me that he was in a musical. And I saw him in the new Spider-Man movie. We'll talk about that later. I work with him also in a movie called Lawless. I tarred and feathered a bootlegger in that movie. So what do you think? Do you think it was a success, London Road? You would guess correctly. It was a bomb. The budget was £3 million in England, and the revenue was £216,000. So unfortunately, it did not fare well. It probably didn't have very good distribution in wide release. Number 8 on our list, The Great Moulin Rouge from 20th Century Fox, now Disney, was released Friday, May 18th, 2001. The decade got off to a smashing movie musical start with a tragic romance that uses pop music against a bohemian setting. Bohemian setting, that is. Whether you like it or not, Moulin Rouge defined a generation. If you didn't have friends who were awkwardly belted the Elephant Love medley into each other's faces, there's a dangerous possibility that you were that friend. It could have defined what the movie musical was going to look like in the 21st century, but few have dared to be so unblushing in every way. So Daz Luhrmann's Red Curtain trilogy started small with Strictly Ballroom. It upped the ante with the ambitious genre-blending Romeo and Juliet and went all out with Moulin Rouge. Like any good musical, the songs burst out of the characters like emotions that can no longer be contained. It's a never-ending adrenaline rush and spectacle, which can alienate some viewers, but never wavers in what kind of film that it wants to be. Let's listen to a little bit of Moulin Rouge starring Nicole Kidman, among others. And I should have it right here. Yes. Moulin Rouge from 20th Century Fox, now Disney.
He entered a world where fantasy is real, where he could be anything he wanted, and where he would discover the most dangerous temptation of all.
Come and get me, boys. Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
I believe you were expecting me.
Silly.
think you would fall in love with someone like me.
I can't fall in love with anyone and make men believe what they want to believe.
Never knew I could feel like this. I believe in truth, freedom, and above all things, love. Like I've never seen the sky.
You're gonna be bad for business. I can tell.
I am willing to provide the financial resources to make you a star.
You don't have to wear that dress tonight.
I require a contract that binds Satine to me exclusively.
He could destroy everything.
I don't care. We have each other.
Make Christian believe you don't love him.
He'll fight for me.
Hurt him to save him.
Whatever happens, no matter how bad things get, we love one another.
Kill the boy.
No! Silence! Tell me you don't love me!
This story is about love at the Moulin Rouge.
David Bowie was featured. A lot of other great artists were in that movie, and Ewan McGregor was in the cast. Just a good movie, and it was a success. The budget was $50 million, but Moulin Rouge sold $179.2 million in the way of ticket sales. So next up, number 7, Rocket Man, released Friday, May 31st, 2019, which was for me a terrible day in history. I was working at 6 Atlanta radio stations, and that was the day that an outfit named K-Love took over 106.7 WYAY-FM, and so we all were basically told sayonara. So it's just a terrible day. And then there was a big party for listeners of that station, and when I left the party, a woman from New York just crashed into my car. Now, my car got fixed since then, but that happened that same day, May 31st, right around where the Atlanta Braves play. At the time, it was called Truist Park. I'm sorry, it was called SunTrust Park in 2019. Now it's called Truist Park. Anyway, different sponsorship, different bank, that bank merger. Anyway, getting to Rocket Man, it was released Friday, May 31st, 2019. Hate that day. By Paramount Pictures to cash in on the success of the Bryan Singer-directed Queen biopic Bohemian Rhapsody by 20th Century Fox, now Disney. And Bohemian was released on Friday, November 2nd, 2018. Anyway, the budget for Rocket Man was around $55 million. Oh, I'm sorry. For Bohemian Rhapsody, I want to explain something. The budget for that Queen biopic was around $55 million, but it made almost $1 billion. It was a tremendous success. It earned $911.1 million at the box office, and it starred the current James Bond villain, Rami Malek, as Freddie Mercury. And I didn't know this until I was researching tonight's Pod Blast, that Bohemian Rhapsody premiered at Wembley Arena in England on Tuesday, October 23rd, 2018. Didn't know that. Well, I want to play a little bit of that wonderful movie, and I'm a huge Queen fan, so I really enjoyed it, even though they did take some liberties with the chronological order of the release of some of these songs. I still think it was well worth it and very, very well played. And then they omitted some things like Flash Gordon, because that's Universal, and 20th Century Fox, before Disney took it over, was a competitor of Universal, who owns Flash Gordon. Flash!
No escape from reality.
Now, is this a musical? I think it is.
I enjoyed the show. I write songs. Our lead singer just quit. Then you'll need someone new.
Oh, I'm going to get in trouble with the bots on this one. These copyrighted songs in the trailer.
Don't you see what you could be?
no one will play us on the radio.
We need to get experimental.
The casting was incredible for that movie. I mean, they looked like the real, like Brian May looked like Brian May, the actor who played Brian May, and I loved that movie. Let me continue with the trailer. I'm just afraid that some of these songs are going to get me booted from this live broadcast. And that happened once before, by the way, when I did a pod blast that featured a list of the top selling 45 records of classic TV theme songs from the 50s up until 1988, which is when my source book was published. And Facebook just shut it down. So what did I do? I went to YouTube Live, had to start all over. I'd gone about an hour into the show and had to start all over again. I'm digressing here, but I want to explain something. So when I went on YouTube, they had no problem with it. YouTube is my friend when it comes to this show, the Nostalgic Pod Blast. But what it does, though, is it makes, after a few seconds, like the radio rule, 30 seconds, okay. You can get away with bumper music that's about 30 seconds long without having to pay a royalty or getting in trouble. But what happened here with YouTube is that it let me play the entire TV theme, 45 record version of that theme. And a lot of it was cool. It was a variation of the theme, different lyrics, and most of them were really cool. And I enjoyed that Pod Blast. What was that? This is Pod Blast number 89. I think that was Pod Blast 87. Yes, 87. So I did it on YouTube Live, but it sounds tinny, like tin, T-I-N, like a tin can. It sounds normal the first few seconds, and then YouTube makes it sound very echoey. So, so disappointed that the audio quality wasn't all that back then. But anyway, getting back to Bohemian Rhapsody, which I really, really loved. $1 billion almost at the box office with a $55 million budget. That got the attention of competing studios, and that's why you had Rocket Man about the great Elton John. But let's listen a little bit more of this.
Do it again. One more.
How many more Galileos do you want?
Roger, there's only room in this band for one hysterical queen.
Mark these words. No one will play Queen. Fortune favors the bold.
And that was Mike Myers in the movie.
What more do you need to know? Right?
Mike Myers was in that movie. He completely did not look like himself with that makeup and wig. And
I want to give the audience a song that they can perform. What's the
love
lyric?
that scene. Yeah. I'm going to stop it because I think we'll get in trouble. Let's continue on talking about Rocket Man, and I'll play a clip of it. But Rocket Man could easily have been another predictable biopic about the highs and lows of a famous artist. But director Dexter Fletcher went above and beyond by turning the story of Elton John into a larger-than-life musical. The music tracks John's career while dipping into fantasy to explain his state of mind at various points in his career. Many of the musical numbers actually start off as diegetic, with John performing a gig, and quickly become non-diegetic fantasy sequences or montages. What's more, Taron deserves to be the next high-profile musical leading man, the guy who played Elton John, like Hugh Jackman and Zac Efron before him. If you like Rocket Man, you may want to check out another of Fletcher's musical films titled Sunshine on Leith. Leith, Sunshine on Leith. It's a charming little romantic comedy that uses the songs of the Proclaimers to tell the stories of two soldiers returning home to family and romantic exploits in Edinburgh after a tour in Afghanistan. Now, was this movie a success, Rocket Man? Yes, it was. It's not as successful as Bohemian Rhapsody, but the budget was $40 million for the movie Rocket Man about Elton John, and the box office take was $195.3 million. So, not bad. Now, let's listen to a little bit of Rocket Man. And I didn't like it as much. I saw it with old Al Hardy, who of course, is a sometimes member of the Nostalgic Pod Blast team. And he thought it was okay, but let's listen to a little bit of the preview trailer. It was a ripoff of Bohemian Rhapsody, completely.
I could hear the whole tune in my head. It was all there, I could see all the notes, and I just had to get it out.
It's a little bit funny.
this feeling inside.
What did you say your name was again?
My name is
Reggie!
Reginald Dwight.
Reginald. That's my granddad's name.
So how does a fat boy from nowhere get to be a soul man?
You gotta kill the person you were born to be in order to become the person you want to be.
I'm thinking of changing my name to Elton. But that's my name. Yeah, I know.
You can be the best-selling artist in America if you desire.
I was trying to do something bold. Why are you still something flashy? Can you even play the piano in those? Let them know who you are. And just don't kill yourself with drugs.
So how does it feel to be a star?
It's never gonna last.
Let's just enjoy it while we can.
First sleeping arrangements came. All of this is gone.
I just hope you realise you're choosing a life of being alone forever.
Don't you want to just sing without this ridiculous paraphernalia? People don't pay to see Reg Dwight. They pay to see Elton John.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
I know.
Private dancer. Yeah. I gotta talk over it. I'm not trying to be annoying. The bots will F with me.
Not really. I'll still be collecting my 20% long after you've killed yourself.
Yeah, I like that. All right, I'm gonna cut it right there. Moving on with our list. Number 6, Chicago. Released Friday, December 27th, 2002 by Miramax. I saw that one as well. Chicago is a traditional adaptation of a stage musical into a movie musical that actually works. You know how people often complain that the book is better when movies come out? Well, there's similar naysayers for every movie musical that makes its way to the big screen. But Bob Marshall made good with Chicago, and the film ended up winning Best Picture at the Oscars. The movie uses a narrative device to justify the non-diegetic musical numbers. Every time the characters break into song, the performance is a figment of Roxy Hart's imagination. She's fantasizing that her humdrum life and subsequent murder trial is full of jazz music and tap dancing. That totally works for this particular character and story, but it isn't necessary. You don't always need to explain why animals talk in animated movies. You don't always need to explain why sitcoms resolve problems in 30 minutes or less. And you don't always need to explain why characters are singing in musicals. I disagree, but that's what this author claims. Now, Chicago, let's listen to a little bit of it and think. Do you think it was a success? That's a no-brainer. Yeah, it was a success at the box office. I think even the layman knows that. Let me find a clip of Chicago. Here we go, from Miramax Pictures. Jennifer Hudson from American Idol.
Winner, 6 2002 Academy Awards, including Best Picture.
Catherine Zeta-Jones.
A flash of leg. The taste of temptation. The smell of corruption. And things that go bump in the night.
Slick your hair and wear your buckle shoes. And all that jazz I hear.
Velma has it.
I want a brand new start to do that.
Roxy wants it.
You got connection?
I would have said anything to get a piece of that.
Billy can fix it.
My client feels that it was the combination of liquor and jazz which led to her downfall.
But in a city where everyone loves a legend, there's only room for one.
That's Chicago.
Academy Award winner Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Yeah.
Academy Award nominee and Golden Globe winner Renee Zellweger. And Golden Globe winner Richard Gere.
Are you guilty or not guilty?
Don't you want to take my picture?
In the Best Picture of the Year.
Good night, folks.
That jazz.
Chicago.
Notice how they don't really mention Jennifer Hudson much. And I used to tell a joke, which is not inappropriate anymore, considering what happened to her and her family in Chicago. She sustained a terrible loss in multiple murders of her family members due to gun violence in Chicago. But I used to joke when she was fresh off American Idol. I used to tell this stupid joke. I said, well, if not for American Idol, Jennifer Hudson would be a manager at the Burger King. Ha ha, not very funny. It just shows what an asshole I was being at the time, because she is so talented. That was before I'd seen her performances. I'd just seen her in American Idol, and obviously I knew she had talent then. Anyway, I digress. Now we come to the top 5 movie musicals according to this article, and then we'll talk about something else. We're going to talk about McDonald's. Oh my God, what do you hear this? This is from an international website in Australia. The media in America is really owned by corporations, so you don't get the true story of McDonald's. Going to go over that with you tonight. But number 5 on our list of movie musicals is titled Inside Llewellyn Davis, released Friday, December 6th, 2013 by CBS Films. The Coen brothers, black comedy. Again, that means dark comedy for those that don't know. When I say black comedy, I'm not talking about an Eddie Murphy movie or Richard Pryor. No, or the Fox brothers, Jamie Foxx. No. The Coen brothers' dark comedy, it says black comedy, I'll say dark comedy, may not be considered a musical by all, but it should. It's just an incredible film. The musical numbers are not arbitrary. There's a clear distinction between the kind of folk music that Llewellyn played by a perfectly sad, cold Oscar Isaac wants to be playing versus the peppy and overly sincere folk music his friends prefer. When he sings The Shoals of Herring, a song his father used to like, more of his character is revealed. They also move the plot along. When Llewellyn reluctantly records the hit titled Please Mr. Kennedy and has to refuse royalties in order to be paid in cash, that is a moment of tragedy. When Llewellyn is asked to sing Fare Thee Well, a song that he used to sing with his dead partner, it is a moment of great conflict. When he auditions for a gig with the dour death of Queen Jane, it is a moment of self-sabotage. Even Green, Green Rocky Road, which Llewellyn sings while on the road, is meant to annoy his folk-hating companion. This is what pushes Inside Llewellyn Davis from a movie with music to a movie musical. Let's listen to a little bit of it, and then we'll move on to something else. Because I know a lot of you probably don't give a flip about musicals, and you're probably tuning out. So I don't want to lose your interest. Find it right here, and then we'll get to the final 4 movie musicals on the list, according to this article. Let's see here.
What'd you say you played?
Folk songs.
Folk songs. Solo act?
No, I had a partner. Threw himself off the George Washington Bridge.
George Washington Bridge? You throw yourself off the Brooklyn Bridge, traditionally. George Washington Bridge. Who does that?
If I had wings like Noah's dove, I'd fly the river.
Explain the cat.
What's its name? I don't know. It's the Gorkline's cat. It slipped out and I don't have the key.
My honey, fare thee well.
Don't tell Jim.
Oh!
Obviously.
Well, I had a man strong and tall. He moved his body like a cannonball. Well, fare thee well.
Mel, there was no advance on my solo record. There's got to be some royalty. For Christ's sake, it's cold out. I don't even have a winter coat.
You're kidding me.
Hey, this kid. No.
I remember one evening in the pouring rain, and in my heart.
Do you ever think about the future at all?
You mean like flying cars? Hotels on the moon? Tang?
I want you to leave. Get out of here.
Danny, your uncle's a bad man.
Okay.
So show us a bird flying high above. Life ain't worth living without the one you love. Fare thee well, my honey.
I'm interested in gigging here.
Okay, let's hear something.
You don't want to hear the record?
Why should I? You're here. Play me something. Play me something from Inside Llewyn Davis.
Fairly well.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now the final four. Oh, I didn't say. Do you think this movie was a success? Inside Llewyn Davis. It was. It was definitely a success. The budget was $11 million. The money made, $33 million. So that's a nice cha-ching profit. A multi-million-dollar profit. Number 4 on the list is Hairspray, released Friday, July 20th, 2007 by New Line Cinema. The 2007 film Hairspray, adapted from the stage musical, adapted from the John Waters 1988 comedy, is one of the most underrated movie musicals of the 21st century. The story was pared down without taking too much away, alienating the audience, or losing pace. It's not the flashiest musical on the list, but it is one of the most solid. Plus, there is an insidious practice that Broadway musical enthusiasts have come to expect from movie adaptations: the dreaded new song shoved into the movie in order to get a Best Original Song nomination at the Academy Awards. These songs are almost never as good as the rest of the musical songs, and they occur at a moment in the plot that doesn't really need a song, and are often sung by the film's most famous actor with the weakest voice. Hairspray is one of the rare exceptions to this rule. The song The New Girl in Town and the other song Lady's Choice, which were both added to the film, are stellar additions to the musical and are better than the songs that were cut from the stage musical in the adaptation process. Do you think it was a hit? I'll tell you in a second. But let's listen to a little bit of Hairspray starring John Travolta. And that look, oh my God, John Travolta, well, he just looked really weird in Hairspray. But let's listen to a little bit of the preview trailer for Hairspray from back in 2007.
It was a time of tradition, a time of values, a time
People who are different, their time is coming.
to shake things up.
Not in Baltimore, it isn't. Hurry up, Penny, we're missing you. Darla, Holly, Noreen, Doreen.
And I'm late.
That was our very own Link Larkin.
And I'm Motormouth Maybelle, pitching rhythm your way.
Dancing on that show is my dream.
Want to be one of the nicest kids in town? Cut school tomorrow and come audition.
No one in this house is auditioning for anything.
But Mom. Amber?
Save your personal life for the cameras, sweetie. Oh, shiny.
Go on, get out there and show 'em.
Our brand new council member, Miss Tracy Turnblad.
First the hair, now this.
Tracy certainly has redefined our standards.
That's for sure.
When you follow your own beat,
If we get any more white people in here, this is gonna be a suburb.
the world will follow you.
I think knowing you's the start of a pretty big adventure.
Oh, you can't stop today as it comes speeding down the track. Yesterday is history, and it's never coming back. 'Cause tomorrow is a brand new day, and you don't know what comes back. The world keeps spinning round and round, and my heart keeps time to the speed of sound. I was lost till I heard the drums, and I found my way. 'Cause you can't stop the beat. Ever since we first saw the light, I'm getting more than like the shaking on a Saturday night. And so I'm gonna shake it, shimmy, you can follow my mind today. 'Cause you can't stop the beat. You can't stop the beat. You can't stop the beat.
Hairspray.
This is America. You gotta think big to be big. Big ain't the problem in this family, Wilbur.
Big hit for New Line Cinema. Hairspray cost $75 million to produce, and it made $203.5 million. Now that's a lot of hairspray. Ozone alert. Number 3 on the list is a movie titled In the Heights, released June 10th, 2021 by Warner Brothers Pictures. So it's somewhat recent. After a series of disappointing movie musicals adapted from the hit Broadway shows like Into the Woods, Les Miserables, Cats, and The Prom, In the Heights was a breath of fresh air. This movie doesn't have to hide behind star power, live singing, or digital fur technology in order to justify its existence as a movie where characters happen to break into song. Put plainly, In the Heights isn't scared to be a musical. Every member of the cast is talented. The dancing is shot in a way that highlights the choreography. Director John M. Chu's feature film debut was Step Up to the Streets, so it shouldn't come as a surprise. Like Moulin Rouge, the songs occur naturally from the dialogue when the characters can no longer speak about what's on their mind, which is all we ask of in a musical. Film and television often struggle with that transition from talking to singing, but in the Heights, it's not only successful with its musical numbers, it's beautiful as well. There are acts of magical realism and artistic movement that was popularized by Latin American artists in the 1950s, one that is fitting for the movie's characters, setting, and subject matter, as well as inventive for the movie musical form. Do you think this was a hit? I'll let you know in a second after we listen to a little bit of In the Heights. This is called In the Heights, the Powerful trailer. So I'll play that for you right about now. In the Heights, the Powerful trailer.
Let me just listen to my block. It's quiet. Usually the one train's up there screeching.
There's so much stuff going on. Just got me thinking about all the people I care about the most. There's a breeze off the Hudson. And just when you think you're sick of living here, the memory floods in. The morning light off the fire escapes. The nights in Bennett Park blasting Big Pun tapes. It's a story of a block that was disappearing. Once upon a time, in a faraway land called Washington Heights. Who's gonna notice we're gone? Say it, so it doesn't disappear.
Washington Heights!
Look who's home! Bad changes happening on the block since you've been at school. When it came to dreams, we had to keep scraping by. Ice cold piragua. It's silly when we get into these crazy hypotheticals. You really want some bread, then go ahead, create a set of goals. I pick a business school and pay the entrance fee. And maybe if you're lucky, you'll stay friends with me. They used to say, you work hard, you live by the rules, and things will come, and those things will heal you. I'm not gonna sit here and give you some fairy tale. Ignore anyone who doubts you. Cause this place, this is it. I just wanna see the whole world through our eyes. Let's go!
Go show them who we are.
Today's all we got, so we cannot stop. This is our block!
This is the moment when you do better than me. Because you can see a future that I can't.
Sonny, you're late. You know you love me?
We are not powerless. We are powerful.
We'll get the dough, and once we get going, we're never going.
In the Heights. So do you think that was a success at the box office or a dud? Well, I'll tell you, it was a bomb. The budget was $55 million, but it only earned $43.9 million, so it lost over $10 million in revenue. Now we're on the final two. Now, a lot of people listening on fistfulofradio.com might be like, what the hell is this musical shit? What the fuck is going on here? And I apologize, but I like information like this. That's what this show does. That's why it's called the Pod Blast. I blast you with information and knowledge through research. And hopefully the clips are entertaining. They were designed, after all, to sell movie tickets. So, and a lot of them, I've tried to pull clips that weren't so visual. And with musicals, you can hear the music. So my thought process was that I think these will be interesting to listen to because you can hear some of the tunes. All right, so number 2, we got 2 left, and then I'll just talk about a couple that I like, a couple musicals that are not on this list. Number 2, Sing Street, released April 15th, 2016. Yep, you heard right, on tax day by the Weinstein Company. Harvey Weinstein. Director John Carney is responsible for the wildly popular and Academy Award-winning indie movie musical titled Once, which barely missed this list, and did it again with Sing Street. It's rare for an original movie musical to make such an impact, and Carney's done it twice. Sing Street shot to such a high spot and should be cemented as one of the best movie musicals of the century because of how the film uses different musical styles to represent different points in the artistic journey that Connor Lawler and his friends go on as the film progresses. The plot is fairly simple. Working class kids in Dublin find the escape and hope for a future they so desperately need by forming a band. As they are introduced to Duran Duran, The Cure, Hall & Oates, and other quintessential 1980s bands, their entire taste and style morphs until eventually they find themselves and their own art form. It's a creative way to make musical numbers take a more active role in the character and plot development. They don't just stop the action to rehearse or perform a song. The lyrics and genre of each song matter. I'm going to play a clip, of course, of Sing Street. This is number 2 on our list, and then we'll reveal the number 1 movie musical according to this author. So here is Sing Street. The official trailer to Sing Street.
Your mother and I really are under a lot of pressure at the moment.
We had a look at our accounts and...
We're taking you out of school. We're not taking you out of school, we're transferring you. You'll be new then. What's your name?
Connor Lawler.
Shut up! We have a black shoe policy here, Mr. Lawler.
They're brown, they're quite sensible. They're not black.
Who knows what this new prison will do for you? This is your time.
You see, it's beautiful. How come you're not in school?
I'm a model.
Cool. Do you want to be in a video for my band?
So if you're in a band, sing me a song.
Take on me.
We need to form a band.
Connor's putting a band together.
Oh, good Jesus.
You play every instrument known to mankind.
Probably.
Show 'em.
It's all about the girl, isn't it?
What's this?
Homework.
I have school in the morning.
This is school. Rock and roll is a risk. You risk being ridiculed.
Jesus, what are you all wearing?
Yeah, we're just working that out.
That's great fun.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Have you kissed her yet?
She's got a boyfriend. Pulled off in his car, music blaring.
What was he listening to?
Genesis.
No woman can truly love a man who listens to Phil Collins.
So the guy with the car.
It's complicated.
As long as you're happy.
You are truly on a hero's journey. Are you up to that?
I think she's just an amazing human being.
Think big, Connor.
End of term disco at the school hall. I say we ask if we can play there. It's our first gig. It's gonna be amazing.
I'll try and come.
You have to come.
Not exactly the Beatles, is it?
I actually love this band.
Sing Street. So, Sing Street. How did it fare at the box office? Well, it cost $4 million and it earned $13.6 million. But now it's time to reveal the number 1 movie musical according to this list. It's Mom. Mamma Mia from 2018. Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again. And that's about ABBA. I'll play a clip of that for you from the official trailer. And this is actually Mamma Mia, the sequel, Mamma Mia 2. Like I said, here we go again. Here we go. From Universal Pictures.
I have never felt closer to my mom. In the exact same place that she was all those years ago. Only this time we know who the father is.
You're pregnant.
Yeah, I am.
Typical, isn't it? You wait 20 years for a dad and then 3 come along at once.
You're my mom, and I love you so much.
Time has been most cruel to you, sir. In your case, age becomes you, as it does the tree, the wine, and cheese.
Look into his angel eyes. Can you hypnotize?
I can do this. If I can just be as brave as my mom was back then.
I was cheated by you.
I'm Bill.
And I
I'm
think
Donna.
you know when.
The world is wide.
So
I want to make
made
some
up
memories.
my mind. It must come to
Can I help?
Look at me now.
She's missing her man.
Will I ever
Which one?
learn? I don't know how, but I suddenly lose control.
We only just met.
And you're not that kind of girl?
Absolutely not.
In my soul.
Usually.
Just one look and I can hear it going. One more look and I come on, girls. Whoa, Mamma Mia, here I go again. My, how can I resist?
She wasn't scared. She could do it because she wasn't alone. She had me. We can't tell anybody about the baby yet.
I just told Bill.
Yeah, and I told Harry. I told many, many people.
Why did I ever let you go? Mamma Mia, here I go again.
Let's get the party started.
Grandma, you weren't invited.
That's the best kind of party, little girl.
I should not have let you go.
Pierce Brosnan, big cast. And again, this list of the 14 greatest movie musicals of the 21st century was compiled by Leah, Leah, Maria, Marilla Thomas. And this was published on October 27th, 2021. Back then, we're at the end of December 2021 right now. But I want to add a few of my favorite musicals. And I'm not a huge musical lover, but Mamma Mia 2. Major success. It cost $75 million to produce, and it earned $402.3 million. Wow. But of course, the Queen biopic, which I don't know if that's a musical. I don't consider that a musical at all, although it has some great music in it, being a Queen fan. I mean, that earned almost $1 billion. That's a tremendous success. So let's talk about a couple other musicals. And what did I learn? I learned that I couldn't have been more wrong about musicals and thinking that they were sort of a thing of the past. No, it's the remakes that the public rejects in many cases. It's not musicals per se. You heard the numbers. So most of these were successes at the box office. But here's a few that were released that did not make this Mrs. Thomas's list. One is Rent, released by Sony Pictures on Wednesday, November 23rd, 2005 by Sony Pictures. Now, that one was a bit of a bomb. It had a budget of $40 million, and it earned $33.6 million. Let me play a little bit of the preview to Rent, and then we'll move on to a different topic, McDonald's. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Here's the trailer to Rent from way back. I thought the movie came out more recently than in 2005. It's older than I remembered. Let's see here. Here's the original preview to Rent. If I could get the damn thing to freaking play. Come on now. Oh, God. I can't stand that song.
How do you measure a year?
Ugh.
Daylights, in sunsets, in midnights, in cups of in inches, in miles, in laughter, in stride, in 525,600 minutes. How do you measure
I don't think I can take this.
a year in the life? How about
Jesus, Lord in heaven. I did see this movie and I did not care for it. I didn't care for that. Sound like Al Hardy. I didn't care for it. I thought it was hokey. It's one of those musicals where people just burst into song. It just didn't work on the big screen. Yeah! I'm cutting that. Okay, so the next one is a movie I worked on. I don't know if you consider this a musical or not. It's borderline. But it's called Joyful Noise. And Dolly Parton was in it. Dana Owens, otherwise known as Queen Latifah, and Keke Palmer, who sang at the 2021 World Series National Anthem in Houston, Texas. Of course, my Atlanta Braves won that series. But I want to play a little bit of it. There's a great song, To the Moon and Back, that Dolly sang to her husband who had passed away, played by Chris Christopherson in that movie. And Dolly played my mom. I mean, the main character was the grandson. Hang on.
I think I know where this is going. We've decided to offer the position to Vi Rose Hill.
Thank you, Pastor.
They live in the same small town.
People do care, and if you don't like that, maybe you should move to New York.
I did not ask to be made choir director. The council chose me over you.
They share the same big dreams.
Today, we are gonna go out there and we are gonna win this thing. Stop.
Next year. It's not going to be next year. It's too expensive, and we always lose.
But the only way to win the competition
We gotta shake them up.
Get your Beyonce out of my face.
is for someone to change their tune.
Are you kidding me? Make some noise up in this.
Y'all remember my grandson, Randy? He's a good singer, Mama.
You just want to be near my little girl.
It's a good movie. And yes, I'm biased.
He completely changed the way the choir sings. Who knows what he'll do next? I love those old songs, but Randy's right.
We are not going out like this. Not you, not me, and not this choir.
Well, I am who I am.
Well, maybe you were 5 procedures ago. And how much did she spend on all
Plastic
that?
surgery joke there.
If I had a few little nips and tucks, God didn't make plastic surgeons so they could starve. That was amazing. Singing is the only time I feel important.
You know we're going to LA, right? Someone could hear you who might actually matter.
Baby, nobody ends up with the boy they like when they were 16.
This isn't about that. This is about me.
Raise your voice and dream big.
It's like I've waited my whole life. You are infallible, untouchable, unlovable. Ow! Well, you're breaking my hair.
Put that online. We just go to Los Angeles and we do our best.
Don't look at my butt. I'm a good girl.
Stop. I'm very, very proud to be your mother. I love you.
Joyful Noise.
Quit it with those nails, Edward Scissorhands.
Directed by Todd Graff, is by Warner Brothers. It was a Warner Brothers released on Friday, January 13th, 2012. And it was a success, a minor success, but a success nonetheless. It cost $25 million to make, and it made $31.2 million at the box office. And I want to play, God, this will probably get me thrown off of Facebook, but I'm going to risk playing just a few seconds like a radio station would do of one of the Dolly Parton songs that I just love from Joyful Noise. And I call it a musical. That's Chance Bartel's opinion. This is a musical. And I played her son in one of the scenes at the very beginning of the movie. There were actually 4 of us playing her sons. I'm right next to Dolly, and it's the funeral of my dad played by Chris Christopherson. But again, the main character is the grandson. Jeremy Jordan plays the grandson. And he was in the show Supergirl in the beginning that's on the CW network. I'm going to play a little bit of this Dolly Parton song, If I Can Get Away With It. It's a beautiful song. From Here to the Moon and Back by Dolly Parton. From Joyful Noise.
I could hold out my arms, say I love you this much. I could tell you how long I will long for your touch. How much and how far would I go to prove the depth and the breadth of my love for you?
What a great ballad there.
From here to the moon and back. Who else in this world will
Great song. I'm going to, if the sound went out, if you're watching after the fact, it should be on our YouTube version or our Apple podcast version of the Nostalgic Pod Blast. But that's a great song. I won't play any more because that is a Dolly Parton tune. And I could piss someone off. And I piss off enough people as it is. So the last musical I'm going to feature tonight is one that I really, really liked. And I talked about it earlier. And this was for 20th Century Fox, now Disney. Excuse me, released on December 20th, 2017. With a budget of $84 million, this movie earned big bucks, $434.9 million at the box office. And I think it's because one of the stars, Zac Efron, boosted the ticket sales with the ladies and some of the guys in the audience. And let's listen to a little bit of this movie. Big, tremendous movie. The Greatest Showman. The P.T. Barnum story as a musical.
Can I
on
have
the
your
big screen.
attention? You're all dismissed.
Bankrupt.
Better luck with your next job.
And that's Wolverine, Hugh Jackman, who can sing and dance. He's multi-talented.
This is not the life I promised you. Not even close.
We don't want your broken parts.
Girls, I think I've had an idea.
Look out, 'cause here I come.
I like this song, I do. I admit it.
To the beat I drum.
P.T. Barnum, at your service.
To be seen.
I'm putting together a show,
No apologies.
and I need a star. Every one of us is special.
I don't know why this wasn't on the list.
Nobody is
By
like
Miss
any one
Thomas.
of us. That's the point of my show. Ready? Showtime. No one ever made a difference by being like everyone else.
The Greatest Showman.
I can't just run off and join the circus.
Why not? I mean, you clearly have a flair for show business.
For show business?
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of it.
Because I just invented it.
Great movie. I don't know why that wasn't on the list by Miss Thomas there, Leah Thomas. All right, but moving on, we're going to change subjects now. That was all about musicals. But now, in this next segment, there's going to be a lot of talking by me, and then after that, I can take a break and play a good interview while I take a break and make some more coffee. It's been a long day for me today. But let me play something. This is a little bit of a segue. This sounds like a musical, but it's going to lead into our next subject. Here's a 1975 television commercial.
You're the one. You are the only reason. You're the one. said. You're why we serve the best. That's McDonald's style. You're why we keep it clean. You're what makes us smile. You're the one that we've been looking for. You're the one we've got it cooking for. You're why we're always near, close by, right on your way. You're why we keep our prices low, 'cause you deserve a break today. At McDonald's, we do it all for you.
McDonald's, yeah, they do it all for you, all right. Before you stuff those stockings with McDonald's gift certificates, do they even offer those anymore? No, it's probably a soulless plastic gift card they have instead of a printed facsimile of paper cash like in the old days, that little book of certificates. It was kind of cool to get that when you're a kid, if you're a Generation Xer like me. But before you get a gift card, you might want to hear what I have to report to you from an international source. Oh, by the way, while you were sleeping, McDonald's dropped Ronald McDonald from modern existence, and I'll explain in just a moment. Headline: The Untold Truth of McDonald's. And this is by author Deborah Kelley. Kelley. Everyone is familiar with McDonald's, the Golden Arches, the Big Mac, the Happy Meals. They're the stuff of fond childhood memories and guilty pleasures well into adulthood. Because, let's be honest, sometimes you get a craving for a Big Mac and some fries. Yeah, they called that a Big Mac attack. I call that a heart attack in a bag. But anyway, there's absolutely nothing that can satisfy a Big Mac attack except for the real thing. Although this copycat Big Mac recipe is almost better than the real thing, and this McDonald's fries recipe is the stuff of salty dreams. I'll explain in a moment. Founded in 1940 by Richard and Maurice McDonald, otherwise known as Dick and Mac, it took an entrepreneur named Ray Kroc, K-R-O-C, Kroc, and a ton of drama to catapult McDonald's into the global fame that they have today. According to McDonald's official history, Kroc bought out the brothers in 1961 for a cool $2.7 million adjusted for inflation. That's about $23 million in today's money. Now, that's a lot of money, but considering that the McDonald's brand was worth over $129 billion in 2020, it's safe to say that was a good investment. So we know McDonald's is massive, and we know that there have been dozens of times, but what the hell does that mean? I should have pre-read this, folks. Sorry about that. So we know McDonald's is massive, and we know you've been there. Oh, I misread. I'm a moron. So we know McDonald's is massive, and we know you've been there dozens of times, but what you don't know about McDonald's is probably going to surprise you that a company this big has a ton of weird stories they try to keep quiet. So this is the untold truth of McDonald's. Ooh. While customers stateside may not have heard about it, McDonald's Japan had some major issues in 2014 and 2015. Issues so big and so gross that Mother Jones reported they led to a 10% sales decline. It started in July 2014 when McDonald's stepped in to take some serious action against one of their chicken suppliers. In that region of the world, it was Shanghai Husi Food Company. Rumor had it that the factory was mixing expired product in with the fresh stuff, then shipping it to McDonald's, Starbucks, and Burger King in Japan and China. And that's just gross. Just a month later, a customer in Osaka found a piece of human tooth in their French fries. And it doesn't need to be said how big a deal that was. Then in early 2015, there were several reports of customers finding pieces of plastic and vinyl in their chicken McNuggets, leading to the recall of 1 million of the bite-sized chicken chunks. Their supplier, Cargill, investigated and came to the conclusion that the contamination didn't happen in their factory. So where did it come from? Well, we may never know, but it was there. Let's say you're opening a restaurant in New York and you want to call one of your burgers the Big Mac. How well do you think that would work out for you? Now, if you were to open it in Spain, you'd be fine. That's because McDonald's actually lost the trademark to the Big Mac in the European Union after a decision by the EU Intellectual Property Office. This is via Routers. And this is how it happened. The Guardian says that it was in the 1960s that Pat McDonough, spelled McDonagh, was given the nickname Super Mac during a football match in Ireland's County Westmeath. Later, McDonough went to open a massively successful burger chain, and he called it Super Mac's. When he tried to open locations outside of Ireland, McDonald's claimed Super Mac was too close to the Big Mac and would lead to brand confusion. But it was ruled in the favor of Super Mac's, and this was a huge deal. It didn't just mean that the Irish chain could expand into other countries in the European Union. It also meant that the Big Mac trademark was void. And that's huge, especially considering the number of lawsuits McDonald's had previously filed and won. They even prevented a dentist from opening a practice called McDental and a Singapore coffee from getting the trademark McCoffee. Now a different precedent has been set. McDonald's was the world's biggest toy distributor. McDonald's isn't just about food, and if you have fond memories of opening your Happy Meal to see what you got, you're certainly not alone. Happy Meals made their debut in 1979 and cost only $1 then, and they've been a popular staple ever since. So popular, in fact, that the Motley Fool says that in 2004 they typically accounted for about 20% of McDonald's sales. And that made McDonald's the largest toy distributor in the world at that time. And that's incredibly valuable. And that's a big win in the hearts of kids. And you not only get their parents' attention, what you have are customers for life. Happy Meals are changing with the times, too. In 2014, The Atlantic reported that because McDonald's UK ran a promotion that offered codes for ebooks instead of toys, it made them, temporarily at least, the largest book distributor in the United Kingdom. You see, they can use their powers for good. Now, here's a fun fact. Yes, some of those McDonald's toys are worth a decent amount of money. According to Mental Floss, if you have the late 1990s era McFurbies, any of the early Keshi figures from the late 70s and early 80s, any of the Monsters, Inc. toys, or full sets of the Minions toys, or the 101 Dalmatians, you can make a bit of extra cash. McDonald's is not the biggest fast food chain in the USA, by the way. McDonald's is huge, and they're everywhere. But here's the really surprising thing. They're historically not the largest fast food chain in the world, not by a long shot. First, a bit of a disclaimer, it's hard to give exact numbers because so many locations are opening and closing all the time. So let's talk about 2017. According to CNBC, McDonald's was only the second largest chain in the world as far as physical locations go. While they had 32,241 restaurants, they were handily beat out by Subway and their 43,912 locations. Starbucks was a surprisingly distant third, trailing with their 27,339 stores. But that's a bit deceptive. When it comes to sales growth, Starbucks and McDonald's were miles ahead. And now let's talk about 2018 in stores in the United States only. According to Business Insider, Subway was at the top of the pile with around 25,800 domestic locations, but Starbucks had recently passed McDonald's, opening 14,300 stores in comparison to McDonald's roughly 14,000 U.S. restaurants. By 2020, QSR reported McDonald's was still in third place, trailing behind Subway and Starbucks once again. McDonald's doesn't make their money selling food. At a glance, McDonald's makes and sells food. So that must be how they make their money, right? Well, not quite, says Quartz. They found that a large percentage of their profits comes not from Big Macs and fries, but from real estate. Part of their franchising strategies involves buying the land the restaurant will be on and then leasing that plot of land to the franchisee. At about 85% of McDonald's locations that are run by franchisees. About 85% of McDonald's locations are run by franchisees. More than that, they often lease the properties at massive markups that mean even though the average McDonald's makes around $2.7 billion a year, that's pretty good. I didn't know that. Even though the average McDonald's makes around $2.7 million a year, the average take-home pay for a franchise owner is just $154,000 a year. That's not good. Around 22% of gross profits go into rent, and the numbers are staggering. As of 2016, McDonald's held about $30 billion worth of real estate, and that netted them an annual profit of $4.5 billion. Talk about a brilliant business plan. However, the cost of doing business for McDonald's is shocking. If you've ever thought running a McDonald's franchise might be for you, here's some pretty shocking behind-the-scenes numbers that might make you think twice. Starting with the fact that Business Insider reported that McDonald's requires each one of their new franchisees to have $750,000 in liquid assets available before they'll even consider you. Startup costs can range anywhere from $958,000 to $2.2 million and includes everything from construction to kitchen equipment and signage. Franchisees are responsible for paying 40% of that with non-borrowed cash, though they do allow you to borrow the rest. Then franchisees pay a $45,000 franchise fee, as well as a 4% of the gross sales of every month, along with the rent. They're also responsible for any upgrades that need to be done to the restaurant to keep it in line with the other McDonald's locations. You know, they're turning them into these little boxes over the last several years, you know. They're like rectangular boxes, and they have the kiosks in the front. Don't worry. Not that you would worry. I don't eat McDonald's that much. I'm healthier than that. But I know because there's one right near the Braves ballpark where I live. So I have popped in there on occasion and seen these new kiosks. Anyway, the franchisees are also responsible for any upgrades that need to be done in the restaurant to keep it in line with the other McDonald's locations, and some of those fees are pretty shocking. Create Your Taste kiosk will set you back $125,000. A McCafe espresso machine is a whopping $13,000, and upgrades to the interior of McDonald's can run up a bill as high as $600,000. And if they decide the whole restaurant needs a remodel, like I just talked about, you're looking at as much as $2 million. You still interested in opening a McDonald's? McDonald's based an ad campaign around a song about a murderer. That's right. If you're of a certain age, you might remember McDonald's Mac Tonight campaign. It's the one with the moon wearing super suave sunglasses and singing about how Mickey D's was for dinner, not just for lunch. Here's the weird thing. The song they picked to parody was about a criminal and murderer. The song was Mac the Knife, made famous by 1950 star Bobby Darin. It's catchy, sure, but it's also a song based on a German song from the Threepenny Opera. That was originally a pretty graphic, incredibly violent tale about a man named McHeath, who actually dates back to 1728. And while McDonald's Moon Man sung lyrics like, "When the clock strikes 6:30, babe, time to head for the golden lights," Darin had sung lyrics like, "You know when that shark bites with his teeth, babe, scarlet billows start to spread." There are also entire verses about someone being drowned at the bottom of a river with a pair of cement shoes. That's what the mob would do when they would off people, is they would put them in cement galoshes, as they called them, and so they couldn't swim, and they would drown to death. So continuing on with this article, the verses about people being drowned at the bottom of a river with a pair of cement shoes, and the ladies of the night lining up for the Mac. For Mac, and well, that's about as far from slinging burgers as you can get. The campaign disappeared abruptly, and that's largely because Darin's only son sued McDonald's for $10 million. The internet never forgets, though, and the Moon Man went on to have a post-mainstream ad campaign life as a racist meme. Okay, I'm going to move on. McDonald's isn't welcome in a lot of countries. There are a ton of McDonald's restaurants worldwide, but surprisingly, there are a number of cities and countries that don't have a single location. Take Florence in 2016. The Telegraph was reporting on a lawsuit that McDonald's had filed against the city after they refused to let a Golden Arches set up shop in the Piazza del Duomo. What other areas can't get their McDonald's fix? Well, When the U.S. military closed their base in Bermuda in 1995, McDonald's closed too, and they haven't reopened because of the Prohibited Restaurants Act of 1977. Iran kicked them out in 1979, and instead, they're home to a chain called Mash Donald's, M-A-S-H, like the TV show MASH, Mash Donald's. And McDonald's chose to cut and run out of Bolivia after a sort of nationwide disdain for the chain resulted in poor sales. Barbados, which traditionally doesn't eat much beef, was another failed experiment, with their McDonald's lasting just 1 year. There are plenty of rumors as to why McDonald's has never opened in Montenegro, and of course, there are none in North Korea. But most fascinating of all is Iceland, who said goodbye to McDonald's in 2008. According to Culture Trip, love for the Icelandic burger chain called Hamburgerabula was so strong that people boycotted McDonald's. Visitors can still stop and see the last McDonald's burger ever served, though, as it's sitting at the Reykjavik bus hostel, looking much as the same as it did years ago. McDonald's made a massive move to ban straws. If everyone just did one thing to help the environment, it would make a huge difference. Well, in 2018, one-time use plastics, particularly drinking straws, made headlines as people started to realize just how bad for the environment they are. According to the Ocean Collective via CNBC, they're one of the items most commonly found during beach cleanups. And the problem with getting rid of them is that alternatives are much more expensive. But McDonald's still vowed to ditch straws, starting with their restaurants in the UK and Ireland. According to the Independent, all 1,361 locations vowed to have their plastic straws replaced by paper ones at a much greater cost to the Golden Arches. Both government officials and customers lauded the decision, but not for long. By 2019, it was revealed that the new paper straws being used by the UK locations were no more recyclable than their plastic counterparts due to issues with local recycling procedures. To their credit, though, McDonald's is still trying. On their website, they promise to source 100% of their packaging from renewable, recycled, or certified sources by 2025. By that date, they also plan to offer recycling options in all of their locations. McDonald's accidentally designed golden arches that aren't always gold. Today, McDonald's golden arches are among the most recognizable logos in the world, but they came about pretty accidentally. According to the BBC, the McDonald's brothers met with LA-based architect Stanley Clark Meston to come up with a distinctive design for their buildings. On top of the flat-roofed building they had drawn up, Richard McDonald added two giant half circles that were meant to catch the eye of the passers-by and all the potential customers. These golden half circles, along with Meston's innovative building design and a sketch by engineer Jim Schindler, would eventually morph into the M we all know and love today. The very first ones were installed along with the very first franchise restaurant, opened in Phoenix, Arizona in 1953. The McDonald's logo went through a few more tweaks, and here's the weird thing. They're not all golden. When McDonald's opened their location in Sedona, Arizona, they had to conform to local laws that served to protect the look and feel of the landscape. So their M is turquoise. There are similar laws in place in other areas, which means the M in Monterey, California is black, and those in Paris are white. And here's a weird fun fact you'll never be able to unknow. Freudian psychologists have suggested it's such a popular logo because it's reminiscent of humankind's original source of nourishment, breasts. McDonald's had the longest running legal case in English history. McDonald's is one of the parties involved in England's longest running legal case in history, and it's just as much of a saga as you'd expect. In a nutshell, in 1986, London Greenpeace released a pamphlet called What's Wrong with McDonald's? Everything They Don't Want You to Know. There were all kinds of accusations in it, from the mistreatment of animals to encouraging litter. In 1990, McDonald's filed their libel suit against 5 people. 3 apologized, but Helen Steele, a part-time bar worker, and David Morris, an unemployed postal worker, headed to court. The pair got next to no help, and when they appealed to the European Court of Human Rights and Legal Aid against the millions McDonald's was throwing at them, they were essentially told they were doing well enough on their own. The BBC says it wasn't until 1994 that the full trial got into motion and spawned around 60,000 pages of documents. It wasn't over until June 19, 1997, when the judge issued his 762-page verdict and ordered Steele and Morris to pay £60,000 in damages, finding McDonald's not guilty of many of the accusations. The pair have refused to pay, and McDonald's has said they have no interest in collecting, and the case went down in history. Your McDonald's Chicken McNuggets may have died of heart failure. Not everyone loves McDonald's, especially animal rights activists. The chain's official stance says, quote, "We believe treating animals with care and respect is an integral part of our commitment to serving McDonald's customers safe food." Unquote. Now that's admirable, but animal rights groups say they're not following through on their commitments. In 2018, Animal Equality partnered with other organizations to demonstrate at McDonald's locations and to broadcast iAnimal, a VR experience that took people, quote, inside, unquote, factory farms to see the suffering of the chickens that ultimately made it onto the McDonald's menu. They called out McDonald's not just for their policies via PR Newswire, but for not being the leader in animal welfare that they thought they should be. According to The Independent, one of the core issues was unnatural breeding practices that resulted in chickens that got too big too quickly and ended up suffering all kinds of health issues and heart failure. They probably pumped them with hormones or something. All this came on the heels of McDonald's announcement via Reuters that they were going to be raising the standard of care for their chickens by 2024. Is it good enough? Now, finally, McDonald's isn't McLovin Ronald McDonald anymore. For decades, Ronald McDonald has been the face of McDonald's, but in recent years, not so much, and it turns out that people have been calling for his head for a long time. According to The Street, there was a major pushback in 2011 to retire him. Why? Because petitions said he was being used to market unhealthy fast food items to kids, and that wasn't good. At the time, CBR says he was sort of already on his way out, but McDonald's was shifting their marketing more towards adults and had already gotten rid of most of their other McDonald's characters in the McDonald land, like Grimace, for instance, and the Hamburglar. Still, Ronald was being increasingly more often lumped in with mascots like Joe Camel, who represented a company now condemned for trying to make cigarettes appeal to the youth. And nowhere was that more visible than in their ill-fated attempt to give Ronald his own Twitter account. Forbes magazine says that when the chain decided to have their mascot tweet with hashtag Ronald McDonald in 2014, it went about as well as expected. There was more hate than love, and his fate was finally sealed in 2016. He was officially retired when the world started seeing people dressed as creepy, threatening clowns everywhere, and that when McDonald's decided, and it was right then and there that McDonald's decided enough was enough. See, I didn't know this. I think that's interesting. Today, Ronald McDonald only makes occasional appearances, like at the Thanksgiving Day Parade, via the New York Post, and of course at the Ronald McDonald House charities. McDonald's menu items that even staff won't eat. Now this is the meat of the story, and this was authored by Deborah Kelly in 2018. It doesn't matter how much of a diehard fast food fan you are, chances are pretty good that you've spent at least some time wondering what goes on behind the scenes. There are undoubtedly some things that are more of a pain to make than others. Some things that just sort of slip through the cracks, and it's not always carelessness sometimes. It's just human nature in a work environment where there's so much going on, where things can go wrong. So what menu items are on the questionable list and why? McDonald's employees might have the whole menu at their disposal when it comes time for them to order their own meals, But what do they skip? Let's talk about less than fresh and questionably clean, and ask yourself, are you going to give these a miss as well? Or will the testimony of a few employees not sway you away from your favorites? Although a bit of a disclaimer, questionable practices that go on at one location aren't happening at all the locations, and there are plenty of well-run McDonald's locations out there that are staffed by managers who insist on cleanliness. This isn't an indication that all locations are bad by any means, but it might give you an idea of what's first to be neglected. Number 1, McNuggets. Chicken McNuggets might not be the mystery meat they used to be, but according to former McDonald's employees on Reddit, quote, fast food workers of Reddit, what should we not order at your restaurant and why not? Many still give nuggets a miss. At least they make sure they're not grabbing some off of the stack of food that's ready and waiting to be served. Employees say that pre-made batches of chicken McNuggets are kept warm by dual-purpose timers that's supposed to encourage employees to toss nuggets that have been sitting out a while. But multiple employees say that while they did use the timer, it also turns on the warmer, they would rarely throw the bad nuggets out and make fresh ones. Instead, they just reset the timer. Some say the nuggets tasted just fine after sitting through several turns on the timer, while others describe the old nuggets as questionable at best. Ask for fresh nuggets, they say, or opt for something else on the menu. Order anything. Don't order anything on the McCafe machines. One McDonald's employee on Reddit goes into some extreme detail when it comes to explaining just why they refuse to drink any beverage that comes out of the McCafe machine. They say it's incredibly difficult to clean completely, and that in their experience, it's one of the machines that gets routinely neglected. They describe the insides as being caked with inches of gunk and claim that they've seen it at multiple locations. This is one instance where it really depends on the staff at each location, and several other employees chime in to say that their store cleans their McCafe machine on a nightly basis. They say it takes about 30 to 45 minutes to clean the machine properly, so it's easy to see how it might not get done regularly at a location where the staff is less than diligent about cleanliness or not trained in the proper procedures. Some employees know not to take the risk. That's why a lot of the machines are supposedly broken when you try to order. And I used to love the McDonald's caramel sundae. Hold the nuts. Smoothies, milkshakes, and sodas. One McDonald's employee on Reddit warned others against ordering smoothies from McD's because, once again, the McCafe machines are not to be trusted. Not only would they not drink them themselves, but there were times that they just told customers the machine was down because it was just so disgustingly dirty, they didn't feel right serving anything out of it. Other employees chimed in, saying they avoided the things that came out of pretty much most machines, including sodas and milkshakes. Milkshake machines were, in their experience, definitely not cleaned every day and tended to accumulate a crusty buildup. Cleaning cycles were run every 2 weeks or so, and they described it as, quote, legally okay, unquote, to do so. Soda machines weren't even done that often and were almost always full of sludge. According to one employee, their Coke representative said most machines he serviced were full of syrupy gunk. Now, you know, and those freestyle machines, what do you think of those freestyle machines? And the thing I'm always leery of, a couple things. This is not in the article. This is me, Chance Bartels, interjecting here. Are ice machines. And I have seen exposés about bacteria in ice machines and ice makers. And the other thing I worry about at movie theaters, the artificial butter and the butter machines. There have been times at a major movie theater chain where I've gotten sick to my stomach after having butter. I wonder how often that gets cleaned. And what about popcorn machines themselves? How often are those cleaned? I know my friend Al Hardy, he bought an actual movie theater, smaller countertop popcorn machine, and he never cleans it. He cleans it by hand with like a paper towel, but he doesn't use any cleaning ingredient. He says it's not safe to do so. Man, think about that. I don't know if that's the case with movie theaters. Anyway, let me continue on with the story, and I'm almost done with this McDonald's topic. McFlurry and soft serve. I did like their soft serve ice cream. In 2017, social media had a meltdown when a McDonald's employee from Louisiana posted pictures of the drip tray he pulled out of the ice cream machine at his location. According to the employee, only identified as Nick via Independent, that's the source of this article, the drip trays were pretty much never cleaned and typically were filled with a moldy, rotten goo. That's nasty. McDonald's issued a formal response that said, in part, quote, "This is a part of our soft serve equipment that does not come into contact with any food and is required to undergo regular and timely cleaning," unquote. Nick was fired not long after his post, but he's not alone in his warning. In the Reddit thread, quote, "AMA request dash someone who works at McDonald's and can explain why the ice cream machine is almost always down," unquote. Some employees spoke up with less than appetizing responses. One 5-year employee said the machines were always dirty, and they suggested heading somewhere else for an ice cream fix. Another employee spoke to their location's true problems: employees who didn't care enough about any part of their job, including the complicated process of cleaning an ice cream machine. So, yuck. So what's the solution to an out-of-order McDonald's ice cream machine? Make a copycat 3-ingredient Oreo McFlurry so good it even trumps the real deal. Okay, I don't know what that meant in the article, but I'm just reading this verbatim. Now, next up, egg white breakfast sandwiches. Avoid, avoid, avoid. McDonald's and other fast food chains have made a huge stride toward making their menus healthier, or at least offering customers healthy options. According to employees answering one Reddit thread, their egg white sandwiches aren't nearly as healthy as you think they are, and the people that are actually cooking them avoid eating them themselves. It's all part of the preparation method, and they say that there's a ton of butter sprayed on the grill and on the ring molds, yuck, to keep the eggs from sticking. And that's piling on the fat and calories, so it turns out that your quote-unquote healthy choice isn't so healthy after all. And it gets worse. Other employees chimed in to say that calling it butter was a bit of a lie, and a butter substitute was probably more accurate. And I remember, I never worked in fast food or at McDonald's, but I remember there was always someone who did that I knew. I met several people that claimed they were powdered eggs, that they weren't real eggs. Anyway, I don't know if that's true or not. Either way, these employees say egg whites aren't the way to eat healthier at McDonald's. Next up, grilled chicken. Avoid grilled chicken. You'd think that'd be pretty healthy, right? Well, grilled chicken is another option you might gravitate towards if you're thinking that you want something at McDonald's that's at least slightly healthy. But according to employees on Reddit, you might want to do what they do and avoid it. According to one employee on the Reddit thread, quote, "I am a McDonald's manager," unquote. Anyone thinking about ordering the grilled chicken should think twice. They called it, quote, "horrible frozen chicken that we defrost and steam, and it's a bit gelatinous, like gelatin," unquote. And nothing about that sentence suggests it's either grilled or healthy. Other employees chime in with other opinions suggesting it might not be so bad after all, but that when it comes to deliciousness, it doesn't have anything on their crispy chicken. If that's not enough to dissuade you, another employee from the Reddit thread, quote, "I am a McDonald's employee, unquote, said that they avoided the grilled chicken for another reason. It was so rarely ordered, it was likely to have been sitting for a long, long time. While others say that wasn't the case at their location, a few employees chimed in to verify a grilled chicken sandwich might sit for hours. Healthy items in an attempt to be healthy. According to one employee on the Reddit thread, "I am a McDonald's manager," unquote, a lot of the items customers might think are healthy options are actually not, according to the employees. They say a lot of secret stuff goes on to make these apparently healthy options not so healthy after all, starting with the wraps. Wraps are usually a great option, and they help cut out all the carbs of bread. But McDonald's wraps? That's deep fried chicken in there, and that's definitely not healthy. The veggie patties are also deep fried, which negates any hopes for a healthy lunch there too. We haven't even started on their salads that are not only topped with dressing that's horrible for you, but that might have all kinds of other issues too. Be sure to check how fresh they are before you dig in, as employees have warned that they may be very old. Employees also say that the chicken is always pre-cooked and frozen, and add, if you're looking for something that's better for you, the beef is actually the way to go. Now, here's something in the South. This is going to make you cringe. Uh-oh, here we go. Sweet tea. When Reddit asked, quote, fast food workers of Reddit, what is the one menu option at your employment that you would recommend people never eat, unquote? One McDonald's employee simply responded with McDonald's sweet tea. Again, to be fair, that's one employee. One employee said this. And this person says, there's an entire pound of sugar in each gallon of tea. How can that possibly be right? Well, take a peek at McD's nutritional information and you'll see that the small tea has 90 calories and 0 fat, making this masquerade as a healthy option. But that same small beverage also has 21 grams of sugar. And to put that into perspective, the NHS recommends the typical adult restrict themselves to only 30 grams of sugar every day. You're way over that if you order the large, which comes in at a whopping 38 grams of sugar. While everyone might expect sweet tea to have some sugar, no one expects it to have almost twice the sugar of a Coke. A small Coke comes in at just 12 grams of sugar and 45 calories. So listen to employees and give the sweet tea a miss. Now this, for some of you, will be sacrilege in the audience when I mention this thing to avoid, the McRib. This might break the hearts of a ton of McDonald's fans, but the McRib, according to employees in the Reddit thread titled Fast Food Workers of Reddit, what is the one menu option at your employment that you would recommend people never eat, unquote? Well, the McRib was on the top of the short list for a lot of people. One former employee said that they saw it before it was sauced with barbecue sauce and would never actually eat it. They described the pre-sauced McRib like this, quote, it doesn't look like meat at all. It looks like a scab, unquote. Is there a more disgusting way to describe a pseudo burger? Other employees volunteered that in spite of the McRib's cult following, not a lot of people actually ordered it. Have you seen the way people look that always champion the McRib? They're always out of shape. Anyway, so not many people ordered it that worked at McDonald's. That meant that the already funky looking patty would spend all day in the sauce swimming in it, making it even funkier. It turns out that the bun might be hiding a lot. And if employees won't eat what they see, maybe you should miss it as well and not eat it yourself. Now listen, the McRib might be a sandwich of questionable quality, but people love it nonetheless. If you're a fan of McRib flavor but can't get past the oddness of the mystery meat in the patty, this McDonald's McRib copycat recipe is exactly what you need in your life. Okay, whatever. That was really weirdly written there. Side salads. Even if you're suspicious of McDonald's full-size, fat and calorie-heavy salads, you might think one of their side salads is an easy, healthy option for a quick lunch. But according to employees via news.com.au, side salads are not the way to go. While they're usually stickered with a date, an expiration date, that sticker might not be the original one. Employees say that they're not a popular item, but managers that don't want to waste them will simply have employees re-sticker them with the new expiration date. At least one employee said it's part of your daily routine, and that's pretty cringy, especially considering the difficulties McDonald's has had with their salads in recent times. They made headlines when they pulled thousands of salads from their stores in the Midwest in 2018. And whether or not that's changed the undoubtedly unofficial procedures around their side salads, that's to be determined. A good rule of thumb, don't order the unpopular thing. Apple pies. No one goes to McDonald's just for a dessert, but while you're there, you might be tempted to add something sweet onto the end of your order. And I used to like when I was a kid anyway, before you knew it was in it, the cherry pies, which they don't offer anymore, I don't think. But according to what employees told Reader's Digest, you might want to rethink ordering that one dessert, the apple pie, that you can tuck in your bag and save for around 4 o'clock when you really need a pick-me-up. That is, of course, the apple pie. Employees say that they tend not to be ordered very often, so there's a good chance they've been sitting on the shelves for a very, very long time. That seems like it's only going to get worse when McDonald's released their new and improved baked apple pie. And it reported pretty much no one was happy about the apple pie. Given the amount of hate that the new pies got, which were called the baked apple pie, the hate they got on social media, it's safe to say they might be sitting out even longer, especially if the masses decide not to embrace the new, healthier apple pie dessert. I didn't realize they had given a facelift to the apple pie. Next up, we're almost done with this list. Just a couple more items, folks. Avoid burgers with small patties at McDonald's. The Redditor behind I am a former McDonald's employee, I know all of their secrets, had some unsettling words of warning to share and warned customers against ordering burgers with small patties. Those are the ones that come on a standard hamburger or cheeseburger. And here's why they said they make sure they don't order those. Quote, those things come off the grill, still red with blood. And then we would shove them in trays where they would stay for hours, unquote. Responses were mixed, with some people pointing out that's just how you make a good burger. But the Redditor continued that they were told to only partially cook the burgers. Remember the purple slime? Well, that's another story. The purple slime at the factory on the patties before they're frozen? It's nasty. Supposedly it's antibacterial purple slime. But anyway, continuing with this article as we wrap up this subject. The Redditor continued that they were told to only partially cook the burgers, which would then finish cooking when they were stacked in the tray. Others volunteered that they had found out the hard way. When it's super busy, the patties aren't in the tray long enough. Those plastic trays, you know, the plastic trays where the patties sit. I've seen it. Have you seen that? Have you noticed that? Anyway, when the patties aren't in the tray long enough to cook all the way through, the customers are served undercooked patties. Sometimes it was so busy, those patties don't even make it to the heat cabinet. And yet another Redditor had claimed they found the grills were almost always improperly calibrated for cooking this way. Food for thought. That reminds me, I went to get food to go. God, I sound so unhealthy. At a Red Lobster not too long ago, like a week ago. And while I was in there waiting on my food, my to-go order, I hear someone, where you pick up the to-go orders by the kitchen, and I heard someone go, oh, just shove it in the microwave. I swear. I don't know what the hell they were talking about, but I'll just shove it in the microwave. Couldn't believe it. So next up on the list, ketchup. Now, what could possibly be wrong with the ketchup at McDonald's? A lot, according to one McDonald's manager answering questions on a website, Quora, Q-U-O-R-A, Quora. It's those ketchup dispensers you should really be wary of. And if you're going to be eating in the restaurant, you might want to consider asking for ketchup packets. Apparently, employees tend not to clean the whole dispenser often. Like at the Wendy's, remember when you were a kid, the Wendy's, you'd mash on that lever and the ketchup would be dispensed in little paper cups, those little round white paper cups. Anyway, apparently McDonald's tend not to clean the whole ketchup dispenser often. And they only refill it with ketchup when it needs to be topped off. So that means it's probably really old at the bottom. On good days, parts of the dispensing unit might be cleaned. But customers beware, there's a lot behind the counter. It just can't be seen by someone filling those little white cups. Quote, Who knows when the bags were last changed, unquote, the manager says. With only the easily accessible bits and pieces of the dispenser getting washed on anything close to a regular basis, what results is a clean-looking machine above and old ketchup below. Play it safe and grab some ketchup packets. Now beware of new or limited edition items. We all know that what you get on your tray probably isn't going to look much like the commercial. But when it comes to certain items, the McDonald's employees who spoke to news.com.au, Australia, say they're more likely to be a mess. Anything that's just been added to the menu or is only on for a short amount of time, like the McRib, is likely to be made fairly badly and probably wrong. According to the former employee, quote, nobody knows how to make it, and I can guarantee you it will be made wrong or with missing ingredients, unquote. And that's not entirely surprising at all. Adding items and changing a menu means there's a learning curve. And it's not like the kitchens at Mickey D's have time to slow down for training. And no one likes that feeling of disappointment when they get back to their desk only to discover that the lunch in front of them is nowhere near the lunch they thought they were going to order. Buyer beware, and stick to those tried and true favorites like the Big Mac. Light on the sauce. Better yet, make your own copycat McDonald's Big Mac. Trust us. The burger's secret sauce isn't a tough secret to crack. Yeah, what is it, like Thousand Island dressing? Jeez, this article's funny to me. I don't know. Oh, this is another sacrilege. In the audience, anyone that might still eat at McDonald's on occasion, and I know a lot of people order this, the Filet-O-Fish. A number of McDonald's employees have taken to Reddit and social media to warn people away from the Filet-O-Fish. Former employees on the Reddit thread, quote, restaurant chain workers, what dish should we not order and why, unquote, say they avoid the Filet-O-Fish, or at least ask for one that's made fresh, as others have probably been sitting in a heating cabinet for hours. Other employees say the same thing, and note, it's also one of those sandwiches that's just impossible to make neatly. The combination of tartar sauce, cheese, and slightly greasy fish means that when you get it, it's going to be a sloppy mess. While some locations likely make the fish fresh, it may be limited to locations with particularly diligent managers who go the extra mile to make sure everything they put out is fresh. Others also say that the sandwich tastes good no matter what, but if employees won't eat the ones that have been sitting in a heat cabinet for hours, then why should you? Now, anything without asking for it to be fresh. No one can argue that McDonald's has some seriously high-quality cuisine. Really? I don't know about that. I disagree with this. No one can argue that McDonald's is some seriously high-quality cuisine. I know Trump ate it, right? He would say, oh, and you know it's going to be good, right? No one can argue that McDonald's is some seriously high-quality cuisine, but it can be pretty good. There are some days when you just need some McDonald's fries, and when you only have a short half hour for lunch, it's pretty much perfect for a hot meal on the go. But according to some employees and ex-employees, you shouldn't order anything without taking a few extra minutes to specify you want it made fresh. Light on the sauce. One Redditor said it had been their experience that the coworkers didn't care how long something had been sitting there. Yeah, they just keep resetting the timers for hours on end, like we talked about previously. Quote, I occasionally make a point of accidentally ruining product in some fashion, unquote, they admitted. Quote, coworkers hate me for it, but management knows I am just trying to keep fresh food from going without directly tossing food into the waste bucket, unquote. And that's nauseating. Another Redditor shared similar thoughts, saying, quote, 9 times out of 10, when the timer goes off, people just reset it, unquote. Just because it's fast food doesn't mean you should settle for anything but the freshest. The Redditor behind I'm a McDonald's employee agreed, saying, it's definitely worth a few minutes of your time to wait for your order to be made fresh. Now, this one's a little different. In 2013, McDonald's warned employees against eating too much fast food on their own employee website. According to NBC News, the warning was posted on the resources site and read, in part, quote, while convenient and economical for a busy lifestyle, fast foods are typically high in calories, fat, saturated fat, sugar, and salt, and may put people at risk for becoming overweight, unquote. Along with the warning was a photo of a hamburger and fries. Other parts of the post warned cheeseburgers were generally unquote, unhealthy choice, unquote. And even stranger, the fries and soda also featured in the post were McDonald's red, even though they were missing the logo. Red is in color there. And that's the most bizarre bit of employee advice of all. McDonald's employees recommending that their own employees not eat much of their own food because it's inherently unhealthy. McDonald's responded saying a healthy diet was all about balance, but it's still odd advice to give to employees not to eat the food. The end. Now I'm going to take a little break and play for you, getting back to the holiday spirit. I have played this before in the Pod Blast, but I want to play it again because it is the holiday season. This is by Stan Freberg. This is from 1953. It's about 6 minutes long. This is a novelty song released on vinyl on 45, a 45 record single. And I just love this. I want to play this for you while I go get some coffee and refresh and rest my vocal cords. That was a lot of reading there that I did pretty badly, admittedly. Let me find this for you now. Oops. I love this by Stan Freberg. I played this before. This is to the tune of Dragnet. Here it is. 1953.
I have to work late tonight. Wouldn't want to miss out when Santa Claus comes, you know.
Mm-hmm. Sure wouldn't. Be a shame.
What you gonna do tomorrow, Joe? What you gonna do on Christmas? You got any plans?
Part of that new clip problem.
This is the season. My name is Wednesday. My partner is Frank Jones. The chief is Captain Kellogg. December the 24th, Christmas Eve. They brought in a guy named Grudge. When I heard what they booked him on, my blood ran cold. It was a 409-6325-096704. Not believing in Santa Claus. 4:35 p.m. I was working the holiday watch at a homicide with Frank.
Hang up your stocking yet, Joe?
Yeah, just before I come down. You too, Frank?
Always do. Hung it up early just in case I have to work late tonight. Wouldn't want to miss out when Santa Claus comes, you know.
Mm-hmm. Sure wouldn't. Be a shame.
What you gonna do tomorrow, Joe? What you gonna do on Christmas? You got any plans?
Nothing much.
Why don't you come by the house, Joe? We're gonna have Christmas dinner. You know, all the trimmings.
Mm-hmm.
Turkey, celery stuffing, oysters maybe, chestnuts.
Mm-hmm.
All the trimmings. Cranberry sauce. Love to have you.
Mm-hmm.
The missus always fixes a plate of relish with them little carrot sticks. You know, olives, pickles, scallions. Most folks call them green onions, but they're really scallions. Did you ever notice that, Joe?
Ever notice what, Frank?
How most folks call them green onions, but they're really scallions.
Mm-hmm. Scallions.
Anytime after 2, Joe. Love to have you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll see.
Love to have you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll see.
The missus always fixes a plate of relish with them carrot sticks. You know them little carrot sticks?
Mm-hmm.
Olives, pickles, scallions.
Mm-hmm. Let's not go through that again.
Love to have you. Go through what again, Joe?
How most folks call them green onions, but they're really scallions.
Oh. You noticed that too, huh, Joe?
Homicide Wednesday.
Love to have you.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Smatter, Joe. Smatter, Joe.
Bringing a guy in on a 409-6325-096704.
You mean?
Yeah. Guy don't believe in scallions. I mean, Santa Claus. 6:29 p.m. We questioned the guy who didn't believe in Santa Claus, a guy named Grudge. Says here your name's Grudge, is that right?
Yeah.
You said you didn't believe in Santa Claus?
It's hard to believe what you said. Did you really say that?
Sure I said it. How do you know there's a Santa Claus? You got a picture of him?
No mugshot.
Any fingerprints?
Mm-mm. No latent prints. I just know that's all. It's like saying there isn't any Easter Bunny.
That's another guy there ain't know of.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's your story, mister.
Joe, he just said that to make me feel bad, didn't he? But there really is an Easter Bunny, isn't there? Joe?
Listen, Grudge, didn't I pick you up 3 years ago in 1492 for not believing in Columbus?
Yeah. I don't believe in Cleveland or Cincinnati either.
How about Toledo?
I ain't made up my mind yet about Toledo.
Okay, mister. I get the picture now. You don't believe in nothing, do you?
Nothing. And you want to know something else?
What's that?
I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna walk right out of this room. 'Cause you guys ain't got nothing on me. There ain't no law against not believing in Santa Claus.
There is in my book. Let me tell you something, mister. I'm gonna prove there's a Santa Claus if it takes me all night.
Pretty funny. The police department's got nothing else to do.
Let me straighten you out, buddy. This one's on Frank and me. Right, Frank? Right, Frank?
There really is an Easter Bunny, isn't there, Joe? You know, hippity-hopping down the bunny trail.
I took Grudge over to the helicopter, got in, flew around the city for hours. I showed him department stores. What's hurrying in and out of those department stores, Grudge?
Happy people, but I ain't impressed.
I showed him stockings. How are those stockings hung, Grudge?
By the chimney with care, but I didn't hang none up.
I showed him children, nestled all snug in their beds. What's dancing in their heads, Grudge?
Visions of sugar plums, but you ain't selling me. There ain't no Santa Claus.
He still didn't believe. There was only one thing left to do. My job, get to the North Pole. 11:45 p.m. We arrived at the North Pole. I set the plane down. We walked over to Sandy's workshop. Rang the bell. Pardon me, sir. Can I ask you a few questions?
Why, sure. Just tickle me to death.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brownie.
What are you doing at the North Pole with a southern accent?
Well, the boss sort of ran short on help this year, so he had to recruit a few of us brownies from the South Pole.
Mm-hmm. That figures.
What a waste of time.
Could we talk to your boss, please?
Oh, he's out. You would come on the one night he's out in the whole year.
Mm-hmm. What's your particular job, Mr. Brownie?
My boss has 8 tiny reindeer. My job, feed 'em.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. What do you feed him?
Well, most times I fix up a little plate of relish. Olives, pickles, and them carrot sticks. You know them little old carrot sticks?
Mm-hmm.
And scallions.
Most folks call them green onions, but they're really scallions.
How do you know?
Just a stab in the dark. The little man showed us through the workshop.
My boss will be back for a second load pretty soon. Say, would you all like to hear an interesting story?
Yes, sir.
Will you see that huge pile of presents over there?
Mm-hmm.
Man, look at all that stuff.
Would you believe it? They're all for the same man, been piling up here year after year.
Why didn't the guy ever get him?
Yeah, why?
'Cause he didn't believe in my boss. You know the rules.
Mm-hmm. We know.
I don't suppose there's no chance that this guy can still...
Get the presents? Oh, sure. He gets them all, the minute he believes. But I don't suppose he ever will.
Too bad about that guy. What's his name?
Don't say it. I don't want to hear it.
Come on, Mr. Brownie. What's his name?
His name? Grudge.
The Brownie saw us at the door, wished us a Merry Christmas. We were heading back to the plane when it happened.
Hey!
Yeah, Grudge?
You know that guy I said I didn't believe in?
Who's that?
Santa Claus?
Yes, sir?
You think I'm too old to change my mind?
You're never too old, Mr. Grudge.
Well, then I believe in Santa Claus. And Columbus.
How about Cleveland, Cincinnati, and the Easter Bunny?
Yeah, them too.
And Toledo?
I still ain't made up my mind yet about Toledo.
Look, Grudge. Up in the sky. He's coming back for the second load.
It's Santa Claus! It's Santa Claus!
There's the only guy I know can make everybody happy in one night.
Yeah, he must have the biggest heart in the whole world!
That's about the size of it.
I love that. And I'm playing a little bit of catch up because I waited till Thursday to do this week's Pod Blast. Usually I do it Sunday evening, but I wanted to see the new Spider-Man movie. My review's coming right up. But this blew my mind. Back on December 13th, 1996. Now we're beyond that date. Again, I'm playing catch up. But this movie was released over 25 years ago. And I'm just stunned. I'm stunned that it's that old. Let me see if I can play this for you. It's not for everyone's taste, but they made a killer pinball machine based on this game. Let me see here. I mean, on this movie. Here we are.
We make sit-down.
Get past this ad. This was another Tim Burton movie. I'll give you some hints. Jack Nicholson's in the cast, Pierce Brosnan. I posted about it in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. But over 25 years ago on Friday, December 13th, 1996, Mars attacked.
What is that? White House is coming out live.
My fellow Americans, this is a momentous occasion. It is profoundly moving to know there is intelligent life out there. Alien life. And our world will never feel quite the same again. Once you believe.
Martians, please come to Earth, please.
Once you rise above fear.
Annihilate! Kill! Kill!
Let's not be too rash. Then you'll be invited.
Hi there. Are you interested in the White House?
To meet with a new people.
It's so perfect that it's happening at the beginning of the new millennium.
More powerful than the might of America.
I'll tell you one thing, they ain't getting a TV.
More advanced than the brains of Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, this could be a cultural misunderstanding.
But be prepared for a few changes to what we know and love.
You're Tom Jones, right? It ain't unusual.
As we must learn to dance
Girls, get out!
to a new tune. Jack Nicholson. Whoa. Why can't we all just get along? Glenn Close.
Kick the crap out of him.
Pierce Brosnan.
I love the aliens in Mars Attacks. They're cute.
Can teach us, Professor.
Quite a lot about Mars, I expect, Natalie.
That means
Danny DeVito.
You want to conquer the world? You're gonna need lawyers, right?
And Annette Bening.
I think they've come to save us.
From director Tim Burton.
Hey, we all make mistakes, Mr. President.
Mars Attacks. Not anymore. We're going to take charge of this thing.
I loved it. Mars Attacks. Killer pinball game based on that movie, by the way. Now, I'm going to skip something I was going to do because I think some of what I did tonight, especially for a lot of people, that musical segment was probably boring as shit. I'm my own worst critic. So I was going to read as I did before because it went over so well in the last pod blast. Last pod blast. I read The Year I Was Born in late November 1970. I read a list of all the TV shows that won awards in the Emmy Awards for the 1970-71 season. I was going to pick a random year, 1980. I'm going to skip that because it's going to be boring as F. So let's move on to some new news, pop culture. Lost in Space Season 3 dropped on Netflix, and it's really, really good. It's the final season, so I'd recommend that. And I'm still watching Hawkeye on Disney+, and it's almost completed. They've almost released all of them because unlike Netflix, which will drop the whole season, as you well know, Disney Plus releases them weekly on Wednesdays, Tuesday at midnight, I guess. So Hawkeye's getting better each week. I'm liking it better as it goes along. But again, Jeremy Renner, who did not win an Oscar, I heard someone claim he won an Oscar. He was nominated. He's not an Oscar winner, but he is a hell of an actor. He's starting to look like Peter Lorre. Anyone out there that knows who Peter Lorre is, look him up. And Jeremy Renner is starting to look like Peter Lorre. Great actor. Oh, by the way, his co-star, Haley Steinfeld, she had a birthday back on December 11th. She was born also in 1996 in Los Angeles, California. She just turned 25, so happy birthday to her. Item. Now, this I think you'll find interesting. This might be a bullshit list in your opinion, but it is from the Writers Guild of America. This is a list of the 101 best written TV shows ever, according to the Writers Guild. And I'm going to read this in reverse order. Nope, I'll do it. I'll just reveal number one. No drama, no build-up. Number one, Sopranos. The Sopranos is number one on the list from the Writers Guild of the best written TV shows ever. Number two, Seinfeld. Number three, The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Number four, All in the Family. Number five, MASH. Number six, The Mary Tyler Moore Show. Number seven, Mad Men on the AMC cable network. Number 8, Cheers on NBC. Number 9, The Wire. Number 10, The West Wing on NBC. Number 11, The Simpsons. Number 12, I Love Lucy. Number 13, Breaking Bad on AMC. Number 14, The Dick Van Dyke Show. We'll talk about him. He had a birthday the other day. Dick Van Dyke, 96 years old. Happy birthday to Dick Van Dyke. Not that he's listening to the Nostalgic Pod Blast. I'm just putting it out there for the universe. Happy birthday to Dick Van Dyke. And I loved his brother, Jerry Van Dyke. He was funny. He passed away in 2018, but that was a very funny guy, his brother. And I really respect Dick Van Dyke, but as I mentioned in the Nostalgic Pod Blast Facebook group, I never really liked the Mary Tyler Moore Show much. It's a great show, great ensemble cast. I respect it, but it's just not one of my favorites. That's just me, and I know I'm in the minority and I'm wrong. But and his movies too. I mean, I don't know. I've never really been a huge Dick Van Dyke fan. It's not that he's bad. He's certainly very, very talented and a funny guy. Physical comedian, kind of like a John Ritter before there was John Ritter. But anyway, not my thing. So he was number 14, his show, the classic show from the early 60s, The Dick Van Dyke Show, number 14 on the best written according to the Writers Guild. Number 15, Hill Street Blues. Number 16, Arrested Development. Jessica Walter passed away, one of the main stars of that, not too long ago, a couple years ago. She was a great actor. Number 17, The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. Number 18, 6 Feet Under. Number 19, Taxi. Number 20, The Larry Sanders Show. Number 21, Best Written, 30 Rock. Number 22, Best Written, Friday Night Lights. Number 23, Frasier. Number 24, Friends. Number 25, Saturday Night Live. Number 26, The X-Files. Again, these are the best written shows of all time according to the Writers Guild. Number 27, Lost. Number 28, ER. Number 29, The Cosby Show. Number 30, Curb Your Enthusiasm. Number 31, The Honeymooners. Number 32, Deadwood. Number 33, Star Trek. I assume that means the original Star Trek by Gene Roddenberry from the 1960s. Number 34, Modern Family. Number 35, Twin Peaks. Number 36, NYPD Blue. Number 37, The Carol Burnett Show. Number 38, Battlestar Galactica, the 2005 reboot. Number 39, Sex and the City on HBO. Number 40, Game of Thrones, also on HBO. Number 41, The Bob Newhart Show and Your Show of Shows. That was a tie. Number 43, it jumps. This list is effed up. It goes from 41 to 43. Oh, it's another tie. I see, because of the ties. Hello. Number 43 and 44. So The Bob Newhart Show and Your Show of Shows was 41 and 42. So 43 and 44 is Downton Abbey on HBO, import from the BBC, and Law and Order, and 30-something, a three-way tie. Got it. Now I see why it skips to 46th place. Number 46, another tie, Homicide, Life on the Street, and St. Elsewhere. Best written shows according to the Writers Guild. So we jump ahead to number 48, Homeland on Showtime. Or as I used to call it as a bad joke, Homely Land, because I thought Claire Danes was homely. I know I'm an asshole, huh? Look at me. Yeah, I'm real handsome. Not Homely Land. Bad joke. All right, number 49, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Number 50, The Colbert Report. A tie with The Good Wife and The Office in the United Kingdom. The NBC hit The Office, but this is the United Kingdom version it was based on. So that's a three-way tie. Number 53, Northern Exposure. Number 54, The Wonder Years. Number 55, L.A. Law. I loved L.A. Law in the 80s and early 90s. And we'll talk about Susan Day later, who had a recent birthday. She was one of the stars of L.A. Law, along with Harry Hamlin, a bunch of other actors that were of high caliber. That's number 55 of the best written shows according to the Writers Guild. Number 56, Sesame Street. 57, Columbo. What a great show. Peter Falk. Number 58, another tie, Fawlty Towers in Britain, and The Rockford Files. Number 60, that was 58 and 59. Number 60, another tie, Freaks and Geeks and Moonlighting. 60 and 61st place. Number 62 was a miniseries, Roots, as the best written television according to the Writers Guild. Number 63, another tie, Everybody Loves Raymond with Ray Romano on CBS, and South Park on Comedy Central. Another tie. 65th place, Playhouse 90. Number 66, another tie, Dexter and The U.S. Office. Number 68, My So-Called Life, which starred Claire Danes. In the early 90s, I think it was, on ABC. Number 69, The Golden Girls. Number 70, The Andy Griffith Show. Number 71, We got a three-way tie. 24, starring Kiefer the Queefer Sutherland, Roseanne, and The Shield on FX. Roseanne on ABC, respectively. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, now owned by Disney for some time now, along with ESPN. Number 74, another tie, House and Murphy Brown. Murphy Brown on CBS. House on Fox. Number 76, another tie, Barney Miller on ABC. And I, Claudius. Number 78, The Odd Couple. Number 79, another tie, Alfred Hitchcock Presents, Monty Python's Flying Circus, Star Trek, The Next Generation, and another British hit, Upstairs, Downstairs. So that bumps us up to 83, 83rd place of the best written shows according to the Writers Guild, Get Smart, created by Buck Henry. 84, 84th place, another tie, The Defenders and Gunsmoke. Yes, there's a Western. When I pre-read this, I didn't see a Western, so I sit corrected. I'm glad they mentioned a Western. I was going to say this is a bullshit list because there's no Western, so good. Even though it's 84th place, it should have been closer to the top 10 considering how long Gunsmoke ran and how great it was. James Arness as Marshall Matt Dillon. I love that show. But it's tied with The Defenders, a courtroom drama. 86th place, another tie. Justified, Sergeant Bilko / The Phil Silvers Show. Number 88, Band of Brothers. Man, that's better than that. This list is, you can't go by these lists just because it's a guild, Writers Guild of America. Number 89, Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In. I loved Laugh-In. Very clever show. Still holds up to this day in most cases, a lot of the bits. Like the anti-smoking bit was great in season 1. They did a musical number about smoking. Smoking. Oh, I'm not even going to try to offend your ears with my attempting to sing. Number 90, The Prisoner, a great British limited television series starring, well, we'll talk about it another time. I have it for another podcast with Patrick as the star. Number 91, another British hit, Absolutely Fabulous, and The Muppet Show, a tie. So 93rd place, Boardwalk Empire. 94, Will and Grace. I thought that would have ranked higher because it was pretty popular, the original version of Will and Grace. Number 95, Family Ties, with Michael J. Fox, one of the main stars, and Justine Bateman. You know the cast. Meredith Baxter Birney and that guy Gross, who played the dad, and the two kids. Anyway, number 96, Lonesome Dove and Soap. That's another tie. Number 98, I don't agree with this at all, The Fugitive, starring David Jansen as Dr. Richard Kimball, and Late Night with David Letterman and Louis Anderson's show. That's a three-way tie. Now, I agree with Late Night with David Letterman, but it should be higher on the list. That's something I watched religiously, and I had a VCR, so, you know, I was much younger, and it was on at 12:30 a.m. in the East, where I'm at in Atlanta, Georgia, and so I would record it every night with the VCR and watch it after I got home from school, after I did my homework, of course. I'd watch it and blow off my homework. And then the last one, 101st place is Oz, the prison drama Oz. So that list is a bit bogus, but there you have it. According to the Writers Guild, those are the 101 best written shows, with number 1, in case you weren't listening, if you tuned in late, The Sopranos was at number 1. Item. Alexis Gaube is back. Her name is Alexis Gaube. G-A-U-B-E. She's back as a model on The Price is Right. And I thought she may have been fired, but it turns out she was just busy appearing in the CBS soap opera, The Bold and the Beautiful. She's a gorgeous model. She's half white and half black, and I always like black and white in terms of TV shows. And she's a total smoke show. But she was introduced at the beginning of this 50th season of The Price is Right by host Drew Carey in that 50th season premiere. And then after a few episodes, she went away. And she also was a card dealer on Card Sharks on ABC Primetime, which Joel McHale hosted. And man, she's just a gorgeous, gorgeous model. So I'm glad that she's back. And she likes white guys, so that gives me a chance. Yeah, right. Dream on. Yeah. please. Item. Walt Disney does not yet own G.I. Joe, The Rolling Stones, Jaws, as in the movie by Steven Spielberg, who we'll talk about in just a moment, The Dukes of Hazzard, Batman, Stranger Things, or Porky Pig. I like to point out things I like that Walt Disney does not yet own. And those are some of them for the week. Item. In our Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, poster John Lombardi had an image from a very unusual movie poster of the bizarre Stanley Kubrick infamous film A Clockwork Orange, which was released on Wednesday, February 2nd, 1972 in the United States of America. And that movie only cost $1.3 million, but it earned $114 million. It's a cult classic, and it starred Malcolm McDowell. And seeing that post of his reminded me of when I talked with Malcolm McDowell on live national TV as a caller on The Late Late Show starring Tom Snyder. And the host, Tom Snyder, was born Thomas James Snyder on Tuesday, May 12, 1936 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I love Tom Snyder and The Tomorrow Show, which he hosted on NBC, which David Letterman replaced on February 1st, 1982 in that time slot, 12:30 a.m. to 1:30 a.m., although Tom Snyder's show was a 90-minute show and Dave's was 1 hour, of course. But Tom Snyder sadly passed away at age 71 on Sunday, July 29th, 2007. But here, when I talked with him, he was 60 years old back on Friday, September 20th, 1996. Oh my gosh, over 25 years ago. Time is a strange thing. And when I called in, I made him laugh. Laughing at my expense, that is. And he had a great chuckle. I'm going to play that. I have a clip of that. I've played it before with Tom and Al, but they talked over it, so I want to play this cleanly for you now. Let me find this here. And I sound, well, not that I sound that great right now. Admittedly, I sound terrible. I hate my voice. Hate it. But let me play this for you now.
Chance on the toll-free in Atlanta. Hi, Chance. You're on the air. Welcome to CBS.
Hey, Tom. How's it going?
Going fine, thank you.
Listen, I want to ask Malcolm,
Go ahead.
what did it feel like, sir, to finally kill off Captain James T. Kirk in Star Trek Generation?
Well, Chance. Well, considering
and I love your new show, by the way.
Thank you. Considering the fun he had in If.
Listen, I had a great time up there with both those captains on that mountain outside of Las Vegas. We had a lot of fun, and I must say that Bill, you know, it was 30 years, the end of the road for him.
Yeah, I was in Huntsville. I was actually at Huntsville for the 30th anniversary.
Oh, were
and no,
you?
I'm not a loser.
Well, there you are. Listen, you know, I played a part. I read the script, you know, and it said, hey, my character, Dr. Soren, gets rid of Captain James T. Kirk. Bye-bye, pick up the check, end of the week, you know. That's really all I can say about that, but it's a TV legend in America, you know, and the rest of the world, and that's it. I'm sorry that it had to be me, but if you want me to do the rest of them, just bring them down.
Loved you in Time After Time as well.
It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
do it.
Exactly. Good show, Chance. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you, sir. I love you, Tom.
All right, love you back, Chance, and take care. Have a great weekend in Atlanta.
Thanks a lot.
All right, bye-bye. You ran away from home a lot as a kid.
There you have it. And I've said, while he was chuckling, loved you in Time After Time as well, which was a really cool movie starring Malcolm McDowell. And he met his wife, Mary Steenburgen, who was his wife for many years. They're no longer together. But that was a movie, a time travel movie directed by Nicholas Meyer, released in 1979. And Nick Meyer would go on to direct Star Trek II, The Wrath of God, which was released in 1982, shot in 1981. But Time After Time was about H.G. Wells. Malcolm McDowell played H.G. Wells, the sci-fi author who had invented a time machine, supposedly. And unfortunately, Jack the Ripper uses his time machine to go to the present, which at that time was 1979. So he has to go and bring him back to the past. And it was referenced. I like that Time After Time was mentioned in Avengers Endgame, and the little banter they had about time travel movies and TV shows. Thought that was kind of cool that they mentioned good old Time After Time in Avengers Endgame. Speaking of Marvel, it's finally time to talk about my review, spoiler-free. Next week I'll get into more detail after it's been out a while. Spider-Man No Way Home, or should I say Spider-Men No Way Home. Anyway, I saw it on opening day back on Thursday, December 16th, 2021 at the lavish Sandy Springs Cinema and Tap House in Sandy Springs, Georgia, which is a very fancy independent movie theater, restaurant, and fully stocked bar that Bill Tush runs. Now let's play a little bit of the movie, and I'm going to hold up for the camera the first appearance of the Green Goblin in comic book form from my collection. If you're listening on fistfulofradio.com or on Apple Podcasts, I direct you to our YouTube channel, as always, The Nostalgic Podblast, and I would love it if you'd subscribe. That would just make my day. But let me play a little bit of some scenes from the preview trailer to Spider-Man No Way Home, and I liked it. And it's doing big, massive business. Okay, let me get this for you. I think there's an ad I gotta go. Yeah, here we go. Let me get this for y'all. I'm in the...
Ever since I got bit by that spider, I've only had 1 week where my life has felt normal. That was when you found out.
When you botched that spell where you wanted everyone to forget the Peter Parker Spider-Man, we started getting some visitors. From every universe.
Hello, Peter. You're not Peter Parker.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Dr. Otto Octavius.
Wait, no, seriously, what's your actual name?
There are others out there. We need to send them back. So, Scooby-Doo this crap.
You know, all this is kind of your mess. I know a couple of magic words myself, starting with the word please.
Please, Scooby-Doo this crap.
You're flying out into the darkness to fight ghosts.
What do you mean?
They all die fighting Spider-Man. It's their fate. I'm sorry, kid.
Yeah, me too.
Don't.
Look, there has to be another way!
There isn't. They're a danger to our universe.
You're not gonna take this away from me.
You're struggling to have everything you want, while the world tries to make you choose.
This is all my fault. I can't save everyone. What's happening?
They're starting to come through, and I can't stop them.
December 17th, exclusively in movie theaters. Tickets on sale November 29th.
It was great. I liked it. Now, there's some flaws. We'll get into that in a minute. But again, that's the first appearance of the Green Goblin from 1964. Amazing Spider-Man issue 14 I held up for the camera. Now, there are multiple villains in this, and it's reminiscent. If anyone that knows the comic books, you'll remember, maybe not, the Sinister Six. I'm holding this up for the camera. Amazing Spider-Man Annual 1. And the Sinister Six was just like it sounds. It was a group of 6 villains teaming up to take out Spider-Man, which included, as you can see, I'll just read it for those that can't see, the Vulture, Electro, Sandman, Kraven the Hunter, which has yet to be introduced in the Spider-Man movies, Dr. Octopus, who is in this, and Mysterio. And that's the Sinister Six. So getting to the movie, I will say this without revealing details. A main character does die and is killed off in this. So I want you to know that going in. So there's some serious drama. Now, I'm not going to reveal which one is killed off, but a character does die. So, if you're familiar with the previous Spider-Man movies, which started back in 2002 when Sony released the first Spider-Man movie starring Tobey Maguire, you'll find this movie very satisfying. However, I will say this: I've got to be honest with you. I'll always be honest with the audience. I find the leads to be capable, especially the main star. He's British, and he does a great American accent. But you can tell in some scenes they're putting the drops in, which I've seen on set, where he's not really crying. I mean, I don't know, I only suspect, but the leads are kind of wooden in their performance. Even in interviews, they don't really have much personality, but I like them a lot. I sound like an ass saying that, and I feel bad even putting that out there, but that's just my opinion. I think like there's just not much personality there. But they certainly are talented. Like, Zendaya, the girlfriend of Peter Parker, she was awesome in the musical I talked about earlier, The Greatest Showman. She has wide range of talent. But I want to play an interview real quick of the cast. This is only like a minute. I think it's 3 minutes long. Just so you can get a sense of what the star sounds like in his native tongue. It's kind of cool hearing his British accent. I'm sure many of you may have already heard that. But I want to play this for you here now. Just a brief interview with the cast. And they were on ABC the other night on Jimmy Kimmel's show. Let me find this for you here. But that's not what this is, because I think I would get in trouble playing
Congratulate you for not accidentally spoiling anything on this press tour.
Thank you so much.
Did you lean on these two?
Now, these are the three main actors. There's one, the best friend of Peter, his guy friend, Ned Leeds is the character name. He's in there, and he's Filipino in real life. He's very likable and extremely talented. Here's the cast.
For help in terms of not giving anything away?
Yeah,
this is Tom Holland, the star, Zendaya, and Jacob Batalon. Here we go.
Yeah.
Batalon.
They won't let him do press by himself.
Yeah, it's just impossible.
So I'm in the middle.
Well, at the beginning of this movie, you guys are kind of find yourselves in a different situation. I was wondering if you could speak to that, because I was getting a little emotional watching the footage. And I don't know how much we can say, but maybe you can just talk about where the three of your characters are at the beginning of No Way Home.
Well, I think what's interesting is that this film is a direct continuation from Far From Home. We kick the film off with that same freeze frame from the end of the film. And Peter Parker and his two best friends, their lives are flipped upside down because he has overnight become the most famous person in the world. Unfortunately, famous for all the wrong reasons. He is, known for being this kind of mass murderer of sorts, and the film is about him trying to clear his name. So unfortunately, these characters that we know and love so well are not in the best of situations. I'd love to say that the film is just about Peter and MJ falling in love and Ned and Peter going on adventures and having a good time. But this is a serious movie, and we're dealing with some serious tones. But because we're all in it together, it's very silly and very funny.
Right. And you get to interact with for Zendaya and Jacob, you guys get to sort of interact with other characters from the MCU. Was that kind of a fun plus for this
Marvel Comics universe?
Yeah, I mean, we're
MCU.
I feel like it's pretty cool that we get to be in the Spider-Verse more, and that I feel like we usually, Zendaya said, that we usually spend time on the Peter side of things. And so we absolutely get to be part of the action, and interacting with other characters from also Spider-Man's past has been amazing. It's been such a cool thing for Ned and MJ to just have all these worlds collide.
Yeah. What about you, Zendaya? Was that exciting?
Of course it was exciting.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I grew up with all the films. They're such part of my childhood, part of my teenage years, and I think they all have like a special place in my heart in their own regard. So to see my Spider-Man fighting those villains is crazy, and it's something I never thought I'd ever see, especially not in real life. So that is pretty cool. And the fact that we actually got to meet them in real life is pretty cool, because usually I never have any interactions with anybody who's not in Midtown. If they're not in my class, I don't know them, so that was cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously, without spoiling anything, what are you most excited about fans of this franchise experiencing?
Yeah, don't spoil it.
Spider-Man No Way Home.
think the multiverse is pretty epic. You know, it's a concept in which, you know, the MCU hasn't dived into yet.
Concept in which we know
Very little about.
We know very, very scarily little. Oh, damn it.
That is kind yeah, I forget what he says. I think the multiverse for me, the multiverse is really exciting. It opens up endless possibilities. You know, we have the villains coming back from previous films, and it's pretty incredible when you see all of us on screen with these old legends, you know?
Yes. Well, guys, thank you so much. I can't wait to see the rest of the movie, and have a happy holiday.
Thank
you.
So I can say this now. The end of Spider-Man Far From Home from 2019, there was a cliffhanger, and Peter Parker's secret identity was revealed. It's revealed that he is Spider-Man by J. Jonah Jameson, played by Simmons, who played him in the Tobey Maguire trilogy of Spider-Man movies. And so this takes place immediately after that announcement on international news that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. The dying Mysterio lets the cat out of the bag. And so Peter Parker seeks out Doctor Strange, played by Benedict Cumberbatch, to do a spell so that the world forgets that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And then he realizes, oh, wait, I want MJ, my girlfriend, and my best friend Ned to still know, which I thought was kind of funny. He could just tell them, right? You know, anyway, the spell gets screwed with. And what happens is it's very ingenious, I think. Not ingenious, but it was clever. I'll say it's clever. It's more like it's clever in the writing. A door is open to other dimensions, other worlds, other universes of Spider-Man. So basically, I will say this without spoiling too much. It's kind of well known now. You heard it in the trailer, heard it in the interview when they're talking about working with the other Spider-Man actors. The other film actors appear, and the crowd went crazy at the Sandy Springs Cinema and Tap House when each of the classic actors starting from 2002 appeared in the movie as Peter Parker. It got a tremendous response from the crowd. It was a very crowd-pleasing movie, and those are crowd-pleasing moments for sure in the film. So there are 2 scenes during the end credits, which is standard for a Marvel movie. And Sony owns Spider-Man. I don't know if people realize that. Sony, Japanese company, owned the character of Spider-Man, and they sort of do profit sharing with Walt Disney, which is kind of cool. So they allow Disney to be part of, Spider-Man be part of the Marvel Comics universe in the Disney realm, which I'm very grateful they do that, being a Spider-Man fan. So it was really neat seeing the interaction of the characters. And the main theme is redemption, and everyone deserves a second chance. That seems to be the theme. And of course, with great power comes great responsibility, which was a line that Stan Lee wrote way back in 1962. With the first appearance of Spider-Man in Amazing Fantasy issue 15, which was the last issue of that book, and the first appearance of Spider-Man, which sold for over $1 million recently, a high-grade copy of that book. So, and it set a record for the most expensive comic book ever sold at auction, is the first appearance of Spider-Man. So, there's a great scene during the end credits. And then at the very end of the end credits, it's more like a teaser trailer to the sequel to Doctor Strange 2, in the Multiverse of Madness. And it all ties into this story. And an interesting fact about Benedict Cumberbatch, at least I think it's interesting, his mother was smoking hot back in the day. And his mom was in a TV show that I liked. I'm going to hold up a picture of her for the camera, and it's on the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook page, this picture of his mom. But she played Colonel Virginia Lake in a classic show, a British show, live-action show, called UFO, or UFO, like unidentified flying object, but they call it UFO, like an enemy. Like it should be spelled UFOE, UFO. That's how they pronounce it in this show. And it only lasted 26 episodes, but it's not like Doctor Who with that fake, videotaped look. It was shot on film by Jerry and Sylvia Anderson. They were the producers of it. And it's a really great show. But Benedict Cumberbatch, his mother's name is Wanda Ventham. And she was in UFO, and she was just really, really attractive and talented. So I think that's cool that that's his mom. But CBS actually ran UFO in the fall of 1972 in the United States of America, but it was produced between 1969 and 1970 in England. And what was neat about, I'll just briefly talk about UFO, is that they used a song from the Beatles, Get Back, when it was a new song. And the weird thing is, on the DVD release from, I think, 2001 or 2002, it's in there with music rights issues galore. I can't believe that the real version of a Beatles song, Get Back, is in UFO. Thought that was cool. So, that's all I have to say about Spider-Man. I don't want to give anything away. We'll go into detail later and analyze it. But I know there's probably not everyone out there is a Spider-Man fan. I'm a comic book nerd. And I really enjoyed it. And I love that message. And Willem Dafoe is in it. And I love his interpretation of the Green Goblin. You know, the schizo, split personality. He's got some great lines like he did in the very first Spider-Man movie. And it's a hell of a lot of fun if you like those movies. And they did a good job with it. So I enjoyed it. Now, let's see. We got our weekly update. Let me get to the music here. It is 3 a.m. as I do this live. It's been a long day. So I'm starting to fail fast. But let me play this for you. I got a quick update. Let me get to the music. Here we are.
This is Jeopardy!
Wait.
So Jeopardy update this week. Mayim is back hosting in the first tournament of college professors. It was a 2-week tournament. And by the way, she just had her 46th birthday, and she was born on Friday, December 12th, 1975 in San Diego, California. And she's a brain in real life. Anyway, this has been a very entertaining and informational, as always, tournament of college professors. But one of the college professors looks a lot like comedian Steve Martin to me. And I haven't seen the final show, which was Friday. That's going to be today as I'm live. I have not seen who wins this. But I do have an interesting clip from one of the last episodes in this series of the Tournament of College Professors. And there was one, though, I couldn't believe she barely made it as a finalist. Well, first of all, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me play you this clip here. And this is not a political show. I'm not getting political. I just found this kind of interesting, and I'm going to contrast these two clips. Listen to what this professor said from Delaware.
And we are back. Deborah Steinberger, Associate Professor of French Literature at University of Delaware. You have 2 interesting facts about your university.
We do. We're very proud to be the alma mater of Joe and Jill Biden.
Wow.
And we're also the first U.S. and university to have a study abroad program. We went in 1923. We took a group of students to Paris.
That's incredible. And let's say hello to...
That's incredible. So we'll get to Biden in just a second. I want to play a clip of his, a classic clip of Biden from 1987 to contrast that. But here was the final Jeopardy question from that episode. Listen to this.
The category for Final Jeopardy, awards. Here's your clue. The Theodore Roosevelt Rough Rider Award honors influential people from this state, including Western author Louis L'Amour. You have 30 seconds. Good luck.
Okay, that was the question. That was named after Louis L'Amour, who wrote about a character named Chance in a Western novel who went from town to town doing good deeds for what it's worth. But here's how she fared.
Let's begin with Deborah Steinberger. What did you come up with? What is Texas? That is not correct. How much did you wager? 0. All right, you will hold steady at 4,200. Gary Hall.
So she didn't make it, but she's all proud about Biden being an alma mater of her school. But let's listen to this quick clip from Mr. Biden when he was a senator back in, I think this is from 1987 or 1988. I want to play this for you. Let's see if I can get this to go. This is where he was caught fibbing, and I think this is nostalgic. Let me get this to go here. If I can get this clip to play.
What law school did you attend, and where did you place in that class?
Joe Biden.
And the other question is, could you quickly? I think
He seems like a jerk.
I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect. I went to law school on a full academic scholarship, the only one in my class to have a full academic scholarship. In the first year in law school, I decided I didn't want to be in law school and ended up in the bottom 2/3 of my class, and then decided I wanted to stay, went back to law school, and in fact ended up in the top half of my class. I won the international moot court competition. I was the outstanding student in the political science department. I graduated with 3 degrees from undergraduate school and 165 credits, only need 123 credits, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
What a dick!
I think just in my own opinion, I'm not questioning your IQ at all. I'm just saying that with the people that we have elected to office in recent years, I think that we have to question their credentials very solidly.
Well, I think you're right, Frank. But you know what I find kind of interesting? It seems to me if you can speak, you're at a liability in the Democratic Party anymore. It seems to me you've all become heartless technocrats. It seems to me that you forget that what happens is we have never as a party moved this nation by 14-point position papers and 9-point programs. It seems to me that when we got involved in the civil rights movement, Frank, nobody asked Martin Luther King what his legislative agenda was. He marched to change attitudes. When the women's movement started, it did not move with a constitutional amendment. They marched...
It goes on and on, but what an ass the way... Want to compare my IQ to yours? I'm sorry. I just thought, it was kind of an ass, but... He later apologized for misrepresenting his record, and the New York Times published a report about that incident. In his statement today, Mr. Biden, who attended the Syracuse College of Law and graduated 76th in a class of 85, acknowledged, quote, "I did not graduate at the top of my class at law school, and my recollection of this was inaccurate," unquote. All right, I'm not going to, this is not a political show. I just thought, wow. What a liar. All right, so back to the tournament real quick. Professor Hester from Penn State, Jerry Sandusky, anyone, was painful to watch and barely made it as a finalist, but she was taken out in the competition, but she made so many mistakes. It was almost comedic. I don't know if this is posted online, but if you watch the college tournament on Jeopardy, pay attention to Professor Hester if you want some comedy relief. Now back to the holiday spirit and the Christmas spirit. I'm going to play a song that I played last year with Bob and Doug McKenzie. Played this in the Nostalgic Pod Blast holiday special last time. I'll play just a little bit of it because I have trouble with the bots. I love this. This is the 12 Days of Christmas, performed by Bob and Doug McKenzie, who had their own movie, Strange Brew. These were like
Good Day is Christmas part of the album. And
it's like the original Wayne and Garth from Wayne's World. I think they were based on these characters from SCTV, Second City Television.
You can play this at your Christmas parties or to yourself on Christmas Eve if there's nothing else to do.
Good day, eh?
Yeah.
In case you thought, like, I wasn't on this part.
Oh, I guarantee you'd be on. Okay, so Good Day. This is the Christmas part, and we're going to tell you what to get your true love for Christmas.
Look out the window.
Where? What are you doing?
Snow.
What? Oh, it's the Great White North, and it's snowing because it's Christmas time. Hey, Hoser.
What?
Here's the quiz. Quiz for Doug.
Okay, I have my thinking toque on.
Yeah, right. What are the 12 days of Christmas? Just figure it out, right? Christmas is when?
The 25th.
Right, and what's the 24th? Christmas Eve, right? So that's two. And then what's after that?
Wrestling Day.
No,
Boxing Day, yeah.
That's 3.
I know.
Then what's after that? Nothing.
New Year's.
4. And what's
New Year's Eve?
5.
Okay.
Where do you get 12?
There's 2 Saturdays and Sundays in there. That's 4. That's 9. And 3 other days, which I believe are the mystery days.
Okay, now, this is our Christmas song, in case you don't know what to get somebody for Christmas.
There's lots of ideas in here, so listen and don't get stuck.
Okay.
By the way, that's me on the organ. You start.
Okay. On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a beer.
On the second day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 2 turtlenecks,
and a beer. Okay, good. On the third day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 3 French toasts,
2 turtlenecks,
and a beer. Okay,
that should be more there, right?
where? Go.
4th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 4 pounds of back bacon,
3 French toasts,
2 turtlenecks,
and a beer.
in a tree.
Oh,
You need
yeah.
more.
The 5th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 5 golden toques,
4 pounds of back bacon,
3 French toasts,
2 turtlenecks,
and a beer.
in
A
a tree.
Okay, on the 6th, the golden.
Christmas, my true love gave to me 6 packs of 2 for
5
golden toasts, 4 pounds of back
3
bacon,
French toasts,
2 turtlenecks,
and a beer
in a tree.
Okay. On the 7th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 7 packs of smoke,
Yeah, 6 packs of 2 for
5 golden toques.
You get the idea. I played it last year, so I like that. I like that. It just warms the spirit. It's not really laugh out loud funny, but it's amusing. So next up, oh, I got a story for you. Item. How do you feel about remakes and reboots of hit TV shows and movies? Now, we talked about reboots of musicals like West Side Story and how it's not faring well at the box office right now, but it might rebound with streaming and home video sales, and it might make its money back once people discover it. Because I've not seen it. It might be awesome. Steven Spielberg does not generally make bad movies. He just doesn't. But every year around the holidays, there's a live performance that started 3 years ago, typically of a Norman Lear show like All in the Family, right? We've talked about it before. Starring Woody Harrelson as Archie Bunker, for instance, and they've done the Jeffersons live, and it's live in front of a studio audience. Well, this year, this is in our rearview mirror already, but they did a live performance of The Facts of Life in Different Strokes, which are not Norman Lear shows, but Norman Lear was an executive producer along with Jimmy Kimmel. So I don't know how you feel about remakes and reboots, but the ratings slid. Again, the first time it was over 10 million viewers, and then it went to, I think, I don't know. Well, I'll read it to you. I do know. I don't remember off the top of my head right now. Let's see. No, it was like, I think, yeah, it was 5.8 million. It was over 10 million the first year, 5.8 million the second. And this slid over 1 million viewers this last time. So let me read this article by Tony Maglio. Down 1 million from last year for ABC Disney. And it would seem like the current viewing public doesn't favor Brand X. I will explain in just a second. But here's the headline. Ratings. ABC's Facts of Life in Different Strokes sheds 1 million viewers from last live in front of a studio audience. Author Tony Maglio. Jimmy Kimmel and Norman Lear's live in front of a studio audience return Tuesday with the third iteration of ABC's sitcom reenactment special, featuring episodes of The Facts of Life in Different Strokes from 8 to 9:30 p.m. The special drew an average of 4.6 million viewers. Now, that may go up once the DVR numbers are factored in. So this was just raw data. That's down from the 5.8 million viewers had tuned in for the December 2019 version, which featured different shows. The Jeffersons and All in the Family. Live in front of a studio audience was a pretty huge ratings hit the first time around, topping 10 million total viewers with recreated episodes of All in the Family and the Jeffersons. The May 2019 event was such a success that ABC decided to run it back in time for the holidays. That one, which featured episodes of Good Times and All in the Family, came in shy of 6 million viewers, however, so that was down by 4 million from the year before. Those first two iterations drew a combined 22.1 million total viewers after 35 days of delayed viewing, meaning DVR viewing, and reached 36 million total viewers across all linear and digital platforms, according to ABC. Also of note last night, ABC premiered new comedy Abbott Elementary, and NBC aired the 2021 People's Choice Awards. I need to research that. That might be a typo, because CBS might be Abbott Elementary. Let me see. That's important because that might have been a screw up in this text, because ABC is the same network that aired the live Facts of Life in Different Strokes. Let me see here. Abbott Elementary, what network is that on? Let me Google that right fast quick. and see. Maybe it is ABC, but I don't understand the point. Abbott Elementary sitcom. What network is that on? It's New Network. Is it on a network? It must be, because they're talking network ratings here in this article. Come on now. It's on ABC. Okay, so the article's right. So I guess I don't know why it's mentioning that, what the logic is with that. But anyway, all right, so I'm getting on with the article. Okay. Also, ABC premiered new comedy Abbott Elementary, and NBC aired the 2021 People's Choice Awards. ABC was first in ratings with a 0.7 rating in the advertiser-coveted 18 to 29-year-old demographic, and third in total viewers with an average of 3.2 million viewers, according to preliminary numbers. Live in front of a studio audience earned a 0.9 rating in the key demo. At 9:30 p.m., the series premiere of the new comedy Abbott Elementary drew a 0.6 rating and 2.8 million total viewers. That's not good. Queens, that's the title of another show, got Queens at 10 got a 0.3 rating and 1.4 million total viewers. Again, not good. NBC was second in ratings with a 0.6 and second in viewers with 4.4 million. The Voice at 8 p.m. landed a 0.7 rating and 6.7 million total viewers. At 9 o'clock, the People's Choice Awards received a 0.5 rating and 3.2 million total viewers. This is so boring, I know. But I'm a numbers nerd, so let me just read this real quick. CBS was third in the ratings with a 0.5 and first in viewers with a 5.9 million rating. A show titled The FBI at 8 posted a 0.6 rating and 6.8 million. All right, I'm going to skip all this. This is boring. To the bottom of the article, the CW was fifth in the ratings with a 0.1 and total viewers with 499,000 tuning in to The Flash at 8 and Riverdale at 9, which managed a 0.1 rating and 267,000 total viewers. Okay. Interesting. Now, the point is, the casting was strange because you had like Jennifer Aniston playing the Blair Warner character, and she's well into her 50s, mid-50s. And then you had, and nothing against her. She's talented, beautiful, certainly youthful. And Lisa Whelchel at 58 performed the theme to The Facts of Life. I'm going to play a sample of that in a moment. But you had like Catherine Hahn. You had all these, and Gabrielle Union, who's very talented. But you had all these menopausal and postmenopausal women playing teenagers. It was just weird. I thought it was strange. But I want to play Lisa Whelchel singing the Facts of Life theme. Let me see here. Hopefully this will go without incident. Yeah. Here is Lisa Whelchel, who I love. I think she's so talented and beautiful, and she looks incredible.
Lisa Whelchel and a couple of special friends with the classic TV theme song, The Facts of Life.
Okay. All right. Her teleprompter went down. She said on Instagram, hang on, I'll play a little more. And Mindy Cohn was out there with her, who played Natalie on the show. And Kim Fields, who played the original Tootie. So anyway. Next up, let's see what we have here for you. About nostalgic treats. This isn't the treat of the week, but last week I asked this question in the Nostalgic Pod Blast Facebook group. Orange soda, which brand do you prefer? Sunkist, Crush, Fanta, or Slice? And could you taste the difference? And here are some of the responses I got. Brian Rickerson said, quote, I was always a Fanta fan as a kid, and then my tastes moved towards Crush in my teens, unquote. Mike Good says, I loved Orange Crush and Fanta Orange. I did too. I was a Fanta Orange guy, and you can tell the difference. Don Foley Radford said, you need to add Faygo Orange to the list. Faygo. I'd never heard of it. And I asked her, is that a regional brand? And Don responded, it's mainly a northern brand, but you can find several flavors at Ingles, which is a southeastern grocery store chain, I think in North Carolina, Georgia, maybe South Carolina. There's not many locations. They're in really I won't say the boonies, but they're where I live in Smyrna, Georgia. The closest one's in Dallas, Georgia, and then on the other side, Ackworth, Georgia. Anyway, but Ingles has an incredible deli, but Publix grocery store chain out of Florida really kind of pushed Ingles aside in the Atlanta, Georgia market in terms of a viable grocery store. And about the Orange Crush and the orange question about best orange soda, Michael Boyce said, with Nedix, Nedicks. With Nedix, I could, meaning I could tell the difference. And I'd never heard of that one either, so I asked Mr. Boyce about it, and he explained that that is a orange soda found in the New York tri-state area. And I'm in the South in Atlanta, Georgia, as I just said, in the Smyrna, Georgia area in Vinings. So that's why I've never heard of that brand, but you probably have, maybe. And then another comment, June Newell commented, don't forget Nehi, N-E-H-I soda. Again, I'm not familiar with that one, and according to Wikipedia, here's a quote, Nehi is a flavored soft drink that originated in the United States. It was introduced in 1924 by Shero Cola / Union Bottle Works and was founded by Claude A. Hatcher, a Columbus, Georgia grocer who began bottling ginger ale and root beer in 1905. Whew, that was a long time ago. Over 100 years ago. The Nehi Corporation name was adopted in 1928 after the Nehi fruit-flavored sodas became popular. In 1955, the company changed its name to, here we go, Royal Crown Company, RC Cola, North Carolina, after the success of its RC Cola brand. In April 2008, Nehi became a brand of Dr. Pepper Snapple Group, now known as Keurig Dr. Pepper in the United States. And June added, you might be able to find it at a country store somewhere, or a store that has the old drinks, candies, etc., like Cracker Barrel, I guess, in the little country store section of that restaurant. And she says there used to be a place like that in Ball Ground, Georgia, but I don't think it's there anymore. So maybe this deep discussion about orange soda might be more appropriate in the summertime instead of winter, but there you have it. Now, I'm going to play another Christmas novelty record, and if the sound goes out, it'll be complete with a little luck on my YouTube channel posting of this live show, the Nostalgic Podblast, or it'll be on Apple or anywhere you can find podcasts you'd like to listen to. Just look up the Nostalgic Podblast, and this is episode 89. If you want to, and let's see, what cue mark is this? I doubt you'd be that interested to go to this trouble. But we're at the 3-hour, 42-minute, 20-second mark. Good Lord. If you're listening at fistfulofradio.com, you can check out the show on demand at those outlets. But let me play another little novelty record as we wind down the show. And I have awesome stand-up comedy I'm going to play. Shockingly funny stand-up comedy by Cheryl Underwood that I found when doing my research for this week's show. And I may do a show Sunday. I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet. But let me get this for you now. Here's another Christmas novelty record.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. And what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh, and 8 tiny reindeer. With a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Lawrence Welk.
Thank you so very much for the very nice welcome call of the Champagne Music Makers.
He whistled and shouted. and called them by name. Now,
Edward G. Robinson. Vaughn Monroe.
Rosemary Clooney.
Ed Sullivan.
on.
Julius LaRosa.
Nat King Cole.
J.P. Morgan.
Boris Karloff.
So up to the rooftops as coursers they flew. With a sleigh full of...
Mendelssohn, Brahms, Beethoven.
And Lawrence Welk, too.
Thank you so very much for the very nice welcome for all of the Champagne music makers.
As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed in
an all-wool worsted for only $34.95.
He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work. He filled all the stockings and turned with a jerk. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew. Like the down on a thistle. And I heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight,
Thank you so very much for the very nice welcome for all of the Champagne music makers.
Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
That was by Frank and Jack. Very strange novelty record for Christmas time. Now, we have another item for you. Item! On Wednesday, again playing catch up, because I didn't do a show until now, late in the week. On Wednesday, December 14th, 1977, the classic movie Saturday Night Fever hit cinemas starring John Travolta. And what I thought was weird, originally, of course, it was rated R. There's some really hard scenes in that movie. But then in 1979, there was a rated PG version that was released by Paramount Pictures. And I can't really remember that ever happening before or since. But what a hit Saturday Night Fever was. The budget was $3.5 million, but it earned $237.1 million. And the Bee Gees soundtrack album sold 40 million copies. It was very, very popular. But get this, Saturday Night Fever sold 25 million copies between 1977 and 1980, which at that time, the most copies sold of any sound recording since sound recording began. Jesus. It sold 25 million, let's see, between 77 and 80, which at that time, that was the most of any recording since sound recording began. So far, it's sold over 40 million copies, as I just said. The soundtrack was released on Tuesday. I didn't put the month. Tuesday, December 15th, 1977. That's right. And it's one of the best-selling albums in history, and it remains the second biggest-selling soundtrack of all time after The Bodyguard with Whitney Houston. And again, it sold 40 million copies worldwide. It's a double-disc album. And in the United States, the soundtrack to Saturday Night Fever was certified 16 times platinum for shipments of at least 16 million units. The album stayed atop the charts for 24 straight weeks from January to July 1978 and stayed on the Billboard album charts for 120 weeks until March of 1980. In the United Kingdom, the soundtrack to Saturday Night Fever spent 18 consecutive weeks at number 1. The album epitomized the disco phenomenon on both sides of the Atlantic and was an international sensation. The album has been added to the National Recording Registry in the Library of Congress for being culturally significant. Absolutely, it's a pop culture legendary record. And by the way, when Saturday Night Fever hit movie theaters, John Travolta was filming Grease, as well as acting in the sitcom Welcome Back, Kotter during its third season. It lasted 4 seasons, Welcome Back, Kotter. Eventually, John Travolta left during season 4. He appeared, I think, maybe 8 times in that final season, and the ratings just tanked when he left. But here's the interesting thing, I think. I haven't heard people talk about this. It's something that I noticed. Since Grease was set in the 1950s, Travolta had to shed some of his Farrah Fawcett-style long locks of hair that he wore as a sweat hog previously in the show before he was a movie star. And he wore this obvious long hair wig during season 3 of Welcome Back, Kotter, because underneath he had shorter hair because he was filming Grease. I don't know. It's an obvious wig. So I don't know if you, as a layman, could differentiate between a season 3 episode, but if it's airing on Antenna TV or whoever's airing it or streaming it, usually they'll say what season it is. Pay attention to the season 3 episodes, particularly the early season 3 episodes filmed in like summer 1977, and you'll see that he's wearing a wig because he had to cut his hair short for Grease. Anyway, I'm going to play another quick clip. This is seriously just a few seconds of composer Marvin Hamlisch, who ripped off the Bee Gees riff from "You Should Be Dead." I'm losing my voice. You should be dancing, yeah, from Saturday Night Fever, and he used it. This guy Marvin Hamlisch as background music in the James Bond movie The Spy Who Loved Me, the only Bond film this guy scored. And I'm going to play a little bit of that riff. You know the song "You Should Be Dancing," that boom, 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 that beat, that bass guitar beat and riff. Listen to this. This is the Marvin Hamlisch ripoff of "You Should Be Dancing," and then I'm going to play some of a live performance of the original. Let me see. I got to cue this right up. Let's see. Yeah, hang on. It's at the end. I pulled this clip because it's pretty clean. And I want you to compare this music. It's a total ripoff. But I got to get right to it. Here we go. Here we go. Let me get right to it. Here it is. Here it is. Listen. That "You Should Be Dancing," that bow, bow. Right there. Is that not "You Should Be Dancing"? Well, I'm going to play really quickly a 1976 live performance of that song from Los Angeles, California at the Forum. And compare. That was "You Should Be Dancing." And that movie was released in 1977, Spy Who Loved Me. After the song. It's the same riff. I love Barry Gibb. His high-pitched singing. Alto. Bow. Shame on you, Marvin Hamlisch. You rip-off artist, copycat, unoriginal, dirtbag. No, I'm kidding. Getting a little harsh there. riff, man. Marvin Hamlish stole that, man. Anyway, I'm getting a little loopy. I've been drinking coffee all night. I'm low on sleep. I'm not on drugs. I'm really not. It's caffeine. I was just dancing, acting the fool on camera. Item. I was going to read more robot insults from Jonathan Harris that he wrote. I'm going to skip that and belay that. It's gotten to be a little long tonight. Now, I played this last time. I might skip this as well. But we have a big holiday Christmas special coming up. And it's going to air on television. People aren't talking about this much. A Charlie Brown Christmas is going to air Sunday, December 19th, 2021 on PBS, which is right around the corner. Just wanted you to know. And I played the original 1965 commercial for that. I'll skip it because I played it last week. Anyway, that's all I wanted you to know. It's Sunday night. It's going to air on television for the first time in a couple years. Now, finally, I'm trying not to have another marathon show that's like 5-6 hours long. No one wants to listen that long. Shit, I'll be lucky if anyone listens to me for half an hour. But let's cover some of this week's. Actually, I'm playing catch up. These are some birthdays over the last few days. And I just picked the highlights. Happy heavenly birthday to Dan Blocker, best known as Haas from Bonanza. He was born back on Monday, December 10th, 1928 in DeKalb, Texas, USA. Blocker was drafted into the United States Army during the Korean War. He had basic training at Fort Polk, Louisiana. And served as an infantry sergeant in the F Company 2nd Battalion, 179th Infantry Regiment, 45th Infantry Division in Korea from December 1951 to August 1952. Dan Blocker received a Purple Heart for wounds in combat. Thank you for your service. In addition to the Purple Heart, which my uncle received, by the way, he saved his entire platoon in Vietnam. He's a Marine. And he heard a bullet whistle past, and he told his men to hit the deck, hit the dirt, saved his platoon. He got the Purple Heart and Silver Star, my uncle. Anyway, in addition to the Purple Heart, Dan Blocker received the National Defense Service Medal, the Korean Service Medal with 2 Bronze Campaign Stars, Republic of Korea Presidential Unit Citation, United Nations Service Medal, Korean War Service Medal, and Combat Infantryman Badge. In 1957, Dan Blocker appeared in a Three Stooges short titled Outer Space Jitters, playing the Goon, and he was billed as Don Blocker. Dan also made 2 appearances on Gunsmoke as the Blacksmith on August 25th, 1956 in title Alarm at Pleasant Valley, and on October 18th, 1958 in an episode titled Thoroughbreds. He also appeared in 1957 as Will in the episode A Time to Die of the ABC Warner Brothers Western series titled Colt 45. Unfortunately, Dan Blocker died in Los Angeles at the age of 43 following gallbladder surgery at Daniel Freeman Hospital. A news item provides these specifics. Quote, Blocker went into the hospital for gallbladder surgery, developed a blood clot in his lung, and died. And I have a 1965 interview. This is not long at all. Dan Blocker. I think he was very significant in terms of pop culture history, and because he served our country so brilliantly in combat. Let's listen to him in his own words. He's been gone since 1972. And this is Cactus Pryor interviewing Dan Blocker from 16mm film. This is from the Texas Archive of the Moving Image.
I won't have a little trouble with names in this interview because, as you saw yesterday, Dan, when I was introduced to your wife, I said, I'm glad to meet you, Mrs. Cartwright.
Well, I'll tell you, Cactus, that's fine. I've been called a lot worse, and so is she, I'm afraid.
You know, I don't believe, though, that there's any character on television with whom the public identifies more than this Hoss character that you play. Do you have much trouble separating Dan Blocker from Hoss Cartwright?
Well, not anymore. There was a time, of course, that I did. I think after the second or third year, I started finally to divorce myself from him. But in the early days of the series, when I was trying to find this character and I was really working at it, then of course I got wrapped up in him to the extent that I was Hoss Cartwright practically all the time. But once I got it, and once I knew the fella and he was indelibly stamped, then I could leave him alone and go get him when I wanted him. And that's every morning at 7 until 8 or 9 o'clock at night. And then I can leave him at the studio and pick him up the next morning.
Yeah. I've only known you for a few hours, and I was trying to figure out yesterday as we were visiting some of the differences between Hoss and Dan. Obviously, you're a pleasant fellow, as Dan Blocker, as is Hoss Cartwright. But Hoss is...
well, we're both happy men. Let's
happy
put it
men,
that way,
yeah.
And we're both Democrats.
Yeah. Well, has that ever been established in Bonanza?
Well, no, because at that time there was no Democratic Party nor Republican Party. There were the Tories and the Whigs. But
yeah.
I have a notion that that Hoss would have been a liberal and a progressive. The only people that I know who aren't are people who are unhappy in life and been a big disappointment to them.
Well, there's no doubting that you're a Democrat. Of course, you came back to Texas during the past campaign. Why did you come back to Texas to campaign, Dan?
Well, I felt that more than any other presidential campaign in recent history, the just past presidential campaign and election was the most important campaign and election this nation has faced in many respects, if not all respects. We had two differing basic philosophies testing one another, and one of which I thought was unacceptable for the America that I have grown up knowing and loving, and I felt that that it was my responsibility as a citizen and as a parent and a member of society to do what I possibly could to further the philosophy that I thought proper and right. And I felt I could do no less, and I hope that it had some bearing, and I hope that it was some help. We feel that it was.
There you have it. Also, very sad news. On December 10th, 2021, the world learned that Michael Nesmith of the Monkees passed away. There's only one original member of the Monkees, of the original four, that's still with us, and that's Mickey Dolenz, the sole surviving member of the group. And he said, and I quote, "I'm heartbroken," Dolenz said in a statement following Nesmith's death. Quote, "I've lost a dear friend and partner," end quote. Michael Nesmith died at 78 years of age. And of all people, Jerry Mathers, the Beaver from Leave It to Beaver, tweeted on December 10th, quote, "I'm so sad to hear of the passing today of Michael Nesmith of the Monkees. Tony and I met him in 2019. He was a very nice person. Such a talented singer, songwriter, and guitarist who will be sorely missed," end quote. Also in the music world, the weekend of December 10th, back in 1976, over 45 years ago, the underrated Queen album A Day at the Races was released, and I have it on camera right now. If you're watching live on Facebook in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group or on the YouTube channel. And this was the next record after Bohemian Rhapsody that we talked about earlier when I talked about the movie from 2018 that was such a smash hit, almost $1 billion in movie ticket sales. But this album is often overshadowed and overlooked, and this was Queen's 5th hit album. I'm going to play a couple live performances from it for a song that I really like. Here's some of the tracks from A Day at the Races. Tie Your Mother Down, which is an awesome song. You Take My Breath Away, Long Away, The Millionaire Waltz, You and I, Somebody to Love, White Man, Good Old Fashioned Lover Boy, Drowse. Oh God, just so many great songs. I love the band. Let's listen to a little bit of Killer Queen live. That's from the 3rd album, Sheer Heart Attack. Not the 5th, but then it goes into Good Old Fashioned Lover Boy. And I love the guitar solo. The guitar solo by Brian May in the song is incredible. Very underrated. Let's listen to a little bit, see if I can get away with this. Hopefully I can. Let's see here. I just love Freddie Mercury, guy. He's been gone over 30 years. Unbelievable. What a talent.
Thank you. Good evening, all you rock and rollers. And welcome to our carnival. Do you like the gimmicks? Okay, we're going to have a little fun. We're going to do something which we call a medley. We hope this is going to bring back some memories for you. Begins thus.
1974
You got to start the beat up. Come
is when this was released originally, in the third album, Sheer Heart Attack by Queen. Big hit song.
She keeps a Moet Chandon in a pretty cabinet. They make cakes, she says, just like Marie Antoinette. Building a remedy, resolve infinity, and it's all an invitation. And wine, caviar, cigarettes, and busted in a cat. Strong and healthy, nice, she's a killer. We got power, identity, dynamite with a laser beam. Don't seem to blow your mind. Recommended at the price, insatiable and appetite. What's right? Complications, she never met the same address. In conversation, she's no chance like a baroness. When a man tried on with conservation minor, and again incidentally, did that way. Like perfume came at you from Paris. Cause she couldn't care less. The sweetest, precise, she's a killer. We got volatility. Dynamite with a laser beam. Guaranteed to blow your mind. Recommended at the price. Insatiable and appetite. What's right? Just for two. We can serenade and gently play on your heartstrings. Be a Valentino just for you. Faster, faster. Ooh, can you feel my love beat? Come on, see my heart, see the love, and tell me how do you feel right after all? I'd lie for you tonight and go romancing. Say nobody else, just like you back. Love, love, boy. What you do tonight, boy? Let my love feel much better and use that fancy phone on the telephone. When I'm not with you, think of you always. I miss you. When I'm not with you, think of me always. I love you. Love you.
Take this solo. love that. I'm going to play you just a little quick bit. This is from a live performance on November the number 12th, 1977. I just love this song.
Sad things, we can do the tango just for two. I can serenade, gently play on your heartstrings, be a Valentino just for you.
Houston, Texas is where this was performed on November 12th, 1977.
That's because I'm a good old fashioned lover boy. Ooh, let me feel your heartbeat. That's the best. Ooh, can you feel my love beat? Come on, straight to my heart, straight of love. Tell me how do you feel right after all? I'd like for you and I to go romancing. Say the word, your wish is my command. In the good old fashioned school of lover boy.
Awesome song, underrated. Susan Day is 69 years old. She was born Wednesday, December 10th, 1952 in Pekin, Illinois. Susan showed she could act in L.A. Law on NBC over a decade after the Partridge Family flew the coop. The Partridge Family was on ABC TV from September 25th, 1970 until August 31st, 1974. Again, I count the last aired episode, whether it's a new episode or a rerun. That would be a rerun, October 31st, 74. But the Partridge Family lasted 96 episodes over 4 years. L.A. Law aired on NBC from September 15th, 1986. That was a movie, pilot movie, until May 19th, 1994. Lasting for 8 seasons, 171 episodes were filmed for L.A. Law, plus a May 12th, 2002 TV movie. Miss Day has apparently aged gracefully and naturally. She looks great and looks like herself. Got a clip of Susan Day on Late Night with David Letterman from the 80s talking about L.A. Law. It's not very long, and I think this is a really cool clip. The audio might be a little sketchy. This is from an old VHS tape. Now let me cue this up. Yeah, here we go. This isn't very long.
You impressed? I didn't know my shirt was so articulate.
Very nice man. Very nice man. Nice to see you.
Thanks.
Things are going great for you, aren't they?
It's been like a second lifetime for me. Yeah.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
What was the indication of the end of the first and the beginning of the second? What divide those up for us?
Turning 30-something did a lot for me.
How old a woman are you now?
30-something.
Well, we won't get into that, but you look terrific, regardless of age. You look terrific. Now, tell me about the. Well, I don't.
No, it's true. It happened.
If she was 90, she looks great. If she was 20, she would look great. That's all I'm trying to say. You look terrific.
It happened to me the other day. The woman came up to me and said, I grew up with you in the Partridge Family.
Yeah.
And I looked at this 26-year-old young woman.
Right.
And I said, I don't think we grew up together. I think you were kind of like watching me in still life form. She said, well, I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to push the age thing. So,
Now, how old were you when you were on the Partridge Family?
17?
You started when you were 17? Yeah. I thought maybe you were a little younger, but 17 is still a kid.
I felt like an adult.
And L.A. Law. Now, what do you do on L.A. Law?
I work a lot.
Yeah.
I work hard, yeah.
But what is
prosecuting?
What a good show.
Prosecuting attorney, yeah. I work for the DA's office.
Yeah.
Win a lot of cases.
Yeah. and are you married on the show? Are you single on the show?
No, I'm not. I'm not married. I don't have an apartment. I have no home. It's very disturbing to me. I keep saying to Stephen Bochco, I have no home on this show.
So you're the one who just rides around in a van?
Down by the river.
Prosecuting cases? That's very sad.
Portable. Absolutely.
This show is unbelievably popular, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And wherever you go, do people swarm over you and want your autograph? Do they recognize you wherever you go?
They do. The interesting thing is that most of them are still connecting from Partridge Family, which absolutely amazes me.
Yeah.
And as you know, that when you appear in people's living room, they feel a connection with you.
Right.
That's very intimate.
Especially if they catch you stealing something. It's been my case a couple of times.
I had a situation. I mean, what it does is it poses situations that other people do not experience, that people here don't experience. And I had a situation on a commuter flight where I went back to use the bathroom, and the
Where
steward...
were you going? Los Angeles
I don't want to
to-
say, but the steward said, I said, have you used the bathroom? He said, well, wait a minute, Miss Day, wait a minute. I just spilled water on the seat. Let me wipe that up for you.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it was water. Sure. Water. A little water on the seat. Uh-huh.
I don't think he'd do that for anybody.
No, but that was very thoughtful.
He was very thoughtful.
So now you go in there to freshen your makeup or whatever, and
That was it.
that was it.
That was it.
But did it disturb you that he was outside thinking this much about you and your welfare in there?
It disturbed me that he was there before I was, and then thinking about how did it work out for me that he had just done this. Yes, but you let it go,
Yeah.
don't you? Don't you? You
Sure,
let it
you have no
go.
choice.
You
have
let
no
it
choice.
go.
As with most things in life, you have to let them go. Yeah.
Mhm.
You're originally from West?
York.
Yeah, right in this area.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And where do you live in Los Angeles now?
I live in L.A.
Yeah, what part?
Yeah, up in the mountains.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Do you like
Yeah.
it there? Do you
Yeah.
like Los Angeles?
It's home, you know, it's home. And I miss New York when I'm there, and when I'm here, I miss L.A.
Yeah.
But now, they're very similar. I mean, today, it's just so similar. The traffic's about the same, you know.
You know, I've noticed that everywhere I go that the traffic is getting worse regardless of the city,
Uh-huh.
regardless of the location.
There's here, though, in New York, the drivers are much more articulate
Oh.
about how to be aggressive. They're really good about that. In L.A., it's more fatalistic.
Right.
Here, there's better transit. In L.A., we have prettier cars.
Yeah, but you also have guys riding around with weapons in L.A.
Here, too.
Yeah.
You have snipers, we have snipers.
Oh,
You
okay.
have homeless, I think maybe more. We have about 50,000 homeless people.
So despite the fact that they're separated by a continent,
I
they
think
are
they're
quite
very similar.
Quite similar.
Yeah.
All right, we have to do a commercial, and then we'll be back here with Susan Day.
Nice choice by Paul Schaefer. Continuing on with David Letterman. On December 11th, again playing catch up. That's in our rearview mirror, but on December 11th, Terry Garr turned 77. She's had some health issues of late. I won't go into details, but we wish her well. Terry Garr was born Monday, December 11th, 1944 in Lakewood, Ohio. And really, Terry's first pop culture role was in Adam West's Batman in an uncredited small speaking part in the first episode with Mr. Freeze. And she said, oh, it doesn't matter. But she's in there and she has a line. And aside from her great movie roles in such films as Young Frankenstein, Oh God, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Mr. Mom, and Tootsie, Terry Garr had flirtatious, flighty banter with David Letterman, going back to Dave's NBC 12:30 a.m. Late Night with David Letterman show. And I want to play just a few words that Terry Garr said about David Letterman back, I think, in 1992. Let's listen to this really quickly while I use the head. I have to use the restroom. Here we go. This is from August 26, 1993, not
There'll be
1990.
plenty of surprises when David Letterman
CBS
comes to
this morning.
But we can probably expect plenty of appearances by Terry Garr. Now, recently I asked her why she and Dave have this mutual admiration thing.
I have great respect for David Letterman because he's an artist in his own way, and he's a very talented and smart guy. And he works his butt off, you know? He works very hard.
Well, you know, some people, Letterman throws people sometimes on the show, but he never has thrown you. Not literally, but I mean in a figurative.
But he tries to, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
I think he does too. People tell me that. They say, "Guy, he's so hard on you." I go, "Well, I didn't notice that." I don't notice it. We just have a conversation. But then it isn't just a conversation, is it?
No.
It's something else. But you know, I'll tell you why I admire him too, is that he really has guts to stand up for himself. Because look at this situation. I'm not saying anything bad about any particular networks or anything, but here NBC had him for so long, and they said, no, you're not getting this Tonight Show spot. We're giving it to someone else, and we're just going to leave you right in there, and you're trapped as a prisoner in that time slot. And he had to have the guts to say, no, I'm not. I'm going to move on. And I mean, that takes guts. You really have to be strong to do that. And then when he did it, they said, well, we're just going to make this really hard on you. You can't take any characters that you created. You can't have anything that you did on our show, anything you did in our building. You can't take with you, and you leave your clothes there, too. I heard that. He can't take any of his clothes. Well, I mean, that's, you know, so they're being a little bit 8th grade about it all.
When you walked out that first time to sit in that guest chair, what was going through your mind? Do you remember?
Well, I think I was very nervous. Although I had done a show before with him, and not his show, a show when he was on the radio in Indianapolis, and I was promoting, you know, Young Frankenstein, and I drove through there, and I met this guy out in a radio station. And so then when he did that show, I said, do you remember me? Do you remember me? I was the guy that asked you what kind of car you had. I said, yeah, I remember. He even sent me the tape of the show that we did. So I thought it would be, I wasn't nervous. I was much more nervous to do the Tonight Show. I thought, well, no one's going to watch this anyway, so I don't have to be nervous.
Within 15, how many times have you been on the David Letterman show, do you know?
106.
106 times?
No, I'm just making that up. But let's see. The show's been on for 11 years or something? 11 years. And I've been on at least 3 times a year. So what is that, 33 times?
33 times.
Embarrassing.
Why do you think you've been on the most on the show?
I think Connie Chung has been on the most.
Nah, okay. Why do you think you've been on in the top
I like Connie.
3?
Because I'm a nice person, and because a lot of times they would call me up, you know, and say, can you do the show on Thursday? And then I go, well, who died? No one died. We just like it. They'd call me on Tuesday. And I'd say, well, what the hell, I'll do it. I don't care. I like to do it. It's fun. It was like an experience, like a Disneyland ride. I'll do that one, sure. But then so many people told me, don't do this. You're just ruining your career by doing this show too much. And I think, you know, we're all going to be dead someday. They're going to go up to my grave and go, you did Letterman too much, you must die. I don't care. I'll do it. You know, I did it because it was fun and because they asked me. I'm sure they asked a lot of other people who had more scruples than I did.
How do you think he's going to...
And Terry Garr was in a classic Star Trek episode, Assignment Earth, which was actually a backdoor pilot. It was an attempt at a backdoor pilot. Gary Seven, played by the original star of 12 O'Clock High, playing Gary Seven. Robert Lansing. And she played Roberta Lincoln, a secretary, in the year 1968. It was a time travel story where the Enterprise goes back to 1968 to look at a rocket launch. Anyway, I digress. But we're moving ahead here. And, well, this is in our review mirror, but catching up, December 12th, a legend was born. And I have a musical accompaniment. Let's see if I can get this to go. Yeah, baby. Of course, we're talking about Bob Barker. Come on down! You're the next contestant on The Price is Right! Bob Barker is 98 years young. Born Robert William Barker in Darrington, Washington. I'll say it both ways. On Wednesday, December 12th, 1923. Bob Barker hosted CBS's The Price is Right from 1972 to 2007, making it the longest-running daytime game show in North American television history. Bob is also known for hosting Truth or Consequences from 1956 until 1975. The original Barker's Beauties were these two women, Janice Pennington, who stayed with him for years into the early till 2000, I believe, and Anitra Ford, who left in 1976. She was on from 72 to 76. Anitra Ford's real last name is Weinstein, and she appeared in The Longest Yard in a great scene I played on the Pod Blast before, a fight scene against the character played by the great Burt Reynolds, who we miss very much. Now I want to play a brief 1985 interview with Bob Barker and Johnny Olson that I found to honor the great Bob Barker. Let me find that for you now. I dig that music. It's so funny, so cool. Okay, and I got a couple quick interviews of Bob Barker. He's legendary. Behind the scenes at The Price is Right, 1985 interview with Bob Barker and Johnny Olson, the original announcer of The Price is Right.
Take the excitement of competition and the odds of chance, add a healthy dose of laughter, and mix it with lots of surprises, and you've got the formula for TV's most popular game show, The Price is Right, a show that's kept audiences screaming for over 12 years.
It's larger than life. It is a challenge. It's a challenge to keep the show alive and interesting and to stimulate the interest of the public. But we're lucky because we have a format of a subject that is of vital interest to almost every human being you could name. What things cost.
As producer for The Price is Right, Frank Wayne oversees a staff of more than 100 cast and crew members that includes TV's popular game show host, Bob Barker.
Everything's based on prices, and everyone can identify with prices. The President of the United States, the plumber, the attorney, a fellow who's unemployed, whoever. When we say, what do you bid, he becomes involved. And once they become involved, we have them.
Step forward, please.
The chance to strike it rich on national TV lures people from around the country away from their TV sets here to CBS studios in Los Angeles.
I'm originally from Texas.
Scarsdale, New York.
LA. I know, not far.
It's a bit of a Cinderella story. You come into our CBS studios, and within the hour you could be on stage, and you've won a car or a room full of furniture or a trip around the world. And all you've done is sent away for a ticket, dressed up, and stood in line for a few hours.
Where's your home, Wayne? Phil Wayne is the show's coordinating producer. His is the difficult task of choosing from more than 300 audience members the lucky 9 faces who will compete for the next 60 minutes for cash and fabulous prizes.
I'm considering all the things we need for the show, which is a certain amount of energy and interest, excitement. As I'm talking to them, I will cue my secretary and program practices with a secret word. They will start writing down what that person's wearing, what we talked about, their name and their number. So I will probably cue secretly 50 or 60 people after I've seen all 300.
As the audience files in, the pregame ritual begins. In the 12 years that Johnny Olson has been announcing The Price is Right, he has never missed a show.
Now, I love my work, and I energize myself before I go out on stage. When I leave this dressing room, small as it is, when I step across that threshold, I turn it on like opening night on Broadway. Nobody knows the names until I get them right on air. And when I say, come on down, I mean, boom, they jump up. And that's how they react. done 12 years of Price is Right, and we've just started our 13th year. And I hasten to add that we're still the highest rated show in daytime television, which concerns us because we're not sure we know what we're doing right.
But I'm very excited, so you might have to explain to me again.
I thought you had it all calm and cool
Oh, well, I'm calm.
Some people have said that I make my living making other people funny. And I think that pretty well sums it up. I'm the straight man, more or less.
Oh, $6.50. What did she need up there on top?
His is the one familiar face in a cast of characters that's constantly changing as new players are spontaneously called from the audience.
And that, I think, is a big thing. This surprise party attitude that they have, that we present them with. They don't know they're going to be on, and suddenly they find out. If they did know in advance, I think some of that electricity would be gone.
A constantly changing lineup of games also keeps the show fresh. The producer can choose from over 50 different games, but the most popular of all continues to be the Showcase Showdown, where contestants bid for a fortune in prizes.
3, 2, 1. What do you bid?
$14,800.
$14,800 is her bid.
400.
$6,400. $6,400. Actual retail price of your showcase, $7,262.
The Price is Right is not just a game show. It's become an American institution. And the continued popularity of the show proves that everyone loves a winner.
Don't forget to have your pet spayed or neutered. And the Pluto TV channel, streaming channel, it's free, has a brand new channel. It's a year old, actually. It's been out for over a year. And it's called The Price is Right, the Bob Barker Era by Fremantle Media. And it's a great channel. 24/7, Price is Right. By the way, the announcer, the original announcer, Johnny Olson, was born John Leonard Olson on May 22nd, 1910. And he passed away on October 12th, 1985, weeks after that interview aired in 1985. And he was replaced by Rod Roddy. He was one of the great announcers. And he also was the announcer of Match Game, a lot of other game shows. God bless Johnny Olson, the original announcer. And how about on Jeopardy? I've talked about this before. Johnny Gilbert, he's in his 90s. He's about to be 94, I believe. Johnny Gilbert, let me pull up his age. And he's been announcing Jeopardy since Alex Trebek started hosting it back in 1984. Hang on, what's his name here? Johnny Gilbert. Let me see. I think he's 93, but let me just pull this up. Yeah, Johnny Gilbert. Here it is. Bear with me here. Yeah, he was born July 13th, 1928 in Newport News, Virginia. So he's 93. He's going to be 94 next July, in July of 2022. Incredible. That's dedication for you there. All right, so moving on. Let's see. Oh, man. Oh, no. I got one more interview with Bob Barker. He's worth it. He's one of my he's my absolute favorite MC and game show host and MC, I think, in all of television, up there with David Letterman. I just think he was so smooth, calm, cool, and collected. And here's a brief interview from the METB Legends channel. Let's see. If the audio is rough, I will not play this. It sounded okay.
In Wasbrook, today's date is July 7th, 2000, and I'm conducting an interview with Bob Barker in Hollywood, California. Bob, we'd like to take about 15 minutes to interview on your early years. What was your name at birth?
Robert William Barker.
Did you have any nicknames at all?
When I was a little boy, they called me Billy. My father's name was Byron John Barker, and he didn't like the name Byron John, and everyone called him Bill. So they started calling me Little Bill, and then they called me Billy for years.
When were you born?
I was born in 1923, December 12th.
Where were you born?
I was born in Darrington, Washington.
Darrington.
But my mother said it just happened to happen there. My father was the foreman on the High Line, the electrical High Line, through the state of Washington. And my mother and my father were living in a tent city out there on the job. And I was going to be born. So they took my mother into Darrington, and I was born in the doctor's home there. And my mother stayed there for a couple of days and went back to the tent city And I've been living in a tent ever since.
All right, so there's plenty on YouTube of this interview. It's from the Archive of American Television, EmmyLegendsTV.org, if you want to look that up. That's all I'll play of that. In the interest of time, we've almost gone 5 hours. Lord in heaven. Well, another legend was born on December 12th, back in 1915 in Hoboken, New Jersey. Frank Sinatra. And all I'm going to do, he was born on a Sunday, by the way, Sunday, December 12th, 1915. Old Blue Eyes. I'm just going to play a bit of an interview with the great Johnny Carson, which you can find on Antenna TV over the air in the United States of America. Let's see. Here's a little bit of Old Blue Eyes, and he's performing. I like this version of the song. It cracks me up. It's a weird song for Sinatra to do a cover of.
But in my opinion, he is probably the best singer of popular songs in the last 2 decades. He's been at it for 40 years. And those of us who were around when he first started can remember the hysteria and the electricity when he would appear any place. And it was genuine. And it's amazing that 40 years later, he still has that kind of adulation and professional performance. He's I guess, a controversial personality. And there are only probably a few people in our business professionally who can walk into a room or walk on a stage and people stop and know that you're in the room. I think he's a consummate artist, and I'm glad he is here tonight. Would you welcome Frank Sinatra?
November 12th, 1976 is when this aired. That was a Friday night show.
I've been alive forever, and I sang the very first song. I put the words and the melodies together. I am music, and I sing the songs. I sing the songs, make the whole world sing. I sing the songs of love and special things. I sing the songs that make the young girls cry. Sing the songs, sing the songs. My home is deep within you, and I've got my own place in your soul. Now when I look out through your eyes, I am young again, even though I'm growing old. I sing the songs that make the whole world sing. I sing the songs of love and pretty things. I sing the songs that make some young girls cry. I sing the songs, I sing the songs. And my music will make you dance, get your spirit to take a chance. Music's from your heart, it's a real fine way to start. It's from me, it's to you, it's from you, it's to me, it's a real life symphony. I sing the songs that make the whole world sing. I sing the songs of love and special things. I sing the songs that make some young girls cry. I sing the songs, I sing the songs. I sing, and the whole world sings. I sing the songs of love and lovely things. I sing the songs that make the young girls cry. I sing the songs, I sing the songs. Listen, there's a lady turtle out in the hall. Wanted to know if dinner is still on.
Am I going to have to put up with this every 14 years? You barging in here like this and singing a song? God, it's great to have you here.
Thank you, John.
I really mean it. It's so strange sitting here, watching you sing over there for what we pay, you know. I said, my God, that's Frank Sinatra with $320. How would you like it, Frank? Large bills?
Dimes.
Dimes?
Dimes.
Who gives you dimes?
Everybody.
That's an old joke.
Yes.
How you feeling?
I couldn't be better. I couldn't be happier. And I couldn't be younger.
Yeah. You know, somebody asked you that the other night because you were married recently, and you said, hey, all of a sudden, everything's
Came together, yeah.
Came together?
Yeah. I'm really delighted. She's a marvelous girl.
Yes, she is.
A lovely lady. And everything's been so wonderful in the past few months. We've been on the road a great deal, you know, doing a lot of one-nighters and concerts. And the audiences have been, it's hard to explain how truly wonderful they are. It's almost like a renaissance that happened years ago. I mean, and I noticed that when we're working around, you get closer, obviously, to the people. And I noticed the age difference is quite interesting. I mean, there are youngsters in there who are 13 and 14 years old, and then there are the older folks who came to the Paramount Theater when they had the short socks. You know,
remember those days? Pandemonium in the aisles.
Oh, yes.
That's great. A few years ago, you said you kind of retired, and all of a sudden now you're back at it.
Oh, I meant it, though, John. I meant it. I did. I really meant it. I had a great time for 2 years.
Did you get bored?
No, I didn't get bored. No, I really didn't. I did nothing. I wanted to do nothing after 32 or 33 years of working. I thought to myself, gee, it'd be nice to not have to get up in the morning and do that kind of jazz and so on and so forth. But then we got a great deal of pressure, not only from my own people, but my own family. And a lot of mail started coming in. And I tell you how interestingly wise the public is. They said, a couple of hundred letters said, well, why don't you at least make an album? I mean, there's nobody in the studio except you and the band, they said, because they thought I wanted to get away from the people. And they said, well, it made sense. They said, just at least make us an album, even if you don't want to come out in public anymore. So I said, well, what the hell, I might as well go out and go to work again. And I'm enjoying it immensely, I really am.
I'm glad you came out of retirement.
There you have it. I was gonna play more of this, but it's getting kind of late in the show. Gone almost 5 hours. So happy birthday in heaven to the great Frank Sinatra. And that interview was from November 12th, 1976. On December 13th, Dick Van Dyke was born back in 1925. Back in 1925 in West Plains, Missouri. Dick Van Dyke is 96 years old. And Dick Van Dyke, of course, is commendable for his incredible body of work, including American Cancer Society public service announcements, anti-smoking commercials. But, you know, I'm not really a fan of his shows and movies, as crazy as that may seem. I respect his work, and it's not bad. I just never really dug the Dick Van Dyke Show. That's just me, and I know a lot of people are probably scratching their heads saying, you call yourself a pop culture expert? Jeez, that's lame. But happy 96th to DVD, stands for Dick Van Dyke. And like I said earlier, his brother Jerry was funny as hell. His brother Jerry Van Dyke died Wednesday, January 5th, 2018, sadly. December 14th, one of my favorite little actors was born. Happy heavenly birthday to Patty Duke. And in our Facebook group, The Nostalgic Pod Blast, I posted a publicity still of Patty from a movie called Valley of the Dolls, which was based on the book by Jacqueline Suzanne, I believe, released. And the movie was released on Wednesday, November 15th, 1967. Also in the cast was ill-fated Sharon Tate, who unfortunately was murdered by Team Manson. But Patty Duke was born Anna Marie Duke on Saturday, December 14th, 1946 in Manhattan, New York. And her sons are actors Sean Astin, best known as Rudy in the classic football movie, and Mackenzie Astin, who acted on later seasons of The Facts of Life. And unfortunately, sadly, Miss Duke passed away at age 69 on Tuesday, March 29th, 2016. It was very preventable, her cause of death. Miss Duke was married to the original Gomez Addams, actor John Astin. among other men. And I had a nice comment come in from Chris. Chris Seckinger said, I got to talk with her many times at the Mid-Atlantic Nostalgia Convention in 2011. She was enamored with the cute teenager that was helping me vend that weekend, and she stopped by our table every time she entered or left the room. She was genuinely one of the nicest people ever. And of course, I have a couple quick clips, starting with a clip of Patty Duke with Perry Como singing a duet of her cover of Downtown, the classic song. I'm going to play this real quickly. I think it's just 2 minutes long or so. But this is with Perry Como.
One question.
Yes.
England swings. What was the last, first line of that song?
England swings like a pendulum do.
Like a pendulum do?
Yeah.
Sounds a little peculiar to me.
Yeah, you're right. It should be England swings as a pendulum do.
No, not that. As a pendulum do.
Oh, I don't understand what's wrong with it.
I don't want to make a big do-das about this. But is England really that swingy now, Patty?
Oh, yeah. Especially downtown.
Oh, I'm glad you said that.
Ready.
All right.
When you're alone and life is making you lonely, you can always go
downtown.
When you've got worries, all the noise and the hurry seems to help, I know.
Downtown.
Just listen to the music of the traffic in the city. Linger on the sidewalk where the neon signs are pretty. How can you lose? The lights are much brighter there. You can forget all your troubles, forget all your cares, and go downtown. Things will be great when you're downtown. You'll find a place for sure downtown. Everything's waiting for you.
Downtown. Don't hang around, let your problems surround you.
Downtown.
Maybe you know some little place to go where they're never closed.
Listen to the rhythm of a gentle bossa nova. You'll be dancing with them too before the night is over.
Happy again.
The lights are much brighter there. You can forget all your troubles, forget all your cares, and go down.
Wow.
Things will be great when you're downtown. Don't wait a minute for downtown. Everything's waiting for you.
Just stick with the original. Perry Como, I've said it before, I found him incredibly boring and dull, but that's just me. Here's a quick bit of a couple scenes. I mean, Patty Duke had some really outrageous scenes in Valley of the Dolls and said some crazy things, and a couple of them are captured in the trailer. Let's listen to a little bit of the trailer to Valley of the Dolls, released in 1967. Neely O'Hara. Excuse me. Jesus, Lord in heaven.
Now, the motion picture that shows what America's all-time #1 bestseller first put into words.
I wasn't much of a man living with you, Neely, but that's over. I'm straightened out now.
With that little whore!
What?
That little whore makes me feel 9 feet tall.
Dolls, the instant turn-on.
Pills. Dolls are pills.
For instant love. Instant excitement. Ultimate hell. Starring Barbara Parkins as Anne. Good girl with $1 million face and all the bad breaks. She took the green pills.
Well, how do you think I feel sneaking out of your apartment at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Patty Duke as Neely, who was such a nice kid. And then someone put her name in lights and turned her into a lush. She took the red pills.
Sure, I take dolls. I've got to get some sleep. I've got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and sparkle, Neely, sparkle. Neely, you know it's bad to take liquor with those pills. They work faster. Have you heard from Jennifer? She wanted to know where she could get an abortion.
Sharon Tate as Jennifer. International sex symbol, victimized by everyone. She took the blue pills.
Go to hell with them.
Roman Polanski squeeze until the Mansons killed her.
All I know how to do is take off my clothes.
The Manson clan.
Susan
bastards.
Hayward as Helen Lawson, who had the talent to get to the top.
I gotta cut this short. And then I did want to play one final clip for tonight of Patty Duke on What's My Line, taped February 19th, 1972. And that's, of course, a show where people are blindfolded and they have to, it goes back to the 1950s where the panel has to guess who the person is. They sign in with the chalkboard.
The
Let me just-
appearance of our mystery guest. Are all your blindfolds in place, panel?
Yeah.
Yep. Almost all. All are in place. Would our mystery guest enter and sign in, please?
Well, I already spoiled it. Spoiler alert. It's Patty Duke. Yeah.
Okay, panel. You have about 2 minutes to guess the identity of our mystery guest, one question at a time. And let's start with Gene Shalit.
How do you do, mystery guest? That was an ovation you got.
Could not stand this man's
you in any form
movie
of
reviews on
performing arts?
NBC's Today Show. Sorry. She's doing a weird voice, of course, to disguise her identity.
There's a certain timbre to that voice that makes me think it's an opera singer. No. Are you well known to television audiences?
It's very possible.
Soupy?
Well, that means also that you would be known to them from another, like, say, Broadway?
That's possible too.
I never cared for Soupy sales.
Would you also sing?
That rug on his head.
It's possible.
Gene?
Oh, my. I'm going to say that you are well known in all the major branches of show business. Is that right?
It's not impossible.
It's the Spanish accent that's throwing me.
Arlene?
Are you in a series on television at the present time?
No, not at the present time.
Soupy? Did you ever write and appear in a movie that you wrote?
I wish I had. I probably would have made more money.
Sherry?
Are you in a movie that's just opened now?
Pardon me?
A movie that has just opened.
No.
Gene?
If you were singly best known for one field, would it be television?
Not necessarily.
Arlene?
Crazy about her. Are you other than American?
She would have been about 26 years old here.
Not necessarily.
Soupy?
Are you a nightclub performer?
That's impossible. At the moment.
Sherry?
At the moment, is there some physical reason that at the moment that would be impossible?
What?
What?
Not really, no. Gene?
No.
I assume you're not a comedian.
That's very insulting.
Arlene?
Not necessarily.
Have you made a big hit in a Broadway play?
Yes, that was very possible.
Soupy?
Is it playing now?
Oh, no.
Sherry?
A.B.'s Irish Road.
Is that your question?
No, I'm not even on.
Sherry?
Are you, have you been a star for a long time to accomplish all these things?
Yeah.
Gene?
Were you a big star in radio when there was no television?
You get more insulting every time you ask me a question. No.
Arlene? They're not even close.
Probably Jonathan Winters.
Arlene?
Oh, we're not even close.
No.
Oh.
You're almost out of time.
Well, are you in a field other than motion pictures and the theater?
No, this
No, and if I was, I couldn't talk about it on television.
this is a favorite of you. This is Patty Duke. terrific, Patty. Really. Yeah.
Thank you. That was really fun.
You were terrific.
Thank you.
Yeah, she has been a star forever, but she was 2 then.
That's right.
What are you
I
doing?
used to
She's
really
got
talk
you're in
like
a
that.
new movie or something.
Yeah.
It isn't even out yet, is it?
It comes out this week. It's called You'll Like My Mother.
Right.
With Rosemary
Murphy, yeah.
Who's brilliant in it. Sean Barbara Allen, who's a very new and I think a very rare talent, plays a mentally retarded girl. Richard Thomas from the Waltons is the evil one, which is a very unusual thing for him to be. And it's very scary.
Well, but you know all about the people who are evil, and it's very unusual for them. You married the most charming evil man in the world.
Gomez Adams, John Astin.
Yes.
Yeah.
John
We've
Astin.
been married almost 3 months now.
Well,
Old
how's it
man.
going?
And they
Dirty
say
old
it
man.
won't last.
Are you living in California now?
Yeah, we live near UCLA.
Are you here?
2 months, he
publicizing the
said.
movie, or you
Yeah,
just-
John's
talked
in
to him.
Denver doing, not Denver, but in Colorado doing a picture, and so I brought the little midget and came on his publicity tour.
That's really lovely of you. Lovely of you to take time to come play with us.
I
Thank you.
had a ball.
You were terrific, Patty. Thank you for coming. Goodbye, ladies.
And that show airs on the Buzzer Network every morning at 8:30 a.m. What's my line? Moving on to December 15th. Don Johnson turned 72. No clip, running out of time. I want to actually try to wrap up the show, but Don Johnson turned 72. He was born Thursday, December 15th, 1949 in Flat Creek Township, Missouri. And there's an episode of Chips called Roller Disco, season 3 premiere, and I swear, my friend doesn't believe me. One of my friends I've shown this to, but it looks like an uncredited cameo. You had all these people like Todd Bridges, you had all these actors in uncredited roles as themselves. And there's a shot. It looks like Don Johnson in Roller Disco, and someone will have to confirm that. Moving on, December 15th, Tim Conway. Happy birthday in heaven to Tim Conway, born December 15th, 1933 in Willoughby, Ohio. He passed away, unfortunately, on May 14th, 2019 at the age of 86, and he was a great comedy movie partner to Don Knotts. Helen Slater turned 58. She was born on Sunday, December 15th, 1963 in Long Island, New York, and she was the first Supergirl in a movie with Faye Dunaway as the villainess, and Brenda Vaccaro was in that movie anyway, and she also was in The Legend of Billie Jean. By the way, the new Supergirl, who's been on for I think 5 or 6 seasons, she was first in Glee. Her name's, I shouldn't do this joke, it's so inappropriate, Melissa Benoist, 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 Benoist. There were some like really explicit pictures of her that surfaced on the internet right before the debut of Supergirl some 5 or 6 years ago, and I couldn't believe they let her keep the part. I mean, it was, pretty intense. I mean, her last name ought to be Be Moist, judging by her pictures. Okay, that was creepy. That was creepy as F. Sorry I said that. Also on December 15th, 1978, one of my favorite movies hit theaters 43 years ago. And what's interesting about a little bit of this trailer is at the very beginning you hear music from Planet of the Apes. It's just a few seconds. At the very beginning, you hear music from Planet of the Apes. And the weird thing, anyone who knows anything about music rights will know that studios don't let other studios use music. And for some reason, Warner Brothers aired a 20th Century Fox movie, music from a movie, Planet of the Apes from 1968, now owned by Disney when they bought 20th Century Fox Film and TV Library. But let's listen to a little bit of the trailer for Superman the movie.
Friends, I'm not given to wild, unsupported statements.
Right, here's the music from Planet of the Apes, right here. Right there.
My friends, I'm not given to wild, unsupported statements.
Marlon Brando.
And I tell you that we must evacuate this planet immediately.
Jor-El, be reasonable.
Once there was a civilization, much like ours, but with a greater intelligence, greater powers, and a greater capacity for good. one tragic moment, that world was destroyed. But there was one survivor.
Now, wouldn't that beat all get out?
Because of the wisdom and compassion of Jor-El, because he knew the human race had the capacity for goodness, he sent us his only son. His name is Kal-El. He will call himself Clark Kent. But the world will know him as Superman. This year, Superman brings you the gift of flight. Superman, the movie.
Yes, 43 years ago. And there is a 3-hour, 8-minute version of that film that is a killer edit. It's called the Extended Cut, and Warner Brothers finally released it on Blu-ray, I think in 2018, in a dual set. Superman the Movie Special Edition and Superman the Movie, the TV Extended Cut, or the Extended Cut. That version is awesome. There's all sorts of great scenes. Now, this was the prototype for the modern superhero blockbuster cinema event like you have now with the Marvel Comics universe. And Christopher Reeve portrayed the Man of Steel and his alter ego Clark Kent. Mario Puzo, who wrote The Godfather, wrote the story of Superman the movie and Superman 2, which were shot at the same time by Richard Donner in 1977. Superman the movie had many stars in the cast, including Gene Hackman and Marlon Brando. The production budget was $55 million US, which translated to $300 million in movie ticket sales. The original principal photography for both Superman and Superman 2, under Richard Donner directing, took place between March 1977 and October 1978 in England, in the Pinewood Studios 007 James Bond sound stages, and on location in New York City, specifically in July 1977, during the heat wave and a blackout. They actually had the great New York blackout of summer of 77 happened while they were filming. And they also shot in Canada and other places around the world, and John Williams composed the background music and the triumphant main title theme. So moving on to December 16th, Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top turned 72. Born William Frederick Gibbons on Friday, December 16th, 1949, in Houston, Texas. He's, of course, an American rock musician and the guitarist and primary vocalist of ZZ Top. Gibbons began his career in the Moving Sidewalks band, who recorded Flash in 1968 and opened 4 dates for the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Gibbons formed ZZ Top in late 1969 and released ZZ Top's first album in early 1971. Also born on December 16th, Refrigerator Perry. He's 59. I thought he was deceased. I thought he passed away. But I'm glad he's alive. And Refrigerator Perry was born Sunday, December 16th, 1962. And he's a former American football defensive lineman who played in the NFL for 10 seasons, primarily with the Chicago Bears. He was nicknamed the Refrigerator because of his imposing size. He played college football at Clemson University in South Carolina and was selected by the Bears in the first round of the 1985 NFL Draft. Perry gained popularity during his rookie season as a member of the Bears team that won the franchise's only Super Bowl in Super Bowl 20. During the season, Perry occasionally played fullback in goal line situations and set the then record for heaviest player to score a touchdown at 335 pounds. He remains the heaviest player to score a touchdown in the Super Bowl and has the largest Super Bowl ring at size 25. Now I'm going to play another clip of Late Night with David Letterman with Refrigerator Perry from 1985. And this is from videotape, so the audio might be a little sketchy. But I want to document this stuff because things tend to disappear from the web. So I want to document all this in my pop culture show and share with you. Let's see.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the show. My next guest has been bringing some fan excitement, some fun has been bringing some fun and excitement back to the NFL this season. He tips the scales at 304 pounds. And as you're about to see on this videotape, on October 21st against Green Bay, he became the heaviest man in NFL history to score a touchdown off a set play. The man is just plain big. Ladies and gentlemen, from the undefeated Chicago Bears, please welcome William Refrigerator Perry. Yeah! Yeah! Come on over here, William. How you doing? Doing fine. Thank you for coming today. You played yesterday. Are you sore from the game?
No, I'm not really sore. Detroit didn't give us that much trouble.
Yes. Mr. Big Shot. You're having a lot of fun, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I'm having great fun.
You have any idea, it's a dumb question, but did you have any idea when you were playing college ball that it was going to turn out like this your first year in professional football?
Oh, well, not at all. I was playing behind Dan Hampton and Steve McMichael, and I thought I'd probably get a little time playing, but
yeah.
Then after all this happened Monday night, everything went wild.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun for everybody.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Now, how old a guy are you?
22.
You're just a kid, aren't you?
Oh.
And how tall are you?
6'2".
6'2"? I'm 6'2".
Okay.
Yeah. And what do you weigh?
Right now.
Is it actually 304?
About 3'2" now.
302. Because you played yesterday, worked a little long.
Yes.
Yeah. And what's the most you ever weighed?
Well, I was a sophomore at Clemson. I weighed about 365, 370.
365 or 370?
Yes.
What's the least amount that you've weighed, other than birth?
I'm about 285 my freshman year coming in.
285.
Yes.
And do you feel comfortable at right around 300 pounds?
Yes, I feel very comfortable.
Yeah. Now, do you come from a big family? You have a lot of brothers and sisters?
Yes, I have 8 brothers, kind of myself, and 4 sisters.
Uh-huh. And do we have any size like that in the other members of the family?
Our brother, his name is Freddie. He's about 6'2", about 325.
325. So he plays football also, I guess?
He used to play semi-pro for Augusta Eagles down there in South Carolina.
Yeah. And what kind of stuff do you eat to maintain this weight?
Well, it's not mainly anything.
What do you start out with breakfast? You roll out of bed. What time do you get up?
Well, mainly I don't eat breakfast now. I'm just mainly just get up and just get ready to go practice and just carry on my day. But
And just getting up, you put on a couple of pounds.
No, not at all.
All right. So the first meal you'd have would be what?
It's probably be my only meal probably be dinner.
Dinner. What time do you have dinner?
Probably around after practice sometime.
So you only eat one meal a day?
Yes.
You're going to waste away to nothing.
No.
All right, now, William, what do you have for your one meal?
Well, we have a salad, maybe a little...
Salad?
Yes.
And a tab, and I guess you go to bed then, right?
No. Well, a little steak.
So you have a steak.
Steak, salad, something to drink. Maybe a cookie or two, and that's it.
But now, William, when you want to go nuts, when you just want to go nuts, what do you eat?
Well, I don't go nuts about food now. It's all in the past now.
Now, what I understand in high school college, after a game, you had some beer after a game. Fine. Everybody enjoys a beer after a workout. 48 cans of beer.
Well, that was after a big win after North Carolina. After the North Carolina win.
48 cans of beer.
Well, you was a freshman, coming in college before. You and your friends got together. Y'all probably drunk more than that.
Jeez, me and my friends would split like an 8-pack, and we'd we'd sleep through classes on Monday. Was this one of the biggest thrills in your football career, catching a pass? Had you ever caught a pass before?
No, that's my first time catching a pass against any team, and it was just fun.
Yeah, was it a great feeling?
Oh, it was great.
How early in the week did you know you were going to be a receiver?
Only on Friday.
And what was your reaction when Mike Ditka told you?
Well, he told me, he said, "Big guy, get ready. You're gonna catch a pass. Can you do it? And don't drop it." So
I love it. Okay, so moving on December 16th, Joyce Bulifant turned 84. She was born Thursday, December 16th, 1937, in Newport News, Virginia. She's an actress and author, noted for her cheerful, girlish voice, in addition to recurring roles on television, including The Mary Tyler Moore Show. As Marie Slaughter, she's recognized for her film roles in The Happiest Millionaire and Airplane. She was the mom of Jill Whelan's character, and she was getting smacked around when she had the panic attack. And she was a frequent panelist on game shows, including Chain Reaction, Match Game, and Password Plus. And she's one of the few surviving celebrity panelists of the original Match Game, including along with Fannie Flagg and Betty White, knock on wood. But Joyce Bulifant, her first husband was James MacArthur, who was an actor in Hawaii Five-0. They married November 2nd, 1958, had 2 children together, Mary and Charles. They divorced in 1967. Her second husband was a Days of Our Lives soap opera star, Edward Mallory. And then her third husband was William Asher, who was married to Elizabeth Montgomery. He was the director on Bewitched, and he directed the pilot of Bewitched, however you want to say it. That was Joyce's third husband. And they adopted her son John, giving him the last name of Asher, her husband. She and Asher married on October 28, 1976, and divorced in 1993. Her fourth marriage was to Glade Bruce Hanson. They married in 2000, divorced the next year. Then her fifth husband was Roger Perry, who was married to Joanne Worley from Laugh-In fame. They married in 2002. Okay, anyway, she reminds me of my mom a little bit, but I'm just going to play a quick clip from Airplane. What a classic comedy. And let's see if I can find that right fast quick. Yeah. Yes, it's right here. This is a classic scene. River of Jordan from Airplane. The movie. The first one. And what's surprising about the Airplane movies, you know, you saw boobs in a PG movie. That's what really shocked me.
Yes?
When I was a kid.
There's a little girl on board up front who's ill, and...
Oh, yes, I saw. Poor child.
Could I borrow your guitar? I thought maybe I could cheer her up.
Oh, of course.
Thank you. Hi. Hi. Do you mind if I talk to your daughter?
There's Joyce.
I think that'd be nice. Hi, I'm Randy. I'm Lisa.
Jill Whelan, who was Vicky on The Love Boat. Anyway, Captain
I thought maybe
Stubing's
you'd
daughter.
like to hear a song. I'd love to. Let's see. This is one of my favorites.
I traveled the banks of the river of Jordan to find where it flows to the sea. I looked in the eyes of the cold and the hungry, and I saw that I was looking at me. And I wanted to know if life had a purpose and what it all means in the end. In the silence I listened to voices inside me, and they told me again and again, there is only one river, there is only one sea, and it flows through you.
The IVs come loose.
And
the kids dying. Jill Whelan's character.
There's only one people. We are one and the same. We are all one spirit. One name. We are the Father. We are one.
Having a seizure, the kid. Okay, so yeah, and again, she was one of the panelists on the original, not the original, which Gene Rayburn hosted in the 60s, but the 1973 to 1982 version of Match Game, hosted by Gene Rayburn, who was a great MC who resembled an orangutan. He looked very much like a primate, Gene Rayburn. All right, so on December 17th, Eugene Levy turned 75. He was born December 17th, 1946 in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. And he was seen in National Lampoon's Vacation. Remember, he was the slimy, lying car salesman who sells the family truckster to Clark Griswold. But he also, before that, was in SCTV, Second City Television, Later, he was in the American Pie movies, but he's just an awesome actor, comedian, producer, director, and writer. He's in Schitt's Creek, but he was in SCTV from 1976 until 1984. And what else? He's just very, very talented. I loved watching him on SCTV. He played in a funny parody of like American Bandstand called Mel's Rock Pile. And he played Mel. He was just kind of a nerd. And then he did an Alex Trebek parody in a sketch called Half Wits on SCTV. It was a very clever parody of Jeopardy. Let's see. In 2004, Eugene Levy won a Grammy Award for Best Song Written for Visual Media for A Mighty Wind from the film of the same name that he co-wrote. Eugene Levy received the Governor General's Performing Arts Award, Canada's highest honor in performing arts, in 2008. He was appointed to the Order of Canada on June 30th, 2011. From 2015 to 2020, he starred as Johnny Rose in Schitt's Creek, as I mentioned, a comedy series that he co-created with his son and co-star Dan Levy. In 2019 and 2020, he was nominated for the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Comedy Series, for which he won in 2020. And Levy's won multiple accolades throughout his career, including 4 Primetime Emmy Awards and a Grammy Award. Damn, I'm running. I've gone so long. I have so many clips I want to play, but damn. I better play a little bit. One more clip. This is of John Candy and Eugene Levy on Late Night with David Letterman from August 13th, 1986. This is from a videotape source, so the audio might be a little rough, but let me just play a little bit of this because he's one of my favorite underrated comedians and actors. And then I'm going to play a quick clip of him in the Jeopardy parody I just talked about, Half Wits.
Our next guest tonight, been here before. These gentlemen worked on the SCTV television series and later in motion pictures like Splash and the recently released Armed and Dangerous. They are also the creators of the infamous Schmengi Brothers. Two very talented and very funny gentlemen. Please welcome John Candy and Eugene Levy.
The audio's a little rough, and I need to go ahead and do a little quick on-the-fly editing. Here's just a tiny bit of Half Wits on SCTV, the Jeopardy parody. So hilarious. And it's kind of visual, so that's why I'm not going to play much of it. I just want to have a little audio for you. If I can get the damn clip to play. It's been plaguing me all night. Yeah. God dang it. Maybe just, there we go.
It's time for the new nighttime version of Half Wits. And here's the star of Half Wits, Alex Trebell.
Thank you, Johnny Ola, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to Half Wits, the game show that's fun and at times extremely trying. If you've been with us for the past 2 weeks, you'll know that our contestants are all tied for the lead, all at 0. No correct answers thus far. 2 weeks, nothing even remotely correct. But we're hoping to break that deadlock tonight. But first, let's meet our contestants. Darren Peel. Darren, good to have you back.
Thank you, Alec, and we'd
John
like
Candy.
to have you over for dinner real soon.
Uh-huh. Now, Darren, you were telling us you're in machine parts. Is that correct?
That is correct, Alec. I sort ball bearings for a living. I have 2 pails at work. In one pail, I'll put good ball bearings, and in the other, I'll put the bad ones.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a demanding job.
It is for me.
Now, Darren, you're a family man. Is that correct?
That is correct, Alec. I've got 2 wonderful parents. I have a mother and a father, and I have another brother
family of your
whose name
own.
is Darren.
What I meant to say was you have a family of your own?
I don't follow you.
Do you have a wife? Do you have children? Do you have a family of your own?
Oh,
your own
that,
family?
Sure I do. Sure I do. I have a wonderful wife and 2 boys named Frank.
Well, good to have you here, Darren. Good luck to you.
Well, thank you very much, Alec.
Blanche Ray. Blanche, good to have you here.
That is correct, Alex?
Now, Blanche,
Alec, did I mention my...
Anyway, it's kind of visual at this point, but who also plays a hilarious character is a guy, Lawrence. He's like half, not all there in terms of like mental retardation. It's not really making fun of people that have mental retardation, but Lawrence is a character played by Martin Short in that sketch. It's just hilarious. It more visual. He's like lost all of his hair, and he's supposed to be like, I don't know how old he's supposed to be actually. All right, well, moving on. Original Ghostbuster Ernie Hudson turned 76 on December 17th. He was born in Benton Harbor, Michigan on Monday, December 17th, 1945. I've met him. A quick story about meeting him in 2012 in Nashville, Tennessee. But his roles include Winston in the Ghostbusters film series. He was in The Crow. He's just done a hell of a lot of acting. He was in Oz from 97 to 2003. Leviathan in 1989, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle in 92, Airheads in 94, Basketball Diaries in 95 with Leonardo DiCaprio, Congo in 95, Miss Congeniality in 2000. I could go on and on. But he's just a hell of a nice guy. And he appeared in television shows St. Elsewhere, The Last Precinct in 86, Desperate Housewives from 06 to 07, Law and Order from 09 to 2010. He's done voice work as Agent Bill Fowler in Transformers Prime from 2010 to 2013. That pays really well doing voice work, and you get residuals and stuff, so I'm told. I've not had the honor, not that I would, my voice sucks. He was in LA's Finest from 2019 to 2020, Grace and Frankie 2015 to 2020, and yeah, he had a cameo in the 2016 version of Ghostbusters with the Lady Ghostbusters, and then he was in Ghostbusters Afterlife in 2021. Also, he acted way back when in 1980 in Too Close for Comfort in a funny, I think it was the third episode, but I met him in Nashville, Tennessee at a Halloween convention. I was one of several like featured Walking Dead walker zombies that did stunts that were prominently seen. And so this nice promoter, Mark, M-A-R-C is how he spells his first name, booked me to be there. And who else was there was Ernie Hudson, and he was so nice because really we were just like extra performers, you know, but he treated us with respect, and considering his level of achievement and acting, it was very, very nice the way he treated us. Now this is sad about his personal life. His mother, Maggie, died of TB when he was 2 months old, and he was raised by his maternal grandmother. And he joined the United States Marine Corps immediately after high school, but was discharged after only 3 months on medical grounds due to asthma. Let me see. He was also in Penitentiary 2 back in 1982, Dukes of Hazzard, A-Team on television back in the day, Fantasy Island. Anyway, just a really, really nice man that I had the honor of meeting. I know he doesn't remember me, but I'll always remember how kind he was. Also born on December 17th is Laurie Holden. She turned 52. She was born in Los Angeles on Wednesday, December 17th, 1969, but she was raised in Toronto, Canada. She holds dual citizenship in the United States and Canada. And speaking of Walking Dead, she was a regular in the first 3 years of The Walking Dead. Okay, some notes about Laurie Holden. She's the pretty blonde, right? She played Andrea and The Walking Dead. She got a raw deal too. She could have kept going. In the comic books, her character goes on and on and on. But for whatever reason, she was killed off at the end of season 3 of The Walking Dead. But she was in The X-Files from 1996 to 2002. She played Adele in The Majestic with Jim Carrey in 2001. Oh, fun fact. Jim Carrey has VD. That's what I read. Who knows? There's gossipy, you know. It doesn't really matter in my damn business. I'll never affect me, nothing. But anyway. And like I said, she was in Walking Dead from 2010 to 2013. So happy birthday. And oh yeah, she was nice too on the set of Walking Dead. Very kind and just a beautiful lady. Happy heavenly birthday to George Lindsay Goober Pyle from the Andy Griffith Show. He was born back on Monday, December 17th, 1928 in Fairfield, Alabama. He passed away on Sunday, May 6, 2012 from heart failure at the age of 83. I do want to play a quick clip of him, and as we wind the show down, I have great stand-up comedy I'm going to play at the very end of the show, and we'll do our tagline segment, cigarette taglines. I name the tagline, and you identify the product. But let's listen to, if I can find it right fast, quick. I always say that. Here's Goober Pyle, George Lindsay. This is very brief. This is his very first episode of the Andy Griffith Show.
Close your eyes.
What?
Close your eyes.
That's Gomer Pyle, played by Jim Nabors, talking about his relative, Goober.
Listen to this. He's going to take off on Cary Grant. Go, Goob. Judy. Couldn't you just swear Cary Grant was right here in this room?
Yeah, that was good, Goober.
That's sure wild, Goob. You got to show me how you do that. Judy. I can't do it. You. Oh, God, how you can do that? Bart? What? They're doing it. Be quiet. Come on, Andy. Hey, way to go. Hey, oh, honey. Hey, way to go, Andy. Beautiful. You too, Miss Helen.
Barney, what are you and Goober doing out here?
He was just passing. We were in a neighborhood. And now, son, what you think, Ange?
Smooth, Andy. Smooth. The way you floated that arm out there. You too, Helen.
Comfortable in there, Goober? Fine, Floyd. Just fine.
Okay. Also on December 17th, Pope Francis was born December 17th, 1936. He's 85 years old. So moving on to December 18th, we have a heavy hitter here. Steven Spielberg turns 75 years of age. He was born Wednesday, December 18th, 1946 in Cincinnati, Ohio. The great Steven Spielberg's first professional job came when he was hired to direct one of the segments for the 1969 pilot episode of Night Gallery, in a segment written by Rod Serling and starring Joan Crawford. Crawford was, quote, speechless and then horrified, unquote, at the thought of a young and inexperienced newcomer directing her. Spielberg attempted to impress his colleagues with fancy camera work, but executives ordered him to shoot it quickly. His contributions were not well received. Thus, Spielberg took a short break from the studio, Universal Studios. However, Crawford said to the director, "When I began to work with Steven, I understood everything. It was immediately obvious to me, and probably everyone else, that here was a young genius. I thought maybe more experience was important, but then I thought of all those experienced directors who didn't have Steven's intuitive inspiration and who just kept repeating the same old routine performances. That was called experience, quote unquote. I knew then that Steven Spielberg had a brilliant future ahead of him. Hollywood doesn't always recognize talent, but Steven's was not going to be overlooked. I told him so in a note I wrote him. I wrote to Rod Serling, too. I was so grateful that he had approved Steven as the director. I told him he had been totally right," unquote. And I'm going to feature Steven Spielberg in my director's pod blast of great directors, so I'm not trying to sell this genius short, but let's just talk about some highlights here. And then I do have a brief clip. I've got to play a clip of Steven Spielberg. He's just that important. Too important, of course. Steven Spielberg has won 3 Academy Awards. Excuse me. He received 7 nominations for Best Director and won twice for Schindler's List and Saving Private Ryan. His third was in Best Picture for Schindler's List. In 1987, Steven Spielberg was awarded the Irving G. Thalberg Memorial Award for his work as creative producer. Drawing from his own experiences in scouting, Spielberg helped the Boy Scouts of America develop a merit badge in cinematography to promote filmmaking as a marketable skill. The badge was launched at the 1989 National Scout Jamboree. In 1989, Steven Spielberg was presented with the Distinguished Eagle Scout Award. Pretty cool. Now, let's listen. This will be the last thing I want to talk about for now about Steven Spielberg, and I will feature him prominently in a pod blast and do him justice. But here's a 1992 interview with Steven Spielberg as he's talking about directing. Let's see here. This is from 60 Minutes, actually, and this is Mr. Bradley introducing a piece on the great Steven Spielberg.
If there were an Academy Award category, Best Producer and or Director of Money-Making Movies, Steven Spielberg would win hands down. Spielberg has either directed and or produced 6 of the top moneymakers of all time. If there were a category Creator of Blockbusters, who isn't always taken seriously by some in his profession, he'd win that one too. No matter, Steven Spielberg goes on turning out the kinds of films he likes. And if Oscar isn't always impressed, everybody else is. Raiders of the Lost Ark and its 2 sequels grossed well over $1 billion. Jaws made millions as it terrified swimmers all over the world. Close Encounters, Back to the Future, all big box office hits. And of course, there was E.T., the #1 box office success of all time. So far, it's taken in $700 million. So you would think Steven Spielberg wouldn't have any doubts about himself or his movies.
I have doubts about myself in both worlds.
Thinking that you can't pull it off?
Yeah. Every movie I make, and every movie I start, I don't think I can pull it off.
When you go onto a set in the morning for a movie, you nervous?
Yeah, every morning. Yeah. It's the same feeling I get going to work every morning as the feeling I got going to school every day. Being a bit of an outsider and not being normal and not quite getting good grades and not being able to compete. And my tummy is spilkus, my mom would call it. You know, I'd have before school every day. And I feel that when I make movies, too.
But you're better at this than you were in school.
Oh, damn straight.
He may be nervous on the set, but Spielberg's become so important in Hollywood that Lew Wasserman, the chairman of MCA Universal, built this sprawling office complex for him right on the back lot. The $4 million project, which serves as creative home to all of those people who work with Spielberg, was an effort to ensure that Universal would get first dibs on the pictures they turn out.
Now, Universal did that for you. You didn't have to put that up.
Not a cent. They built the whole thing for me. And as Lew Wasserman said, when I guiltily turned to him and I said, you know, gee, Lew, this is a big deal. How much is it going to cost? He said, don't worry, it's what E.T. made in Uruguay. So, you want to try that?
Although he's a shrewd businessman, everyone who knows Spielberg says he's still very much like a precocious kid.
There you go.
Even his office is filled with toys, although they're, for the most part, adult
video games,
toys.
arcade games.
This is the kind of place where potentially we could get no work done.
Yeah, it's kind of visual at that point. So happy birthday to Steven Spielberg, 75 years old. Brad Pitt turned 58 on December 18th. He was born in Shawnee, Oklahoma on Wednesday, December 18th, 1963, and he got his start. Everyone knows about Thelma and Louise, but he was on Dallas on TV. And I have a very brief clip, literally, I think it's just a few seconds long, of some of his earliest acting on Dallas, with, opposite the actor who played Ray Krebs, Steve Cannelly. Listen to it.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
1987.
Break his neck. Just shut up. You get off this ranch and you stay off it. If I ever see you around Charlie again, you're going to be one sorry young man. Get out of here. Go on.
Yes, sir. I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. I just want to do what's right for us and what's going to work for everybody.
Charlie knows that, Ray. That's right. I mean, I know
That's
you're
Priscilla
just trying to do a
Presley.
good father, and I really appreciate.
That's Priscilla Presley who was acting there. You just heard her voice, and this is her daughter, Charlie, who's dating a character played by Brad Pitt back in 1986 to 87 on Dallas.
Thank you, Charlie. And Randy, you understand that what we decide is what we're going to live with, right?
Mr. Krebs, I just want to say, it's more my fault than it is Charlie's. So if you're going to blame someone, blame me.
It's not really a question of whose fault it is.
Yes, sir, whatever you say. You just tell us what you want us to do, and we'll do it. No problem.
God, he's so fresh-faced there in that clip. Anyway, it's on YouTube if you want to look up Brad Pitt Dallas. All right, so also born on December 18th, Katie Holmes, Tom Cruise's ex-wife. Katie Holmes turned 43 on December 18th. She was born Monday, December 18th, 1978 in Toledo, Ohio. Keith Richards turned 78 on December 18th. He was born Saturday, December 18th, 1943 in Dartford, Kent, England in the United Kingdom. Of course, he's the co-founder, guitarist, secondary vocalist, and co-principal songwriter for the Rolling Stones. His songwriting partnership with Mick Jagger is one of the most successful in history. Keith Richards is widely considered one of the greatest guitarists of all time. His career spans over 6 decades, and his guitar playing style has been a trademark of the Rolling Stones throughout the band's career. Richards gained press notoriety for his romantic involvements, illicit drug use, and was often portrayed as a counterculture figure. Now, I got a quick clip of Hunter S. Thompson, of all people, interviewing Keith Richards. This is a must. Let's listen to some of this, because Keith Richards is a living legend. And God bless Charlie Watts, who passed away, the drummer from the Rolling Stones in 2021. And I'm going to do a pod blast like I did last year, 2020, I did with Al Hardy, where I'm going to talk about all of the legendary people in pop culture who passed away in 2021, including Charlie Watts. All right, let's listen to Hunter S. Thompson from back in the day. What a man, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. What a...
You see, my name's Thompson, and I haven't been paid yet.
Dr. Hunter S. Thompson.
If we have any weird or apparently melancholy or sideways slips, don't be surprised, right? And I'm very excited. I've been talking to Keith Richards, my old and trusted friend. I have a sense of history, and you don't. And so does Keith. We've been talking about history, we've been talking about music, and Keith is better at music than I am at talking. So why don't we go to my friend Keith Richards, who refuses to come out here and talk with me for this intro.
Tonight, ABC in Concert takes you along for an evening with Keith Richards and the inimitable Dr. Hunter S. Thompson.
That's trouble, those two. It says earlier this week in Aspen, Colorado, you see a shot of an airport.
And they said it couldn't be done.
Here comes Keith Richards exiting the plane.
Now we've got Keith sheltered in his room and sort of refusing to come out until Hunter comes to the hotel and turns over this check.
Keith is fine.
Can we show the fax?
Yeah, I think so. What do you think?
This is a fax. Handwritten by Keith Richards. And we can read it here. Doc, I am here, but he crossed out disappearing. Vanishing. I want your fee in cash or no deal, Doc.
We should give it to Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
And let him give it to Keith. I think that's what he should do, and then let Keith
Get on with it
to Hunter.
Right.
That was cool to say, wasn't it? That was good.
This is
if I had my way.
Yeah. You probably would.
What would a worm do? Slug?
A worm does okay until they're eaten by a bird. They know better.
Well, this is at least something useful. And it flies.
It may have too much fun for Hoover. I'd send him back as a,
You might be right. Weasel? Stuff?
I don't know. Man, I'm actually...
It's almost comical how incoherent they both are. So it's kind of a joke. I was playing this clip, but it's Hunter S. Thompson interviews Keith Richards. Must watch. It's on YouTube, on the Whistling Birds YouTube channel. So let's move on. And that's actually a wrap on birthdays. I wanted to finish strong with the great Keith Richards. So it's time for our classic treat of the week. I actually had two, but I'm going to edit on the fly and just get to a holiday treat of the week. And I'm going to play a commercial for this treat from the 1950s from film. Nostalgic treat of the week from a 1950s TV Christmas commercial. Come on, you bugger.
He says,
here we go. This is by, I'll give you a hint, Borden's is the manufacturer of this treat, this particular treat in this commercial.
it's holiday time, and Beauregard cries, "Hey, look, there's a snowman ringing our doorbell." And Elsie says, "That's no snowman. It's Elmer with a surprise. Borden's Eggnog, the extra special holiday drink. Borden's, very big on flavor. Wow, Borden's Eggnog. Now we can have a party." Borden's Eggnog is the delicious holiday treat the whole family loves, right from the carton. It's made with lots of eggs, milk, and real sweet cream. Rich and creamy, better than the best milkshake you ever tasted. Borden's, very big on flavor. This is the only time of year you can get it. So ask Mom for Borden's Eggnog today.
So by Borden's, very big on flavor.
Eggnog. Nostalgic treat of the week. I'll save the other one for next time. The other treat that I hid for you guys this time, gals out there in the audience. All right, so eggnog historically is also known as a milk punch. Ugh. or an egg milk punch. When alcoholic beverages are added, it's a rich, chilled, sweetened, dairy-based beverage. I used to love eggnog, just like pumpkin pie, but I don't like it that much anymore. My taste buds have changed as I've gotten older. But of course, eggnog is traditionally made with milk, cream, sugar, whipped egg yolks, and egg whites, which gives it a frothy texture and its name. Distilled spirits, alcoholic beverages such as brandy, rum, whiskey, or bourbon are often a key ingredient in eggnog. Throughout Canada and the United States, eggnog is traditionally consumed over the Christmas season, from late October until the end of the holiday season. Okay, well, I'll move on from that. I don't know why it makes me a little nauseous. Now, it's time for the nostalgic toy of the week. As I'm starting to run out of gas, I've gone almost 6 hours. I had two. It's almost Christmas for those that celebrate Christmas. So I'll mention one. I'll just do a mention and not an ad. I'll save it for no time. The Tyco racing sets. I posted a picture on our Facebook group, the Nostalgic Pod Blast, and just seeing this elaborate set, race car sets, electric race car sets, it just brings back so many memories of like the Sears catalog and just pre-internet fun. Any kid that had a big racing set had like the hit toy of the season. It was just so much fun. But I want to talk about, let's do another one. And I'll go into detail on the Tyco racing sets another time. Action figures. Now, these are not dolls. Now, G.I. Joe started that trend of the action figure, but this time we're talking about the action figure of the $6 Million Man. And in fact, there was an episode of that show, which aired on Sunday, December 12th, 1976 on ABC TV, titled A Bionic Christmas Carol, Season 4, the 11th episode of Season 4, 4.11, if you will. And you actually see in a scene Steve Austin, played by Lee Majors naturally, waiting in line to buy Christmas gifts. And you plainly see two notable toys that were red hot that Christmas. One was the Jaws shark game that we've discussed previously here on the Pod Blast, and a $6 Million Man action figure. Talk about product placement. I mean, that was, and it takes you out of the episode a little bit, and they even show a close-up, but Steve Austin's in line with a female, waiting to be rung up by a female cashier in a scene, and they even zoom in on it before it fades to commercial break at the end of that act. But there were 4 classic toy sets based on Steve Austin and the $6 Million Man and characters from the $6 Million Man that Kenner Toys made between 1975 and 1978. Now, here is an article I found, and the author's name is Mr. Mulligan. So let me read his article. In 1975, Kenner signed on for the rights, Kenner Toys, that is, signed on for the rights to produce the $6 Million Man toy line. What Kenner Toys didn't know was it was about to become one of the most popular action figure lines of all time. After seeing the initial success of the basic action figures, Kenner released numerous playsets and accessories to complement the line. Here are some of our top picks. 1. The $6 Million Man action figure. I'm going to play a commercial of it from 1975. And I had this toy, and you looked at the back of his head for bionic scope vision. It was pretty awesome for its time. I had it, and let me get this ad to play for you. This is a Kenner toy commercial for the $6 Million Man.
Steve Austin, astronaut, a man barely alive. Gentlemen, we can rebuild him. We have the technology. We have the capability to make the world's first bionic man. Steve Austin will be that man. Better than he was before. Better, stronger, faster.
Showing the toy, the action figure.
Attention, Steve Austin. We have a red alert. Special UN representative Ayud Nadir has escaped Interpol surveillance. Our Geiger Center has detected a nuclear device in a green terrorist van that's headed for the United Nations building. Find him, Austin.
Stop him. Get the bomb. station. Replace Bionic Activator 358B. All systems go. We only got a few minutes. $6 Million Man, go to it.
Once or twice in history, something new comes along. Something so different, so exciting, it defies the imagination. This year, Kenner has that something. The $6 Million Man.
Pretty cool ad there, and I love that drum beat by Oliver Nelson. That's the guy that composed that version, the season 2 version of the $6 Million Man theme song.
$6 Million Man, ready to operate and command. Colonel Steve Austin is the $6 Million Man, complete with the technology to replace his bionic modules. Check him out with the bionic transport and repair station. Control his amazing lifting strength. See through his wide-angle bionic eye. The man, his bionic transport that becomes a repair station, and a working backpack radio.
Pretty cool. 30-second spot there. So the $6 Million Man action figure was released in 3 different versions by Kenner Toys. The first version came with an engine block and a left arm that could not be removed. The second version had an engine block as well, but with a removable left arm. The third version featured a bionic grip and a simulated steel beam for him to lift. The arm would lift items when a lever on the back was pushed. I remember that. All 3 versions featured many interactive items, including a bionic eye the user could actually look through from the back of his head, and rollback skin that would display the interchangeable bionic elements. Figure number 2 of 4, based on the $6 Million Man, the Maskatron action figure. This was a robot that Steve Austin fought, starting in a season 1 episode, I think called The Robot Maker, or anyway, Henry Jones was the actor that played the guy that made this robot. It was before the Fembots on the $6 Million Man. And John Saxton, who is deceased, played the first Maskatron, a robot that the $6 Million Man fought. And I'm going to play a commercial for the Maskatron. These are very brief. These are like 30 seconds as we wind down the show. And we'll get to taglines in a moment, cigarette taglines. Here's the Maskatron from film.
Is that the $6 Million Man? No, it's Maskatron, the robot. Here's Steve Austin. At last, we meet. Look out, Steve. Maskatron will conquer you. Take that, Maskatron, and that. Ow! And that. Ah! Steve will beat him every time. No, he won't. Maskatron will be back in another disguise.
Maskatron, new from Kenner. $6 Million Man sold separately.
Of course. It's from 1976, that ad. Right before the Star Wars toys of early 78, Kenner would just make a ton of money for George Lucas, but I digress. So the Kenner Maskatron was one of many $6 Million Man action figures that came equipped with 3 masks, allowing the robot character to be disguised as Steve Austin, Oscar Goldman, or an unidentified male. Maskatron had 2 special arms, Vice Grip and Super Suction, which made him an invincible foe to Steve Austin. A cool feature with the action figure was the use of pressure points, which, when hit, caused Maskatron's arms, legs, and even his head to fly off. Number 3, I don't have a clip for this one. This was the Bionic Bigfoot action figure. Bigfoot was first played by the wrestler Andre the Giant in season 3 of the $6 Million Man, and then Ted Cassidy in season 4 of the $6 Million Man, and an episode of The Bionic Woman, the season 2 premiere of that show. He took over the role, and he was, of course, Lurch in the Addams Family. Anyway, the Bionic Bigfoot action figure came out in 1977, based on the reoccurring TV show character Bigfoot. The figure included, it says figured, nice grammar guy. The figure, I'm going to correct you, sir, included a pressure switch on his chest that, when pressed, caused a square compartment on the front of the figure to open, revealing bionic-style circuitry inside, in keeping with the character's android nature on the TV show. So number 4, the 4th and final Bionic toy action figure, was the Bionic Transport and Repair Station playset. The Bionic Transport and Repair Station was the best-known playset issued as part of the $6 Million Man toy line. It was issued at the same time as the Steve Austin action figure to launch the line. The playset consisted of 2 different forms. When closed down, it resembled a rocket ship, within which the Austin action figure could be placed in a helmet with his head visible through a window. When opened, the rocket ship transforms into a bionic repair facility with tubes that could be plugged into the bionic modules contained within the Steve Austin action figure. Among the features of the repair station were a microscope for bionic surgery, X-ray unit that had several glow-in-the-dark dials, readout console, and a revitalization chamber. See, I think I have a quick clip of that too. It's just Clip City. That's why this show runs so long. I just pull too many clips. I need to get better at doing this, don't I? Like I said, I doubt anyone listens more than 30 minutes of this show consistently. Let's see. Yeah, here is the Bionic Repair Transport ad and repair station.
Colonel Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man, and the new Bionic Transport and Repair Station.
The rocket's crashing! We'll put him in the Bionic Repair Station. We can rebuild him. We'll replace the modules in the bionic arm. No injury here. We'll have to check his eye. Bionic eye, A-OK. $6 Million Man, ready for action.
New Bionic Transport and Repair Station sold separately. The $6 Million Man, new from Kenner.
New. See, that's from 1975. Okay, now we're going to move on. Shall we play a game? Time for taglines for the week. Now, I don't condone or endorse the use of these products, which can cause cancer. Very serious, but I want to play just some commercials. Let me get this to go here. Of cigarette taglines. There we go. Shall we play a game from War Games? Okay. You have to be kind of on the older side to get these, since TV cigarette commercials were banned from TV in 1969 by the U.S. government, but the ban didn't take effect until January 1971. And the very last cigarette ad aired on January 1st, 1971 during The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson. I'll reveal the brand name of that cigarette in a moment that was on the very last televised cigarette commercial. But these cigarette ads certainly weren't banned from magazines like the back of the TV Guide, People magazine, Sports Illustrated. Cigarette ads weren't banned from public transportation, bus wraps, or in movies. So, anyway, they were on TV for a time. So maybe you'll know these, even if you're not a senior citizen, because you might have seen the ads with the tagline in print. So I have 8 taglines for you this time. Again, I am not endorsing smoking cigarettes at all. All right, now here's the tagline number 1. Tagline. Come up to the blank taste. Blank would be the product, so I can't give it away. Come up to the blank taste. What do you think that would be? I'll give you a hint. It's a menthol cigarette. And I'm going to play the jingle. Let's see here. Yes, here's the jingle as I stall. It's very catchy, very ingenious, this marketing.
Oh, it's hot in here. Let's get some air.
I'm with you.
Heavenly.
Sure is. Cigarette?
Oh, I don't know. They all taste sort of flat about now.
Oh? Then it's time you change to Cool.
Cool, with a K. Cool cigarettes.
Till you come up to Cool. Cool's menthol magic brightens taste, refreshing all day through.
Feel extra cool.
Don't smoke.
In your throat as Cool comes through for you.
Cool enough?
Perfect.
You're not smoking cool, cool, cool enough till you come up to Cool.
Come all the way up to Cool. Cool Filter Kings with the pure white filter. Only Cool guarantees you the extra coolness you'll feel in your throat.
Yeah, and it turns to cancer. But come up to the cool taste was the tagline I was referencing. Number 2, blank, meaning the brand name, blank has the taste that's right. That's the tagline. And this is actually the commercial I'm going to play. The jingle is from one of my film prints that, of all people, Larry Wax, who's like a radio personality at Atlanta, Georgia market, he transferred this for me as a favor. He probably wouldn't want me to mention that, but he did. It was nice of him. Again, the tagline is blank cigarette brand has the taste that's right. And here is the jingle, which will reveal what the brand is. Come on, you bugger.
The range, yippee.
Hang on, here it is.
Come on, Nick.
It's from an episode of The Fugitive that I have on film from season 3 with Mickey Rooney as guest star. Blank has the taste that's right.
They're riding and roping, working the range, yippee-I, yippee-oh-I. Then the Viceroy smoke for the taste that's right, right any time of the day. This is the good taste you always get when you smoke the Viceroy way. 'Cause the Viceroy smoke's got the taste that's right, right any time of the day.
Viceroy is the filter cigarette blended with natural flavor fresheners to enrich and improve true tobacco taste. That's why Viceroy tastes rich, good, rewarding, anytime you light up.
800 head moan in the corral. Now is the time when you say, give me a Viceroy smoke, it's got the taste that's right, right any time of the day.
Viceroy's got the taste that's right. I just love marketing and jingles and things. Again, for the last time I'll say it, I do not condone or endorse smoking cigarettes. Okay, but moving on here. Here's another cigarette tagline. Tagline number 3. It's not how long you make it, it's how you make it long. And that sounds dirty, doesn't it? Or here's an alternate one. Blank tastes good like a cigarette should. All right, I'm going to play a jingle. You probably know what that one is. That one's kind of obvious. It's not how long you make it, it's how you make it long, baby.
Look what's new from Winston.
A new super king-size Winston. Now Winston makes an extra long cigarette that tastes good like only a Winston could. How long should a cigarette be?
As long as you like.
As long as it's Winston. Anyone can make a cigarette long, but
it's not how long you make it, it's how you make it long.
Yes, now more than ever, it's what's up front that counts. And only Winston gives you an extra helping of the famous quality that has made Winston America's best-selling, best-tasting filter cigarettes.
It's not how long you make it, it's how you make it long.
Yes, Winston makes a super king with a taste that's Winston good. Get the tall red and gold pack today at the popular price.
Tastes good. It's good. It's Winston.
Winston. If you and then I thought I pulled, yes, I do. I pulled the Winston Taste Good jingle.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston gives you real flavorful, rich tobacco flavor. Winston's easy drawing too. The filter lets the flavor through. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
And then, of course, you had TV stars that would endorse cigarettes, unfortunately. Even Dick Van Dyke, before, as I mentioned earlier, he would have anti-smoking ads. Before that, he actually would do ads for cigarettes with Mary Tyler Moore from the Dick Van Dyke Show. But that was before he learned the error. And before people knew how deadly cigarettes are. But let's listen to this endorsement of Winston.
Making myself a new pipe.
Oh, I got something here you want to cotton to. That banker fella gave them to me.
What's that?
Winston cigarettes. Try one, Granny. They is first rate.
Well, if you say they're really good.
Best smoking you ever had.
She's taking a big drag, a big hit.
Thunder, Jed.
Granny,
That is
Beverly
good
Hillbillies.
smoking.
Now try it this way, Granny.
Tastes even better.
You tell me these Winstons is the best tasting cigarette you can get.
I'm going to cut it. It's kind of visual. They're just sitting there taking hits off a cigarette. Terrible. All right, number 4, tagline. This is an easy one, guys and gals. In the audience, you've come a long way, baby. And that was the actual last cigarette commercial on TV ever on January 1st, 1971 on the Johnny Carson Show. It's this brand. And I'm going to play a commercial from 1969. This isn't the actual last televised cigarette commercial, but this will reveal what the brand is. Here we go. You've come a long way, baby. It's easy, isn't it?
It used to be, lady, you had no rights. No right to vote. No right to property. No right to the wage you earned. That was back when you were laced in, hemmed in, and left with not a whole lot to do. That was back when you had to sneak up to the attic if you wanted a cigarette. Smoke in front of a man? Heaven forbid.
You've come a long way, baby, to get where you got to today.
Introducing new Virginia Slims, the slim cigarette for women only, tailored for the feminine hand. Slimmer than the fat cigarettes men smoke, with the kind of flavor women like. Mellow, mild Virginia flavor. New Virginia Slims in the slim purse pack.
You've got your own cigarette now, baby. You've come a long, long way.
Cigarette smoking. Virginia Slims. Last televised cigarette. Now, number 5 out of 8. Here's the tagline. Alive with pleasure. Alive with pleasure. What brand do you think that is? I'm going to play the clip of the jingle. Alive with pleasure. I'll give you a hint. It's a menthol cigarette again. Alive with pleasure. Remember those print ads and magazines? Alive with pleasure. I feel kind of guilty playing these guys because I know a lot of people that are fighting
Because for
serious
smooth taste,
battles
they're way out
pertaining to
ahead.
smoking with their health.
Smoother Newport, fresher Newport, smoother, more refreshing cigarette.
Newport.
Then everyone else in the cast said when the Newports were passed,
We have to concede with Newports indeed. We found a smooth taste at last.
Oh, smoother Newport, fresher Newport, smoother, more refreshing cigarette.
come to Newport, a smoother, more refreshing cigarette.
Alive with pleasure. I'm going to stop that. Now, here's another tagline. Number 6 of 8. Mild as May. Which cigarette is that? Mild as May. I know these are hard because most people don't remember seeing cigarette ads on television. Mild as May. When I used to smoke, and thank God I quit in September 2010, this was my brand. Get it going for you here. 1968 TV commercial.
Marlboro country is everywhere, anywhere in the land, from east to west, north to south, from the lakes to the Rio Grande. From Manhattan towers to towering pines, a Marlboro legend grew. Till today, it's the brand that won the West and the rest of the country, too. Come to where the flavor is. Come to Marlboro country.
I couldn't find that other alternate tagline, Mild as May, but there's that one. On tagline number 7 of 8, Outstanding. And they are mild. What cigarette do you think that is? Outstanding, and they are mild. Well, here's a 1963 television commercial that will reveal what the brand is. Let's listen.
Over, under, around and through. Pell-mell travels pleasure to you. Pell-mell's natural mildness is friendly to your taste. Yes, natural mildness is so friendly to your taste.
See for yourself. Pall-Mal's famous length travels the smoke naturally, over, under, around, and through the finest tobaccos money can buy, and makes it mild. Makes it mild, but does not filter out that satisfying flavor.
Over, under, around, and through. Pall-Mall travels pleasure to you. Pall-Mal's natural mildness is so friendly to your taste.
Buy Pall-Mall famous cigarettes. Outstanding. And they are mild.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Attention.
Let's see. Now we are our final cigarette tagline. And I'm going to play an endorsement. But here's the tagline before I get to the endorsement, and I'll play a jingle for it. Start fresh with blank. Blank would be the brand name, of course. Start fresh with... Or, here's an alternate tagline, menthol, but with a soft, fresh taste. Let me play the endorsement first, and then I'll get to the jingle. With this gentleman who recently had a birthday, turned 98 years old. Talked about him earlier tonight.
Just for now.
Mr. Bob Barker.
Here's a question for you smokers in the audience. What is the light menthol cigarette that gives you true tobacco taste? It's Bel Air, of course. Yes, light menthol Bel Air. So refreshing. Bel Air combines finest quality tobaccos with a light touch, just the right touch of menthol to let true tobacco taste come through to you. And Bel Air has a pure white modern filter, too. But that's not all. No, sir. Bel Air gives you a famous Raleigh coupon on the back of every pack. Raleigh coupons good for hundreds of wonderful free gifts for every member of your family, every room in your home. And those Raleigh coupons mount up fast, you see. You get 4 extra Raleigh coupons when you buy Bel Air by the carton. That's 14 in all. Now, you'll enjoy light menthol Bel Air, and you'll like the wonderful gifts you get free for Raleigh coupons. Smoke light menthol Bel Air with a pure white modern filter. Remember, only Bel Air gives you true tobacco taste with just the right touch of menthol. That's Bel Air.
Truth or consequences. Product placement there. I'm going to play a jingle for Bel Air cigarettes. And last time I talked about, or 2 podcasts ago was it, we're talking about Land of the Giants. And I talked about Deanna Lund, who was a redhead in the cast of Land of the Giants. And I mentioned how I have on film the last episode of The Fugitive, actually the last 2 episodes, including a record breaker. It was a ratings record breaker of the Beatles on Ed Sullivan Show. In the last episode of The Fugitive, and there's an ad with Deanna Lund plugging a cigarette. And I couldn't remember the brand name. It's Bel Air. Bel Air, Bel Air, Bel Air. Anyway, geez, I can't sing for shit. But let me play a quick jingle to Bel Air, a different one. Let's see if I can get this to go. And then we're going to wrap the show with some stand-up comedy. Man, this is a record breaker, man. 6-hour show. How insane is that? 6 hours. I just prepared too much material. I need to cut down the clips.
Smoke Bel Air.
Smoke Bel Air.
Smoke Bel Air. Smoke twice as refreshed.
Smoke twice as refreshed.
Because the filter's recessed.
Because the filter's recessed.
In new Bel Air.
In new Bel Air.
Menthol fresh Bel Air.
Menthol fresh Bel Air.
Only Bel Air brings you the Menthol Fresh Blend for clean, refreshing taste, plus the modern recessed filter. The only recessed filter on any menthol cigarette. Bel Air's filter is set deep, clean, away from your lips. Puts a breath of fresh air between the filter and you.
Puts a breath of fresh air.
Right.
Between the filter and you.
Between the filter and you.
Smoke Bel Air.
Smoke Bel Air.
Smoke twice as refreshed.
Smoke twice as refreshed.
Smoke new Bel Air. Menthol fresh Bel Air.
People just didn't know how harmful cigarettes were. It's really bad. And I planned that weeks ago doing this tagline segment on cigarettes. But now it's time for comedy talk as we wrap the show, continuing our list of favorite funny folks. I have one you may not have thought of who is hilarious, who's been in the business for years and years doing stand-up comedy. And she's also on network television and has been for over 10 years on a show called The Talk. And there's another comedian who kind of stole her thunder or tried to, Lonnie Love, who I kind of like. But the comedian I'm going to feature, this is some shocking comedy in a good way. Shocking in a good way, the stand-up comedy that I found for this lady. Her name is Cheryl Underwood. She is a radio powerhouse, by the way. But Cheryl Underwood is one of the panelists on The Talk, and she served this country. But she was born Monday, October 28th, 1963 in Little Rock, Arkansas in the South. She's 58 years of age. And after graduating college, she joined the United States Air Force, where she served for 2 years in the reserves. She later gained public notice as the first female finalist in the Miller Lite Comedy Search back in 1989. She won the BET Funniest Female Comedian on Comic View Award in 1994 and the BET Comedy Awards Platinum Mike Viewer's Choice Award in 2005. Following her stand-up success, Cheryl Underwood took a number of minor acting roles, including Badmouth Bessie in the 1998 film I Got the Hookup and Catfish Rita in the 2005 film Beauty Shop, like Barbershop. Underwood was the host of BET's Comic View and executive producer and host of the limited-run comedy variety series Holla from September 2002 to January 2003. Cheryl Underwood was a contributor on the nationally syndicated Tom Joyner morning radio show until June 2010 when she jumped ship to the Steve Harvey morning show to be their contributor. She briefly hosted her own radio program, Cheryl Underwood and Company, for Radio 1 owned syndicated One News and Talk on XM Satellite Radio's Channel 169, The Power. On Tuesday nights, Underwood hosts the Cheryl Underwood Show on Jamie Foxx's Sirius Satellite Radio channel, The Foxhole, Sirius Channel 106. Back in 2011, over 10 years ago, Underwood became a co-host on the CBS daytime talk show The Talk during its second season, replacing Leah Remini, the lady who escaped Scientology. And it airs in the East at 2 p.m. It's an hour show. Now, this clip I'm going to play is raw. This is some raw-ass comedy of Cheryl Underwood from the Hookup Comedy Jam. Let me play this for you as we wrap up this epic-length Nostalgic Pod Blast. I've got to get some sleep. It has been a long-ass day, but I've had a lot of fun with you. I hope you could hang with me. If you listen to the entire show, God bless you. Thank you for hanging in there. It means a lot to me. And we'll have some new material next time. I don't know if I'm going to do a show Sunday or not. We'll see. Sunday's going to be here right around the corner. But let me play this comedy for you. I don't know why I'm talking like that. This is funny as hell. Yeah, here it is. The final clip of the show. I don't know why I'm talking
like that. Look, check it out. We're going to get this shit started.
This is funny.
Y'all better put your seatbelts on.
But be warned, it's raw. Like I said, R-rated.
She was in a play, How to Treat a
Hard R-rated. Sex talk.
She's the funniest motherfucking female I know. Put your hands together for my girl, Miss Cheryl Underwood.
I have never seen her comedy this raw before. This is funny.
Bring that ass over here. Shake that ass over here. Oh, you think I can't see you over there shaking your ass, watching you bouncing your titties? I almost dropped my glass. I can't be tripping on a big old booty. I'm supposed to be a star. When you see them tanks, you don't know who we are. You on a mission with your pussy. You after my paper.
Jesus.
Asshole naked on your way to my table. So I played it cool and try to act surprised.
Some dude's taking the top of a muscle guy on the stage in camouflage.
Don't I know your name? You want to South y'all body. You won't get entertained. I said, babe, I'm not trying to be too much, but I'm chilling tonight. My mouth saying no, my dick saying fucking.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, I'm going to fast forward some. It's just showing a bunch of dudes on stage.
Got to go out. You ain't got to take a bitch nowhere.
Hang on.
You got to go out. Hey.
She is so funny. All right. Bring your ass over here.
Hey, nah. That's how you start a motherfucking show.
Oh, my God. She's so white bread on the talk.
Bitch needs some dick in her life. I had to bring something for the sisters up in this motherfucker. Oh, wait, what? That's coming right behind me, baby. That's coming right behind me. But wait a minute with your big pretty black ass. Well, hey, you big black pretty sexy motherfucker. I don't want to start talking about sucking dick right about now. But now that you're gonna make it
She's wearing her Air Force uniform on the stage.
introduce it into the discussion now. You gonna let a bitch suck your dick or what? We ain't got to go out. You ain't got to take a bitch nowhere. You ain't even got to buy me shit.
This is from years
You
ago.
ain't even got to call me after you fuck me unless you done left some shit in my motherfucking house. I ain't trying to fall in love. I'm trying to nut. Fuck that. I'm a no-limit bitch. I suck dick like no limits. I had 2 of my back wisdom teeth removed so I can get 3-4 more inches of dick down my throat. Let's go, motherfuckers, let's go. Where that motherfucking Mike Tyson at? Where that motherfucker at? Where he at? He gone? Where he go? Fucking with the wrong bitch. You fucked the amateur hoe, you sorry motherfucker. You should have been fucking a professional hoe like myself. I wouldn't have sued a motherfucker for shit. If you eating pussy and fucking the way you was fucking shit, I'd have that belt on, motherfucker. Cause I'm the heavyweight champion of the world. I like your ass. I like you. I don't give a fuck. Now let me talk about something serious. You hear they done found the motherfucking knife. With OJ, they done found a knife. Who give a fuck? Black people, do we give a fuck? They done fucked up the first case, fuck 'em. We wasn't even hollering for O.J. Simpson. We could give a fuck for O.J. Simpson.
That's right.
That nigga ain't been black since 1971. Who give a fuck about him?
Nobody.
Who we was cheering for was Johnny motherfucking Cochran. That's the nigga.
Oh man, I didn't know she said that.
Love any black man who learns the white man rule and beat the white man at his own game.
I skimmed through this. I did not hear that use of the N-word, and that's the God's honest truth. Lord in heaven knows I'm telling the truth. I didn't hear that.
Matter of fact, that's why we love Tiger Woods. Niggas don't watch no golf.
Oh, I better cut
And we
this.
don't
I don't like use of that
Tiger
word.
say he ain't black.
Even someone of color saying that, I don't like that.
Nigga black. Cause we done seen your daddy. That's how we know you black. And only niggas name they kids
All right, I
after
gotta stop this.
animals, so he black.
Oh my God. I apologize.
Fuzzy gonna talk about chicken and greens. He done told his motherfucking business. Cause how would he know how good chicken and greens was unless he was fucking a sister his damn self? Black people, we need to give it up for ourselves cause we can make a way out of no way. When
God.
we ain't got shit, we make something out of it. And every time they come around, they're like, I see the white folk out there.
Uh-oh.
Hey, white people, I ain't gonna criticize you, little white girl. If you want a tip, that's cool. Matter of fact, I used to talk about white women so bad they would cry, protest the show. You know what I'm saying? I can't live like that. Matter of fact, white girl, if you want to fuck with some of these brothers up in here, go on ahead. It's some niggas we wish you take off our motherfucking hands.
Oh, okay. I'm going to pre-screen this because I got to stop this. We're a nostalgia show. I think it's hilarious. No rules in comedy. I'm not being a hypocrite, but I didn't know that word was used so much in that bit, and that's not why I played it. I swear. But it's the holidays. Got to get back to a holiday frame of mind as we wrap the show. We will see you next time. We're going to have another topic. Going to talk about some moguls. Going to talk about some music. And I hope you have an awesome week. I hope you weren't offended by that. I think the lady's hysterical. But I'm so used to her being really like clean. Man, that's some raw stuff, man. All right. Hope you have an awesome, awesome holiday, and we will see you next time on the Nostalgic Pod. Happy holidays! God bless you, every one of you.